Good morning and welcome to the third physical edition of PTMC. It really does feel good to be back. We started in this great way with this amazing video made by Oscar and Gasper that were finalists on America's Got Talent. Feel free to check YouTube if you want to know more about providing the world with new digital creative experiences. Let us remind you once again to install our app, PTMC, available on Google and the App Store. There you can find all the information needed about the venue. I would like now to call Dr. Vasco Betancourt, Director of the License Unit of Infarmed, to start off this Congress. Let us give them a big round of applause to Dr. Vasco Betancourt.
Hello, good morning. First, I would like to thank to the organization for the invitation on behalf of Infarmed Management Board, in particular to Laura Ramos. As you know, Infarmed is the Portuguese Authority of Medicines and Health Products that includes all activities related to cannabis, plants, for medicinal and scientific purposes. It's also the authority that approves medicinal cannabis products such as preparations and substances. In the process of licensing activities and approval of products, Infarmed verifies the compliance with good practices and several standards similar to the activities related to medicines. Currently, 20 entities are authorized for cultivation, 5 entities for manufacturing, and 2 entities for quality control of medical cannabis. And there are numerous others in advanced process of concluding the licensing of activities. The question that arises is, why Portugal? Why the growing interest and the boom of new companies in Portugal in this area? There are several factors that may explain. The sun, the high time of exposure, but there are several entities that will carry out indoor activities, so the sun don't explain everything. The low land costs could be also a factor. The low qualified labor costs could also be a factor. The low energy costs, and I have some doubts about this one. But in my opinion, the main factor is the Portuguese regulatory framework in this area. And why do I say this? Allow me to say and to give you my experience. The interest in activities relate to cannabis for medicinal purposes in Portugal began in 2016. When a company requested a meeting with Infarmed, in which it presented a project to create a facility for growing medicinal cannabis in a greenhouse with a considerable dimension, and intended to replicate in Portugal the existing activities in their country of origin. In fact, the company wanted to obtain the approval for a project, stating that this was the only way to obtain the investment to accomplish it, as investors wanted a guarantee that the project would be approved. Basically, what the company really wanted was for Infarmed to approve something that did not exist, nothing concrete. However, at that time, the process of licensing and approval of activities require that the facilities, infrastructure, and people actually exist. Something that existed was approved and not a project, an idea, a vision. The company ended up not submitting its application for approval of the project, which led us to think about what we can do to enable this type of companies to implement these projects that are not only of the interest of the development of new health areas, but also of economic interest. Thus, we redesign the licensing procedure, since the legislation in force gave room to make these changes. I recall that the legislation, although dated from 1993 and 1994, already provided the possibility of authorizing cannabis cultivation activities for medicinal and scientific purposes. The rationale was of this redesigning of the process was the company give guarantees of its viability, suitability, commitment, and compliance with regulatory rules through the submission to Infarmed of a list of technical and legal documents in order to Infarmed approve the projects. We had the opportunity to put this new procedure in place with a second request months later, with a company that sought approval for a project for cultivation and manufacturing of medicinal cannabis, in which the project approval consisted of a so-called pre-license. With this pre-license, the investors provide the investment needed. The second company is now licensed and with full activity in Portugal. This new approach to the licensing of cannabis activity comprise a first phase of documentation, assessment, and pre-license, and a second phase of inspection of the facility and verification of compliance with GACPs and GMPs and security measures, and ends on a final license, final approval. With this new approach, there were several requests of this type of projects, many of which today already have their activities authorized. In 2018, with the new law approved by the Portuguese Parliament that established the requirements for the use of preparations and substance of medicinal cannabis, which was then regulated in 2019, there were already numerous requests for approval of ongoing projects. Within 4 years, a joint regulation was published, which came to consolidate and clearly foresee the redesigned licensing procedure. This happens after numerous meetings with authorities in the areas of health, agriculture, economy, justice, and internal affairs, but now with more synergies between these authorities, namely with regard to the implementation of security measures. There are currently approximately 200 companies that have submitted applications for activities related to cannabis for medicinal and scientific purposes, the vast majority of which are international companies. Infarmed, during this period, learned the specificities of this new sector, regard to the type of practices and companies, having several meetings with the companies, trying to assist them in every subject. Infarmed also, together with authorities, developed some guidance, namely, more recently, the technical note on treatment of cannabis waste, developed together with the Portuguese Environment Authority. Another path that we are still on is the approval of medicinal cannabis preparations. Today, there is only, as you know, only one approved preparation, some others under evaluation. This specific area has not yet received the expected interest from companies, which we understand because many of them are still at an early stage of production of unfinished products. So, coming back, returning to the question, why Portugal, why the growing interest and the boom of new companies in Portugal in this area? Today, I think I can answer that. The reason for that, it's multifactorial, but without a regulatory framework and this suitability to the typology of companies and investors in the area of medicinal cannabis, Portugal probably would not have obtained interest of companies from several continents, which make it to be one of the leading countries in Europe, if not the leading country in Europe, in terms of number of companies dedicated to the cultivation and manufacturing of medicinal cannabis. Once again, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to share, although briefly, InfarMed's experience in this area. And I wish you all a fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vasco Bittencourt. Now, in this third edition of PTMC, we would like to honor and acknowledge Professor RAPHAEL MECHOULAM. Since the inception of his research in the early 1960s, Professor MECHOULAM has received numerous academic awards, amongst them honorary doctorates from several universities, as well as several international prizes. RAPHAEL MECHOULAM was born in Bulgaria in 1930 and immigrated with his family to Israel in 1949, where he studied organic chemistry. Following his PhD and postdoctoral studies, he became professor of medicinal chemistry, studying the chemistry and pharmacology of cannabinoids. Professor MECHOULAM can be here with us today, but he was so kind to send us his presentation, and in the name of PTMC, I would like to thank Professor MECHOULAM for all the knowledge he brought to us. Please, from Hebrew University of Jerusalem, a big round of applause for Professor RAPHAEL MECHOULAM.
Thank you for the invitation. When we started work on cannabinoids more than 50 years ago, very, very few groups were interested. Things have changed. And they have changed for the simple reason summarized by Pacher and Kunos, two researchers at NIH in Washington. They have published that modulating endocannabinoid activity may have therapeutic potential in almost all diseases affecting humans. I doubt whether we can say this about any other system. And that's the reason that many, many groups look at the activity of endocannabinoids or of the plant cannabinoids from various aspects. Now, we have worked on three different phases, types of cannabinoid research. One of them is on the plant cannabinoid. Second one is the endocannabinoid, anandamide and 2-AG. And more recently, over the last few years, in additional anandamide-like compounds. When we started work on the plant cannabinoids, essentially only two compounds had been isolated, cannabidiol and THC. Cannabinol had also been seen, but I'm not sure that cannabinol is a natural product. Anyway, cannabidiol, as you can see here, and THC are very closely related. They have essentially the same structure, except the THC has 3 rings, cannabidiol has only 2 rings, and they're completely different in their activity. While THC, as we well know, causes the effects that everybody associates with cannabis, cannabidiol essentially is a compound that is being used today for a long list of medical reasons. Surprisingly, the plant actually doesn't synthesize either THC or CBD. It synthesizes their precursors, their acids. The plant synthesizes cannabidiolic acid. It synthesizes tetrahydrocannabinolic acid. As a matter of fact, there are 2 acids. There are 2 THC acids. You can see here, and this depends on the position of the carboxyl group. Here is the carboxyl group here and the carboxyl group here. And these compounds are not stable. They slowly convert into cannabidiol from cannabidiolic acid or THC from THC acid. And these compounds have not been investigated very thoroughly because they're not stable. And scientists don't like to work with unstable products because we don't know whether the effects seen are due to the compound itself or to a degradation product in the body. We were able recently to stabilize CBD acid by making a methyl ester, and this is putting a methyl group on the acid, and we have been able to look at the activity of this acid derivative. And together with a Canadian group, we found that it reduces depression in 2 animal models. It lowers pain with another Canadian group. So this particular compound, which is present in quite large amounts in cannabis, in the plant, is of considerable interest, and I assume that it will be used for one of these effects that we see, whether it's depression or whether it's pain. Most of the work that has been published actually is of course not on the acid, but on cannabidiol itself. I will not go into details. There are hundreds of papers on CBD action. Basically, it works on inflammation and epilepsy, on diabetes type 1, on graft versus host disease. A few words on epilepsy. We did, in collaboration with the group in South America, some initially work on mice and rats, and we saw that it is pretty active in models of epilepsy in these animal models. And then we went into a clinical study. We had 15 epileptic patients that were not being helped by the existing drugs at that time. They received 200 to 300 milligrams per day of cannabidiol for quite a long time, 4.5 months. And my colleagues in South America found that 4 patients out of 8 remained completely free of seizures. 3 patients had partial improvement, and only 1 patient had no improvement. With the placebo patients, of course, we saw essentially no change. This was published, as you can see the date here, about 40 years ago, but nothing happened for nearly 30 years. We could have helped a lot of epileptic patients over these 30 years. But about 10 or 12 years ago, additional groups got interested, and a major clinical trial was done by a British company. The trial was done in the US, and they found that it is indeed in certain epilepsy states. So, and now CBD has been approved as a drug for certain epileptic conditions. I also mentioned graft versus host disease. Well, this is actually a disease caused by medicine. There are certain diseases where a bone marrow transplant is needed, and it is very helpful in certain cancer diseases, but it may cause problems. The bone marrow transplant can attack the body can attack the bone marrow, and the patient is sick, at times very sick. A colleague of mine, Dr. Yeshurun at one of the hospitals here, administered CBD to, as you can see here, 46 patients that had a bone marrow transplant, and he followed them for several months, and he saw very, very substantial improvement, and they had essentially no graft versus host disease. So I suppose that cannabidiol will become a drug not only for CBD, for epilepsy, but also for graft versus host disease. As a matter of fact, probably of quite a few other diseases as well. What about THC? Again, I will not go into detail, but basically what THC does, it lowers pain. It is used and approved actually for nausea and vomiting. It helps with sleep, and many of those patients that take THC actually take it in order to improve sleep or to make sleep possible. At low doses, it is an anti-anxiety compound, but as we all know, at high doses, we can see completely different effects, and it also increases appetite. So for nearly 20 years since we reported the structures of these compounds, structures which were not known previously, for 20 or 25 years, there was a lot of pharmacological work on these two compounds, and we learned from them a lot about the effects of cannabinoids. And hundreds of papers were published on them. One thing that we did not know for many years was the mechanism of action of THC. How does THC act? A group in the US in the 80s found that there is a specific cannabinoid receptor in the brain. And this specific cannabinoid receptor in the brain is found in brain areas that are really typical for the effect that we see. It is found in the basal ganglia that has a lot to do with movement control. It has been found in the cerebellum, in the hippocampus, and the cerebral cortex. And as a matter of fact, this particular receptor, CB1, is one of the major receptors that we see in the brain, in our body, not only in the brain. Well, we assume that if there is a receptor, it is not there because a plant produces THC. We assume that our body produces compounds which activate this receptor. For some peculiar reason, a plant compound binds to the same receptor. So we worked for quite a few years, actually, and we found in 1992, more than 20 years ago, 25 years ago, we found a new compound, which we called anandamide, that has a structure which is completely different from that of THC, yet this compound binds to the receptor, today known as the CB1 receptor, to the same extent as tetrahydrocannabinol. A few years later, we found the second compound, which is closely related to anandamide, and it also binds to the receptor. These two compounds have been investigated thoroughly by many, many groups, and these two compounds, as I mentioned previously, are involved in a large number of biological systems. They are part of, today we know, of the endocannabinoid system, which consists of two receptors. The second receptor was found a few years later than the previous one. There are two receptors. There are the two major compounds, anandamide and 2-AG, that I showed you the structures previously. There are a few other compounds found in lower amounts which have not been investigated thoroughly, but it seems that these two compounds, which we discovered in the 1990s, anandamide and 2-AG, they are the main compounds involved in the endocannabinoid system. Of course, the enzymes that synthesize endocannabinoids and the enzymes that cause the hydrolysis of the endocannabinoids. So these, the compounds and the enzyme today are known as the endocannabinoid system. Of course, THC and cannabida are closely involved. Now, what are the effects that we see that are due to the cannabinoid system? We know today, and there are lots of publications, and I possibly can have a few more slides. I'm just giving a few of the effects that we know. This system is involved in anxiety and appetite and all these that you can see this slide, mood, movement, neuroprotection, pain, stress, etc., etc. I'll just give a few examples. Neuroprotection. In collaboration with a colleague of mine, Professor Shahami, we try to see what happens in the brain after damage, not a major damage but a small damage. And we saw that after such a damage, the brain of the mouse produces 2 Ag in very large amount. You can see here the red ball, which you can compare with the control. Huge amounts of 2 Ag are synthesized by the brain. Does the brain produce 2 Ag because it has been damaged and doesn't know what it does? Or is the production of 2 Ag actually a response, a protective response perhaps about the brain? So we synthesized large amounts of 2 Ag and gave it to mice that had undergone brain damage and compared it to mice that had not undergone that damage. And we saw that 2 Ag, when administered to the mice, lowers the damage seen. Here you can look at the brains of mice that have received 2 Ag compared to control animals, and we can see that the damage in the controls is 50% higher than those that received 2 Ag. So chances are that at some point, I hope some company will develop 2 Ag as a compound against brain damage. I don't believe that we have any drugs in this area at the moment. I mentioned that there are 2 receptors. One of them, the CB1, when THC or anandamide bind to the CB1 receptor, they lead to those effects that we know are associated with cannabis. CB2, by contrast, doesn't do all these things. The CB2 receptor seems to be a protective one, a receptor that, when stimulated, actually leads to protection. And the protection can be in various areas. There are papers on protection of heart problems, atherosclerosis, stroke, liver fibrosis, etc., etc. And I'm under the impression that several of the major companies are working on specific CB2 receptor compounds for specific diseases. And it is we and many others have published compounds which act on the CB2 receptor alone. And here are 2 examples from my lab. One of them is the HU Hebrew University, HU308, which you can see binds very well to the CB2 receptor, but does not bind to the CB1 receptor. Or the second compound, which is a different one, which is HU910, binds to the CB2 receptor extremely well and rather poorly to the CB1 receptor. I mentioned brain injury, and in brain injury, we see quite a lot of different types of damage. One type has to do with glutamate, cytokines, reactive oxygen intermediates, and these can lead to cell death. Another type of damage is vasoconstriction. And we tested 2 Ag to see whether it has to do with vasoconstriction. And I mentioned 2 Ag because we saw in one of the previous slides that 2 Ag is helpful in brain damage. And yes, indeed, it helps with vasoconstriction. it lowers the vasoconstriction in the brain. However, and we were surprised really, however, the total extract of the brain was much better than 2-AG alone. So we assumed maybe we have another compound, much more active compound than 2-AG, which works on the vasoconstriction, vasodilation. And a student of mine, he did his PhD on this topic, looked for compounds or a compound that is better than 2-AG in vasodilation. And after quite a few years of work, we were able to identify a compound, the structure, we isolated and elucidated the structure. It is arachidonyl-serine. It is very close to anandamide. Both compounds are derivatives of arachidonic acid. This here is the arachidonic acid. Both are bind to, in this case, ethanolamine, and in this case, exactly the same, but with a carboxyl group here. Essentially the same compound as anandamide, but RAS, arachidonyl-serine, does not bind to the receptors and is much more potent than anandamide in the vasoconstriction. And you can see that the three compounds, the anandamide, the 2-AG, and RAS, arachidonyl-serine, RAS, very closely related, but they have different activities. I mentioned head trauma, so we looked at a few additional compounds present in the brain that may act on brain trauma, and we found that RAS, as I mentioned, the RAS previously, is pretty good in lowering brain trauma. It is as active as 2-AG. Surprisingly, two very closely related compounds, also present in the brain, are essentially inactive. This particular compound, RAS, arachidonyl-serine, that I mentioned, possesses vasoactive and neuroprotective properties resembling those of the cannabinoids. But as I mentioned again, it does not bind to the cannabinoid receptors. I'm not sure how these things work together, as I believe the neuroprotection with the cannabinoids, with anandamide, has to do with the CB1 and CB2, but RAS does not. So here we may have two different mechanisms leading to the same type of effects. Let me go to another field which cannabinoids are involved. It has been published, and there are several papers on this, that in Greece, Greek peasants seem to have less osteoporosis than peasants in other places, in the north, in Norway, in Germany, in Sweden. And we wanted to know why this happens. And we found that the bone contains a compound. It is also present in the brain, oleoserine, which promotes osteoclast apoptosis and increases bone formation. Let me explain. The bones we have do not stay the way they are throughout our life. They are broken down all the time by cells called osteoclasts, and they are at the same time being rebuilt by osteoblasts. Certain diseases, osteoporosis, for example, the osteoclasts work over time, if you wish, and the osteoblasts cannot promote enough bone formation. Oleoserine was found to lower the effect of osteoclast. It causes apoptosis, And in this way, there is less breaking down of the bone and more bone formation. And you can see here again, this is anandamide, and here is the oleal serine, which acts on bones and which causes lowering of the effects of the osteoclast, and it seems to be pretty good in osteoporosis. So another colleague of mine, the late Professor Bob, looked at the activity of oleal serine. He caused osteoporosis and osteoporosis-like disease by causing ovaryectomy in female mice. And indeed, if one causes ovaryectomy and looks at the mice after about 40 days, we see that the bones are, the bone content goes down. But if we start giving oleal serine at this point, we can see not that the bones do not continue breaking down. As a matter of fact, recover. Now, most of the drugs that we have for osteoporosis nowadays usually just stop the disease, or they stop to a certain extent the disease. Very few of the drugs, if any at all, cause the formation of the bone again. There are quite a few diseases known that are closely related to osteoporosis. There is a disease called Prader-Willi syndrome, which causes bone abnormalities. They are closely related to osteoporosis. Of course, the Prader-Willi symptoms has a lot of other effects, but I'm speaking of the bones alone. And it was found that in Prader-Willi syndrome, the body produces lower amounts of oleal serine. So when my colleague, Yossi Tam, who is a specialist in this area, started administering oleal serine to animals that have the Prader-Willi syndrome, they most definitely caused enhancement of bone formation and improvement of the bone disease. Now, all these compounds I mentioned, all these anandamide-like compounds I mentioned, are not very stable. All of them are amides that can be attacked by amidases, and therefore I doubt whether they can be used as drugs on their own. So we prepared a few derivatives. I wouldn't go into the chemistry. One of them is a HU671, in which the amide bond is kind of protected, and the enzyme does not attack it as easily as in the compounds I mentioned, oleal serine, for example. And indeed, the 678 exhibits high efficacy in reversing the osteoporosis, and it is active in the Prader-Willi syndrome. Let me move to another field. One of the major problems we have in medicine today is that many of the microbes we have antibiotic resistance. And if we cannot overcome this major problem, we shall probably be back as if we were in the 1930s with microbes that we cannot attack by antibiotics. We try to see whether our body has a way to work against this microbial resistance. And after quite a lot of work, which was done in the lab of Professor Telberg in collaboration, we found that methicillin, an antibiotic, which against which certain staphylococci or streptococci have become resistant, we can enhance the activity of the antibiotic if we give the antibiotic together with anandamide or RAS, the same compound I mentioned previously, arachidonylserine. We found that RAS really can overcome the microbial resistance of these particular microbes. We are looking at many additional microbes at the moment. We're looking at additional compounds, but this may be a very promising field or promising way of overcoming microbial resistance. And here again is anandamide, 2-AG, and RAS, which I mentioned previously. What is the mechanism? How does RAS do that? Well, when microbes are attacked by an antibiotic, one of the ways they can resist is by producing a biofilm. Millions of microbes get together, they form a biofilm, which is not attacked by the antibiotic. The RAS prevents the biofilm formation by altering the surface of the cell without actually killing the bacteria. And let me end with a completely different field, the field of nicotine addiction. Quite a few people that smoke cigarettes or other types of tobacco become addicted to nicotine. And this addiction causes them to smoke, although they know that smoking is not good for them. And we wanted to see whether our body has a way of preventing, lowering this type of this addiction. We found a paper in the literature that a person who was involved in a traffic accident and was addicted to nicotine, after the traffic accident, which he had a brain trauma, he was not addicted anymore. So we thought maybe, just maybe, the brain is producing a compound that blocks the addiction. And so we looked forward and we found a compound which again is very closely related to anandamide. It is a fatty acid. It is a fatty acid bound to this part here, to this forming an amide. And a colleague of ours in Canada went ahead looking whether this compound indeed, those models of addiction is active. As a matter of fact, and I want to stress this again, I mentioned several times that I work with colleagues. All my work is done in collaboration with friends and colleagues. In this case, in the field of addiction, we are a group of 4 labs. In addition to my own lab, a lab in the US, a lab in Canada, and a lab in Italy, and we work together. And the lab in Italy actually found a compound from a brain, and the group in Canada worked on the addiction process. Dr. Parker, a Canadian, looked at the conditional praise preference in an animal model of addiction. Conditional praise preference is a relatively simple way of measuring addiction. Mice or rats are given the option to go to food with or go to food with nicotine. At the beginning, they go 50% to one part of to the nicotine containing food, the other, and 50% the food that does not contain nicotine. Well, after some days or probably some weeks, they are addicted to the nicotine, and almost all of them go to the nicotine with food. And that's called conditional place preference. And Linda Parker in Canada found that if we give the compound we discovered in the brain, the mice do not get addicted. And they found that the conditioned place preference works absolutely in this case. We thought that it might work also with opiates. Well, we were kind of disappointed to see that oleoyl glycine does not work with opiates, but again, surprisingly, it worked both on nicotine and opiate withdrawal responses. We know that animals, of course, humans that are addicted can undergo withdrawal responses, which sometimes are very, very unpleasant. And we found that oleoyl glycine eliminates both nicotine and opiate withdrawal responses, which is kind of strange because oleoyl glycine does not work on opiate addiction. But it turned out that the withdrawal and the addiction, there are two different types of response. And today we know that oleoyl glycine works on nicotine addiction, does not work on opioid addiction, but it works on nicotine and opiate withdrawal symptoms. And here is what Linda Parker wrote. Morphine withdrawal reactions were accompanied by suppressed endogenous levels of oleoyl glycine in different parts of the brain. Well, oleoyl glycine is again an amide, and as I mentioned before, amides can be easily attacked by amidases. So we decided to, again, try to suppress this enzyme reaction by having a metal group not far from the amide. And so we synthesized the compound. This is oleoyl glycine, and this is an oleoyl glycine with a metal group. So it becomes alanine, oleoyl alanine. And this compound turned out to be more active for a longer period and then oleoyl glycine itself. So we found that oleoyl alanine is not only more stable, but it's also more potent anti-withdrawal molecule than oleoyl glycine. And I am under the impression that this compound may or should become a drug. Well, as I mentioned before, on the basis of what I've been telling you, we assume that the exogenous administration of oleoyl glycine or oleoyl alanine may be beneficial for the prevention of nicotine addiction and nicotine and opiate withdrawal. Well, let me summarize what I've been talking about. The endocannabinoids are involved in a large number of physiological processes, and THC, which is a plant cannabinoid, just mimics their actions. CBD derivatives may lead to wide spectrum of novel drugs. Endocannabinoid-like compounds may lead to better understanding of biological processes as well as novel drugs. And CB2 specific agonists may lead to a wide spectrum of novel drugs, may be part of a general protective system. And I want to thank my collaborators in Israel. These are fellows in my lab. There are many other labs, other professors in Jerusalem that I collaborate. I mentioned my work with Professor Bar, Professor Shohami, and some in other academic institutes in Israel. and I work with a lot of collaborators abroad from the UK, at Aberdeen, Roger Pertwee. You can see the names of many of these, and I thank them, and I thank you.
Moving forward, Carl Hart is the Ziff Professor at Psychology in the Departments of Psychology and Psychiatry at Columbia University. He is also a research scientist at the New York State Psychiatric Institute. Professor Hart is one of the world's preeminent experts on the effects of so-called recreational drugs on the human mind and body. He has published in numerous scientific and popular articles in the area of neuropsychopharmacology, and is co-author of the textbook Drugs, Society, and Human Behavior with Charles Creed. Professor Hart's latest book, Drug Use for Grown-Ups, has changed the national conversation on responsible drug use. He'll tell us more about myths and facts about cannabis and psychosis. From the Columbia University in New York City, please welcome Professor Carl Leroy Hart.
Bom dia. That's the extent of my Portuguese, I'm sorry. But thank you for coming, and I wish I could speak Portuguese better and be more confident to give this talk in Portuguese. And so as a result of not speaking Portuguese, I will make sure I speak as slowly as possible, so hopefully you can understand every word I'm saying. Okay, are my slides coming up now? Right on. Thank you. I was asked to speak about cannabis and psychosis, which is a really narrow topic for me, but I know the conference is focused on cannabis and medicine, and that's fine. It's just that I get bored sometimes when I'm asked to speak about narrow topics, and so I might wander a little bit, so please forgive me. The agenda is simple. I'm going to give a brief history of why and how cannabis became illegal in the U.S. And I say the U.S. in part because when things become, like drugs become illegal in the U.S., it has this sort of, it reverberates around the world, in part because there is a lot of money in prohibition. And so the U.S. exports its awful drug policy around the globe. And so I'm going to say something about the U.S.'s drug policy. And I'm going to talk about what we know primarily about this link between cannabis and psychosis. And then I'm going to have a few suggestions for future research. So if you will, please come back with me till 1914. In 1914 in the U.S., we passed our first federal laws restricting drugs. This first law was called the Harrison Narcotics Tax Act. It was actually a tax law. It just simply said that people who used and manufactured opioids and cocaine had to register with the federal government and pay a tax. And then they get a stamp to show that they paid this tax, and then they'd be legal. The tax was at the time some very low cost, like $1. And the goal was not to ban opioids and cocaine, but the goal was to make people register, so there's an accounting kind of thing. Then in 1920, in the United States, we passed alcohol prohibition. We prohibited alcohol. I didn't say with the Harrison Act, in order to get the Harrison Act to be passed, because it was the first time that we passed a national drug law. And in the 19 teens, the country was not in any mood to ban substances at a national level because there was this strong sort of states' rights. Each state didn't want the federal government to tell them what to do. You might see this today with the pandemic, where we have people in the country that didn't want to wear masks. Or you might see this with guns in the United States. There are states that don't want you to take away their guns. And so that was the atmosphere in 1914 when they tried to pass the Harrison Act, but it passed, and it passed in part because of our good old American racism. And so we made the population afraid, telling them that black and Chinese people were using cocaine and opioids, and so therefore we must regulate these things in order to make sure those people don't get out of control. That was successful. Fast forward to 1920, we banned alcohol, in part because of our dislike of Germans, who were big in the alcohol industry at that time in the United States. And so alcohol prohibition passed. Alcohol prohibition passes. The people who are responsible for enforcing the law is the Bureau of Narcotics. The Bureau of Narcotics are also responsible for enforcing the Harrison Act. Prohibition is an act that is done to prohibit the use of alcohol. And so now these same officers are now enforcing the Harrison Act in order to prohibit the use of these substances. 1933, alcohol prohibition was repealed, reversed. And so now you have these officers who, you build up this agency, the Bureau of Narcotics. Now alcohol prohibition repealed. They don't have anything to do, these officers. And the country's in the middle of an economic depression. So at the time, this guy, Harry Anslinger, was the head of the Bureau of Narcotics. He was the son-in-law of Andrew Mellon, who was the Secretary of Treasury, the money guy in the United States. Anslinger was 38 years old when he took over this role, and he was in that role of the Bureau of Narcotics for 30 years. His agency has nothing to do, and it's losing staff. And so now the agency has to have a new enemy. Cannabis becomes the new enemy. One of the things that his agency did was to exaggerate the claims, negative claims about cannabis. So Harry Anslinger said that marijuana is the most violent causing drug in the history of mankind. And these sorts of things, this kind of propaganda was promulgated widely at that time. And he also connected cannabis use with black people and Mexican Americans at the time, two groups that were despised, marginalized groups in the country. You might know the cult classic called Reefer Madness. This film is a film that basically says that you take cannabis once, you'll be doing heroin soon, and you'll go crazy and kill your parent. But this is just a small clip of the kind of propaganda that was pervasive in the early 1930s and that was supported, funded by the Bureau of Narcotics.
Master. I know what you want. You want to kill me.
In this case, the state waives trial of the defendant, Ralph Wiley. It is convinced that he is hopelessly and incurably insane, a condition caused by the drug marijuana to which he was addicted. It is recommended, Your Honor, that the defendant be placed in an institution for the criminally insane for the rest of his natural life.
I see no reason why the request should not be granted.
So this type of propaganda was popular in the early 1930s in the United States, and it played an important role in passing this thing we called the Marijuana Tax Act of 1937. When Congress was hearing or having discussions about whether or not the drug should be banned, there were a number of people, including from the medical community, that testified about these exaggerated claims, claiming that you smoke cannabis, then you lose your mind like you saw in the film, and then you are violent and uncontrollable. So it's not surprising that the law was passed, and in 1937, October, it took effect. And the goal was to eliminate cannabis use. Unlike the Harrison Act, the goal here was to eliminate it. Now, it's important for us to know some themes as we move forward, because as we think about cannabis and what we're learning about cannabis and what we know now, it's important for us to apply that to other drugs as well. So when we think about cannabis, the cannabis was banned, not for scientific reasons, but because of economic and social reasons. So the Bureau of Narcotics banning of cannabis really gave them a reason for being. It helped their agency continue people's employment, and this is one of the sort of major points or reasons for the war on drugs. It's a jobs program, but it's hard to help people to understand that if you are not observing what's happening with a number of drugs. So it's an important thing to understand, and also for social reasons like racism. 1944, the mayor of New York, LaGuardia, issued a major report where he had a major study of cannabis and concluded that individuals who had been smoking marijuana for a period of years showed no mental or physical deterioration, which could be attributed to the drug. This was a comprehensive study, and frankly, those findings hold up today. But it was too late. The law had been passed, the damage had been done, and at the federal level, marijuana was banned, and it currently remains banned today in the United States. At the federal level, I know it's kind of confusing for some people, because when you look at what's happening at the state levels, there are 38 states in Washington, D.C. that allow for medical marijuana. That is, people can receive cannabis for some conditions. And then if you also look at the states, starting in 2012, we now have 19 states that allow for recreational use of the drug. So it might be a bit confusing. But at the federal level, it remains banned. And federal law supersedes state law. So the federal government can come in at any moment, even in those legal states. So it may be confusing to some people, but it allows us to, again, continue our racism in that we have a law. It's on the books. If we want to enforce it for some people, we will, but for other people, we won't. So it allows us to be hypocritical. So the question for me in this instance is, what's changed? What's the driving force for these sort of changes in terms of cannabis regulation? Did we learn anything new in science? Not really. What's changed really is attitudes in the United States. You can, in this graph, it just shows the percentage of adults who say that cannabis should be legally available recreationally. it's increased to over 60% now, way down from about 20, 30, 40 years ago. So there are a number of people in the country who also think that locking people up for cannabis violations is too harsh. And then, the major reason things have changed is because of the economic opportunities. There is a lot of money that can be made with legal cannabis, and there are a number of big corporations and people who are getting in that business. That's the major reason, and they have power with U.S. politicians in terms of donating money to their campaigns, lobbying these folks, and that's the real reason. It's not really a science, nothing's really changed in terms of the science. It's really these economic reasons that is driving this. But we still have our problems. Even today, when we think about racial discrimination and arrests, we're still arresting in the country every year more than 500,000 people for simply possessing cannabis. So we're still doing that sort of stuff. In a place like New York State, 90% of the people who are being arrested for cannabis are black and brown. Same old situation. And now we're here, we also have this issue of cannabis, whether or not cannabis causes psychosis. And this issue continues to persist. If you look at the scientific literature, before in the 1990s, there used to be about 10 papers a year that focused on this issue. After 2012, it skyrocketed to over 100 papers a year that focuses on this issue. And oftentimes people present summaries of the literature or some study, and we're going to talk about that here in a second, but I want to just say, when I talk about psychosis or psychotic disorder, I want to be clear so everybody understands what I'm talking about. When I talk about a psychotic disorder, I mean a mental disorder that involves loss of contact with reality and is characterized by hallucinations, irrational beliefs, and disorganized speech and behavior. And this sort of psychotic disorder has to be diagnosed by a clinician, social worker, a physician, psychologist, and I want to separate that from things that we call psychotic symptoms, because psychotic symptoms are typically just brief, and they're not a disorder that causes a person to be impaired and disrupts their behavior. So things that we know about psychotic disorder in the general population. About 3% of individuals will experience a psychotic disorder in their lifetime. Similarly, when we think about cannabis users, it's the percentage who will experience a psychotic disorder is about 3% as well. It's relatively low, but it's important for us to note it. It's also important for us to note that the majority of cannabis users, more than 95%, will never receive a diagnosis of psychotic disorder. With that same sort of thinking, it's important for us to understand, too, when you compare it to something like tobacco, the majority of tobacco smokers won't develop cancer, but we're still concerned about cancer. 90% or so won't develop cancer. But still, there is this sort of risk that's 10 times that for people who smoke versus people who don't smoke. So it's important to pay attention to that. When we compare that with something like cannabis, the risk is about 2 to 1, and it can go as high as 4 to 1. So it's 4 times in people who start smoking, say, before age 15, and are heavy smokers. So it goes up to about, they're about 4 times more likely to be diagnosed with a psychotic disorder. But again, it's still lower than the 10 times likely for tobacco smoke. But it's still important for us to understand that that's some evidence that's been gotten pretty consistently. we want people to also understand that people who are diagnosed with psychosis are more likely to report current or prior cannabis use compared with the general population. But it's also equally important for people to understand that cannabis use does not occur in a vacuum. There are a number of things that can be going on in a person's life and are going on in a person's life that are difficult to disentangle from cannabis use alone. So we can think about alcohol use, we can think about early sexual behavior in young kids, poor school performance, we can think about a wide range of other deviant behaviors, truancy, lying, fighting, a wide range of things. And then when we think about psychotic disorders like schizophrenia, it's been linked or correlated with a number of things as well, like family history of schizophrenia, exposure to toxins, infections, older age of the father, birth month, a number of other correlations. So all of these things are important to think about when we're interpreting the findings in the literature. Now, just briefly here, this is an example of one of the papers in the literature that says that cannabis causes a psychotic disorder. Now, again, all of those sort of caveats come to play here. In this particular study, they review 13 studies, and 10 of the 13 find a statistically significant correlation between what they're calling psychosis or a psychotic disorder and cannabis use. It's important to note when we're thinking about this literature that psychosis and or psychotic disorder and psychosis symptom or psychotic symptoms are being conflated. So some of these studies actually made a diagnosis, whereas other studies only looked at symptoms. I'll explain that more clearly in a second. But they're treated as if they are the same thing, and they are not the same thing. And so that's important for us to look at, that's important for us to think about when we're looking at the literature. This is just briefly how some of these studies are done. Thousands of adults are separated into groups, cannabis users versus non-cannabis users, and then the level of psychotic disorder or psychosis is assessed or determined. Some of the studies actually do a diagnosis, as I pointed out, and others do not. They simply use like a 20-item questionnaire, and they contain questions like, I hear voices that others do not. That's important to think when we think about psychosis. And it also contains other questions that are not so relevant when you, like a question like, I sometimes feel uncomfortable in public. That could be related to psychosis or not. Like right now, I feel uncomfortable. Is that psychosis? So you understand what I'm saying. This is just one of those studies and a list of these questions. So the 3 points that I want you guys to think about is that the studies themselves, they can vary widely, and they measure different constructs. And so it's important when you're reading the literature to see whether or not the paper actually looked at a psychotic disorder or they simply looked at psychotic symptoms, things that they're calling psychotic symptoms. So it's important information to have, and then you'll have a fuller picture of what's going on. Because it's important for people to understand that a person can endorse psychotic symptoms without meeting criteria for psychotic disorder. And the psychotic symptoms are typically transient and not behavior impairing. And also important to note that it is really difficult to do the sort of ideal study. And so as a result, we are left with observational and correlational studies. And so we haven't had a study that actually demonstrated a causal link. And so, but that's okay. We do the best we can by trying to have a wide range of studies or diverse studies that come to some convergence, and that increases our confidence in the findings. But we have to understand and be aware of that potential limitation. If we are not, then we are more likely to make inappropriate conclusions or draw inappropriate conclusions about what the actual evidence says. And so we recently published a review maybe 5 years ago, my colleague Charlie Kassir and I, and we came to some conclusions about this literature. There was no evidence demonstrating that cannabis itself causes a psychotic disorder, but both early and heavy use of cannabis, more likely in individuals who are vulnerable to having a psychotic disorder. Again, a correlation has been found, as I pointed out before, but it's important for us to understand that this correlation is not specific to cannabis. There's correlation between psychosis and anxiety. When we think about cannabis-related effects, particularly in inexperienced users, you can see some anxiety that rises to the level of paranoia when people smoke large doses and they are inexperienced. So that's not surprising when you think about the effects of cannabis, but those sort of effects should be transient. But you can also, we also found that the psychosis correlates with other disorders, including mood disorders, bipolar as well. And we also found that psychosis is correlated with heavy tobacco smoking, like with cannabis is also correlated with heavy alcohol use, also with sedative use. So you can find the similar correlations with other substances. And so it's important for us to really try to disentangle and figure out what's going on. But at this stage, it's really difficult to draw causal conclusions. And I just want to remind people that if you look at the schizophrenia literature or psychotic disorder literature, looking for things that correlate with psychosis or psychotic disorder, there's a series of studies looking at cat ownership in childhood as a risk factor for schizophrenia or psychotic disorder later in life. And this correlates as well. It has similar risk ratios as cannabis. And so, it just reminds us to tread lightly and when we are drawing the causal connections. And I just want to leave you with the take-home message of studies that examine whether certain patterns of substance use and other problem behaviors, they are more likely to be more fruitful in helping us to understand this sort of link between psychosis and of substance use or substance itself. But studies that exclusively focus on this cannabis psychosis connection or association, they won't be as helpful because these things are not happening in a vacuum. So that is, if a child begins using cannabis at 14 at an early stage in life on a regular basis heavily, there are a number of other things that are going on in that child's life that are inappropriate and that need some attention. But if you only focus on cannabis, then you probably are missing the bigger picture of what's happening with that child in that child's life. And with that, I want to thank you for your time. And I think we will have some questions or.
Thank you so much. What a great talk. And yes, now we will have time for questions. I will kindly ask you to raise your hand if you have a question. Please be brief. It's questions, not lectures. I'm sorry, but the timing needs to be count. And Professor will have pleasure to answer. I see one hand right over there. Is it the microphone there? Yes. It's coming. Just a second. So if someone else has a question and raises the hand, we can now start to see, okay, 1, 2. So having cats is dangerous.
Cat ownership.
Cat ownership. So the first question is right over there on the right. The gentleman wearing a black shirt.
Thank you.
Maybe we can have some light in the audience.
Thank you, Carl. It was a very nice lecture, an eye-opener. I'm a researcher, and I also would like you to elaborate on cannabis use. What do you mean by cannabis? Because if you smoke regular cannabis, as you know, its THC content grew since the 60s until now. I think it's still fine, and I agree with you. But we can also include here skunk. And statistics say that in London, 25% of new psychosis cases are surely linked with skunk, which has already like 30% of THC. And finally, as you know, THC is only a partial agonist for the CB1 receptor. But you can buy synthetic cannabinoids, you know, under the name of bath salts and so on. And in Portugal, every day, one or two children are hospitalized because of these unknown substances, you know, normally coming from China. And those are also considered technically cannabis constituents, but they really provoke psychosis. This was my first question. And
That's your first question?
Sorry. And the very
you have another one?
Other question, I'm sorry. How much of your funds, research funds, are coming from big pharma, those pharma that produce cannabis or medical cannabis? Because this is something I understand as a problem, that big pharma don't really see the opportunity of sharing some of their income, or even some of the taxes paid by big pharma should be directed into research. This is something I think should be changed by politicians. These are my two questions.
So these are the two questions, right? Sorry. Thank you so much.
All right. The first one, I just want to make sure I understand it. I think you were making the argument that high THC concentration cigarettes are more problematic, and particularly for psychosis. And yeah, that's a law of pharmacology. So if you think about people taking larger doses of any drug, particularly if they're inexperienced, whereas experienced cannabis users, it's not as much of an issue. Think about amphetamines, the same sort of thing, a number of drugs. So yeah, younger people who stupidly take large doses of THC without any experience, that's not good. You increase the likelihood of having extreme anxiety, paranoia, and other problems. And so you want people to take it slow. And I didn't talk about that in this talk. There are some basic sort of principles: dose, route of administration, the setting where drug use is being taken, where it's being taken. All of those things can minimize or attenuate some of these negative effects. So it's important for people to attend to that. So you're absolutely right. That's the advice we give people. And your second question was related to How much funding do I get from Big Pharma? Big Pharma? Was that it? Yeah. No, that's a great question. No, so any funding that I've gotten has come from the US's National Institute on Drug Abuse. But people don't ask about their bias because they are biased too in making sure we highlight the negative effects of drugs. And so that's where most of my funding has come from, and I was on their advisory board as well. And so I don't get any money from Big Pharma.
I think we have to move to another question.
Maybe we can talk afterwards.
You will have time on your coffee break for sure. It will be after. So we have someone in the front, yes, already with a microphone. If yes, I saw right there, but you have microphone, yes, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for coming here all the way from the States. We appreciate your time. Thank you for everything you said. And
I'm living in Geneva, between Geneva and the States, so it's not that far. Not many people can live in the States these days, as you may know.
You lucky man. Anyway, so look, my question is not super grounded in science, but this plant is not super grounded in science. So this plant has been in traditional use for thousands of years by shamans as well, shamanic people, natural tribes, and it's been used for spiritual reasons. There's now recent discoveries in Israel. 2,000 years ago, it was used in Judea in Jewish ritual. You ask yourself, I mean, psychotic symptoms is kind of parallel to a spiritual awakening. So maybe this is a property of the plant. Maybe it's part of its traditional use. Maybe we're using it in the wrong context. Maybe some people shouldn't be using it in that context. Maybe it caused them to suddenly speak to God. And were the biblical prophets psychotic? I don't know.
Great question.
Thank you.
Great point. The question relates to just the effects of the compound itself, the sort of expected effects or the desired effects for some people. Some people would like to be that altered, and they expect that, and that's what they're seeking. And so you might just simply also have this sort of selection bias, if you will, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, those effects. In fact, that's the desired effect for some people. You're absolutely right. When we think about drug effects, and then we're thinking about who are interpreting the effects. We can even think about what we deem as psychotic disorders and the way we look at that. There are multiple ways to look at it. And so I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. We have to be careful when we're drawing or these interpretations or drawing these conclusions and making these interpretations. You're absolutely right. So within this presentation, I tried to be as careful as possible so people could understand that there are multiple ways to look at this, and we have no direct causal link to a psychotic disorder. So I tried to explain clearly. That's why when I was thinking about psychotic disorders, that means that people have impairments in their functioning that they themselves are disturbed by. And that's how we define psychotic disorders.
Thank you. We have another question there. Please be brief, because we have a lot of people still wanting to make questions.
Very brief. Great presentation, Cole. My name is RICARDO from London. I'm a lawyer in this space, and we've seen massive changes in the space in the UK, but we've seen lack of patient access. What I'm just asking from your presentation, which was really, it was amazing in the sense that there's a misdiagnosis of data. If we look at that, misdiagnosis of data, where are you seeing that in the states of educational to those practitioners, professors, doctors in your space, understanding that there are benefits to cannabis, whether medicinal or adult use or whatever the case may be, as well as those individuals that don't take the cannabis, but accepting it that it should be allowed for those patients that need it?
Yeah, thank you for that question. When I think about the education, what level or where do we aim our education, one of the things I try to do with our people, like in science or medicine, is I try and get people to understand that we don't want to lose credibility with the very people for whom we care. So when you are crying wolf, as they say, saying that something exists when people in the natural ecology who are engaged in this behavior don't see it, you lose credibility. And so I try to ask or help our people in science and clinicians to understand that they don't want to lose credibility, and so do not blindly, uncritically, just err on the side of caution. So if I err on the side of caution, some say, then I'm not promoting this behavior. But simply doing that stupidly without thinking, but you lose credibility and you can't help the people that you claim to want to help. And so that's why it requires us to always be thinking. And that's how I try to help people understand it. I hope I'm successful, but the behavior, the crying wolf behavior continues.
Thank you. We have time for one last question. Yeah, I saw your hand, but I guess someone else was there. We will have time anyway after.
Hello. Well, great honor, Dr. Collard, to say hi to you in a moment, but
yes.
I have two pages to talk to you, man, so I'm going to just try to keep
you keep it to a question? Okay.
Don't worry.
We have time. We can be here for the next hour.
The one I'm more curious is about the geography, the demographic of people here is more about on the medical, and none of them kind of use so much on the recreational. And I kind of want you to break us down what would be that frontier, because I don't see it so clear, or I don't see a wall that big between what is the recreational use, which is a liberty in my belief, and the medical use, which is, I think it's also a liberty and a responsibility for people to have access to. I have more questions about more beyond than the cannabis realm, but I think the pattern still is the same, which is what is this frontier and how can we give this access responsibly, because that is the price of that freedom.
Thank you.
Wow, that's a great question to end on. The question is really challenging us to think about, we think about being in medicine, and then there are people who come seeking the help of medicine because they are in trouble. And so medicine tries to do what it can to help those folks, and that's a good thing. Yet there are other people who are want to engage with these substances who don't need the help of medicine, and yet most of our governments around the world, including here, have somewhere in their constitutions that you, as an individual, have personal liberty. You have the right to control your internal world, and so long as you don't prevent other people from doing the same. That's the proviso. But there's a contradiction. There is an inconsistency with actually delivering on that personal liberty. Most governments don't deliver when it comes to substances. That's the question. Yeah, it's a big question, and medicine does this thing, and it should continue to research these issues, help people who are in trouble, absolutely. But the liberty aspect of this is we have fallen down as free societies in liberty in a number of ways. In fact, our sort of statements about liberty in our constitutions are nothing more than shams for a number of people in our society. I mean, that's a fact. We can go down the list when we think about how we have treated various individuals in our societies. People who have relationship with people of the same sex. We treated their liberty poorly throughout history. Various racial groups, various other marginalized groups. And so we can just, we go through the checklist, and our responsibilities as citizens is to make sure that our governments and we live up to our claims. But oftentimes people have become blasé about this and apathetic and agnostic, and that's a problem. And I should end now because I think it's time for a break, right? I want to thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor. You are now very welcome to a coffee break sponsored by AgroFarm and Cannabis. And please be back 11:30 sharp to listen to Dr. BONNI GOLDSTEIN. Thank you and see you soon. Welcome back from your coffee break, and we're ready to restart PTMC. BONNI GOLDSTEIN is a pediatrician and leading pioneer in the field of cannabinoid-based medicine. She is also the medical director of Canna Center's Wellness and Education, and her clinical practice focuses on treating children with serious and chronic illnesses, including treatment-resistant epilepsy, severe autism, and cancer. Over the last 13 years, BONNI has evaluated thousands of patients, and in 2020, she published the book, Cannabis is Medicine: How Medical Cannabis and CBD Are Healing Everything from Anxiety to Chronic Pain. So please welcome Dr. BONNI GOLDSTEIN.
Hi, everybody. So nice to be in Portugal, and I just want to say thank you to Laura and her team for bringing us out here so that we could, I can share my clinical experience taking care of children with medical cannabis. And I'm sorry, how does this work? You just press up? There we go. Okay. All right, so just a little background on me. So I trained as a pediatrician about 32 years ago at Children's Hospital Los Angeles. At the time, I was a bit of an adrenaline junkie, and I went into pediatric critical care transport medicine, and then went into pediatric emergency medicine, and I did that for about 14 years. And around 2007-ish, I became a little burned out trying to be mom during the day and doctor at night. And after years of doing that, I took a break, and during that break, someone asked me about medical cannabis, and I'm ashamed to say I didn't know anything. As a physician, we had already had it in California for over 10 years, but I knew nothing about it. And so I started doing some research, and I just became intrigued, and I haven't turned around since. I've been moving forward. It helped that person who was a friend of mine. And since then, I've treated thousands and thousands of patients. I've written 2 books. My last book is Cannabis is Medicine. And just in the last year and a half, despite COVID, I was able to publish some research that I'll share with you about the the impact of medical cannabis on children with autism. So let's move on here to the list of diagnoses that we see in pediatrics. So we see intractable epilepsy by far in my practice. That's the #1. And very close, #2, is autism, usually the children with moderate to severe who are not functioning well at school or at home, where there's a lot of difficulty and it's really affecting the whole family. I would say 3rd on the list is cancer. Unfortunately, many children with cancer do not make it, and we know that cannabinoids can not only help with the symptoms and the symptoms of cancer and cancer treatment, but also can help with potentially the anti-neoplastic effects. And then we have a whole list of other disorders you could see here, GI disorders like Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, attention deficit, Tourette, some psychiatric conditions, chronic pain, genetic conditions, and sadly end of life. And this photo you can see, this is a young adult that I take care of. He's been my patient for I think going on 8 years now. He came to me having probably 15 seizures a day, multiple different medications over years. The mom had a stack of notebooks of every seizure and every medication change, like this tall. And he was going to be evaluated for brain surgery, and they decided to try cannabis before they did that. And he had amazing results. And this is a picture he sent me that he drew for me about how cannabis opened his eyes and gave him his life back. So it's a very meaningful thing to be able to help these patients. Now let's move on to epilepsy. So in 2000, a report came out that showed that only 64% of epilepsy patients respond to conventional treatment. Well, what about the rest? They usually struggle, and they try medication after medication with a less than 4% chance of responding. In 2018, the same group decided, well, after 18 years and different kinds of medications that have come out, has the number changed? Have we improved the number of patients that are responding and are fully seizure-free with cannabis, with conventional medication? And it turns out that more than 1/3 of patients still remain uncontrolled epileptics and really have very minimal options at that point after medication. A nerve or a nerve stimulator, magnet implanted, are now moving on to brain surgery. If you look at the interest in cannabis, though, as you can see and remember from Dr. Mechoulam's study this morning, he reported 1980 was when he did a study, and then really nobody did anything with that. And if you look here, you can see that there's some interest starting in 2012 and 2013, and that's when CBD strains of cannabis, high CBD strains, began to be available in my area in California and in Colorado. And then in 2013, there was a documentary that came out by CNN where Dr. Sanjay Gupta, who's one of their medical correspondents, talked to a family of a little girl that was sent home to die. She had Dravet syndrome. And her parents found some cannabis growers that had something that they called hippie's disappointment, because it was very high CBD and very low THC. You couldn't get high off of it, and so nobody wanted it. But they turned it into medicine for this little girl, and it was an amazing medicine for her. It reduced her seizures from 50, I think 1,200 seizures a month down to about 3 a month, which was life-changing. She learned how to speak and to ride a bike and to interact with people. And so you can see that after 2013, there is this incredible increase in the number of publications that are, if you just look at cannabidiol and epilepsy in the title, you can see the interest has really grown exponentially. So now in the early days, when I first started treating patients around 2012, 2013, we really had no data. I was very, very careful. I was, tiptoed up on CBD. I made sure we knew the products that we were using. But we started to have some reports in the literature of these patients. So this first report is a neurologist I know at University of California, Los Angeles, and he recruited 117 patients that were using CBD. Many of them were my patients, and they just did a survey. That's all they did, was just ask questions. So 85% of parents reported seizure reduction. Even if this is not fully true, this is a very high number, even half of this. Remember, these are intractable patients who have not found any treatment to work. 14% was seizure freedom. That is a huge number in this population. And what they saw in terms of side effects, beneficial side effects, more alert, better sleep. And then we have the following year in 2016, a report out of Israel with 74 patients treated with a 20-to-1, 20 parts CBD, 1 part THC, what we call artisanal oil, so whole plant. 89% reported seizure reduction with benefits of more alert, better language, better sleep, motor skills, and communication. I think one patient in their group became seizure-free. The third report here, Sulak et al. 2017, I co-authored with Dr. Dustin Sulak, who's a cannabis physician in Maine, and Dr. Russell Sinedo, who is a pediatric neurologist in Seattle, Washington. And we pooled our patients, 272 patients treated with medical cannabis, all children with intractable epilepsy, mostly using CBD high ratio, but we also, of course, in these states have freedom to use THCA and THC. At that time, that's what we were using. And we had an overall 86% of parents reported seizure reduction with a 10% seizure freedom. So you can kind of see a repeat in the 80% range. You see 3 different groups finding very similar results. In terms of side effects, very mild and infrequent and very similar benefits that were reported previously. And then this fourth report comes out, and this was one a little bit different. They were looking to compare CBD with a drug called clobazam, which is a very common drug used in the United States for children with intractable epilepsy. It is a pretty heavy-duty benzodiazepine in the Valium family. And what they found was that just when they added CBD to the patient's current regimen, they had a 39% had greater than 50% reduction of seizures, and they saw 10% seizure freedom. And what they found, very interestingly, which really to me was the take-home message here, because I know after looking at all of this and seeing my patients, I know CBD works, but what they found was CBD, the effects were comparable to clobazam, but had much, much fewer side effects. And also, I will tell you that the kids that go on clobazam, if it doesn't work, to get them off, it can take, I had a patient, took them 3 years to wean off this drug because it's so highly addictive. And we don't see that with CBD. So if you're seeing comparable effects, why wouldn't you go for the drug that has the enhanced side effect profile? So now what do we know? After all this time, we're now in 2022, we know that the current clinical research supports the use of CBD to treat refractory epilepsy, and it should not be a last resort medication. The definition of intractable epilepsy is after 2 appropriate drugs have been tried. And after that, the chances of responding to number 3, number 4, number 5, and so on is less than 4%. I have patients that have lost years of their lives trying 20 to 22 different medications. And remember, this is a developing brain. This is in a child. Why wouldn't you go to the non-toxic plant? If it doesn't work, you can always go back to the drugs. That's kind of my approach. And here we have a report. So Gaston et al. Reported, this is just a purified CBD in 89 children and 80 adults over 2 years. And there was a significant mean reduction in seizure frequency at 1 month, 1 year, and 2 years, all statistically significant. I'm missing, there it is. And as you can see here, 1 month on CBD, the greater than 50% seizure reduction, which is kind of considered the clinical definition, was at 46%, but if you hung on and continued to take it, you actually had improved over 1 to 2 years. So you can see 46%, and 1 year on CBD is 55%, and 2 years at 61%, reporting this greater than 50% seizure reduction. And in adults, same thing, 31% increases to 52% on CBD. And the way to kind of think about this is, remember that the brains of someone with epilepsy, it's not just overfiring, but there are changes going on in the brain. There are certain type of receptors that are changing and neuronal pathways, and especially in children, I call them moving targets because they're growing and changing and developing every day. It's always so hard to know what's going on. But the point here is that you get better results the longer you are on CBD, and I certainly have seen that in my clinical practice. This last point here, significant difference in seizure severity by year 1, with adults reporting greater improvement in seizure severity, but we see that in pediatrics as well. So again, here we are a few years out of this social experiment where, especially in California where I am, doctors are allowed to practice medical cannabis, but I'm not allowed to do research using the plant, believe it or not, because of that federal restriction that Dr. Hart was talking about this morning. So I'm allowed to treat, so it's really kind of the clinical practice and kind of the anecdotal evidence is outpacing some of the research. But because now we did start seeing the use of CBD 2013, 2014, 2015, we now have years under our belt and can start to see some of these reports coming out. So in 2021, a report came out looking at the EEG of these patients and also the effect on sleep. And what we're seeing is that CBD actually does change the EEG for the better, decreasing evidence of the neuroexcitatory brain, and that was statistically significant. Also, CBD use improves sleep microstructure based on the EEG in almost 85% of those with abnormal sleep. And then we have another report from the same year, cognitive and behavioral tests before and after CBD. 89%, this is a very high number in the medical world, remained stable or showed reliable improvement after just 3 months on CBD. And cognitive and behavioral changes were not correlated with the CBD dose, but improvements in short-term and working memory were significantly related to better therapy response, and they didn't see any adverse group-level effects in this particular study. So again, here's all this data kind of supporting what I saw clinically in the early days. Now we have this larger body of data reporting on these benefits. And here we have another report from last year. This was observational, but they looked at quite a number of patients, 280 patients, 71 adults, and 209 children using CBD, compared to 138 patients not using CBD. And look what they found. CBD users had higher quality of life, lower psychiatric symptoms. And by the way, this was artisanal CBD, meaning whole plant, not purified. Better sleep, better seizure medication tolerability, improved health outcomes longitudinally, use of fewer prescription medications overall, and reduced healthcare utilization, meaning saving healthcare dollars. Very important. Here's a study that came out from Pamplona's group looking at comparing CBD-rich cannabis extracts over purified CBD. So the whole plant cannabis versus just an isolate of CBD in treatment-resistant epilepsy. And what did they find? So they looked at a total of 670 patients over 11 different references, and you can see this very wide range of dosing of CBD, which is very important, and I'll talk about in a future slide here, but 1 to 50 milligram per kilo per day, and the treatment length was 3 to 12 months with a mean of 6 months. So 64% reported improvement in the frequency of seizures, meaning a reduction. But there were more reports of improvement with the whole plant, the CBD extracts, at 71% versus the purified CBD at 46%, and that was statistically significant. But if you use the standard clinical definition of greater than 50% reduction or more, if you apply that, there's no difference. They're both equally effective. However, why would you pick the extract over the purified? Well, the extract patients were able to take a much lower dose, 6 milligram per kilo per day versus the purified at 25 milligram per kilo per day. And what I have seen is with this very high dosing, that's when you start to get into the side effects. CBD can have side effects at very high dosing. So when you compare mild adverse effects, the extract at 33%, by the way, I do not see that 33%. In a clinical practice, it's a little bit different because you can change things to accommodate and fix the side effects. But in this, they found the extract had 33% mild versus the purified 76%. And in severe side effects, extract 7% versus purified 26%. So a big difference in when you're using whole plant, getting that synergy, or what Dr. Mechoulam calls that entourage effect. There's other compounds in there doing some of the heavy lifting, and you will be able to reduce the side effects. Some of my patients who take very high doses of CBD are getting the prescription drug from CW Pharmaceutical in the UK. It's the drug called Epidiolex. It's basically a purified, like 98% pure CBD that's been approved in the States for the use of in children with Dravet syndrome, Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, and a terrible syndrome called tuberous sclerosis. These are severe, fairly rare pediatric epilepsies, although I have all of these kids in my practice. However, what most of the families are doing now is they're including a portion of their high-dose CBD. So let's, for instance, max dose is around 20 milligram per kilo. They're doing 15 milligram per kilo as the Epidiolex because it's paid for by insurance, and then they're doing the other portion, let's say 5 milligram per kilo or even more, as the artisanal because they're seeing all of those added benefits when they combine the two together. And then here's another report. When I first started doing this, I was terrified of drug interactions. Remember, we take an oath, do no harm. And at the time, I really didn't know, so we just started very low dose and we tiptoed. It sometimes would take months before we would see an effect. And what we found was that I really didn't see too many side effects other than sedation. And remember, most drugs that patients use for epilepsy have a side effect of somnolence, and when you start stacking those drugs, you can really see the somnolence become a problem. It turns out that there really aren't too many drug interactions that we have to worry about in terms of epilepsy drugs. So in this review of 6 trials, I think this was published in 2019 or 2020, CBD did not affect CYP3A4 activity, which is part of the enzymes in your liver to help break down CBD. It's funny, I guess it didn't pick up, but CBD and clobazam increased exposure to major metabolites of both compounds. In my practice, I often are able to reduce the dosing of clobazam, which the families want. They see their child's personality start to come out. They see less sedation. One of the other drugs initially that we were concerned about was valproic acid, also called Depakote or Depakine. And there was a big concern about drug interactions. These patients that take Depakote or valproic acid get liver function tests anyway because it is a drug that is liver toxic. Adding CBD in the Epidiolex trials appeared to make that worse. However, I don't see that with artisanal, and again, that might be due to the fact that we're using lower doses with artisanal CBD oils. But overall, their conclusion in this study was there was overall low potential for drug-drug interactions between CBD and other anti-seizure drugs except clobazam. And it's really not dangerous. It's a clinical finding. The parent will report after you go up on CBD, it drives the clobazam to create a metabolite that causes more sedation. And parents will tell you, oh, I'm seeing my child more asleep. less active, and then we start to back up a little bit. We'll go up on CBD and go down on the clobazam. Of course, the neurologist tells them to do it the other way around, but most families are excited to have their child on a drug that is natural, that has very little side effects, even if it costs them out of pocket. All right, so other phytocannabinoids. I don't have time today to go through all of them and share my experience, but I'm happy to talk about it. But I use THCA, so remember Dr. Mechulam talked about that this morning. That's in the raw plant. That is before you heat it up, so it's in its raw form. And although they talk about it being unstable, I've been able to use it clinically without a lot of issues. But remember that in that little bottle of THCA tincture, there's going to be a small amount of THC, and any benefits that I see with THCA, I cannot say it's from THCA alone, or it may be from THC, it may be from the combination, it may be from something else in the bottle. But I have a few patients who do not tolerate CBD. I have 2 patients in my practice with what's called mitochondrial disorder, very complex, where basically the cells don't function properly, and they don't tolerate CBD. But I have 2 patients now in my practice with mitochondrial who are both seizure-free on THCA, low dose, non-intoxicating, non-impairing, and fairly easy to find. CBDA, there's just a few reports that came out, you can see just in the last few years, reporting some anticonvulsant effect, very similar to CBD. I have just recently started using CBDA, I'd say in the last 2 years, in my epilepsy patients, and I'm certainly seeing a decrease in seizures in patients who didn't get a full response with CBD. I also use delta-9 THC in patients. Low dose, no matter what you hear or what you have heard, low dose THC is anticonvulsant. Very high doses can actually trigger a seizure, and I've seen that in 2 adults who ate 180 milligram THC candy bars. If you're not familiar, it's a very high dose. You should not do that. I advise you not to take that much THC right out of the gate. And they did have seizures. They recovered, and there was luckily no harm done. But in low doses, I find THC to be very helpful. And then just recently, we have a report out of Australia on 5 little girls with what's called Rett syndrome, which is a genetic disorder. It's pretty severe with epilepsy, autism, and some other behavioral issues. These patients, I have a handful of them in my practice, very intractable to treatment. And this report was very exciting. So CBDV, cannabidivarin, given to these children in about 10 milligram per kilo per day was considered safe and well tolerated, but you can see the seizure reduction, a mean of 79% reduction of seizures with 3 of these kids who had a greater than 75% reduction. And if you read the report, it's online, one of these kids was having like 370 seizures a month. So this is very significant impact with CBDV. Again, non-impairing, and just became available from a company in Hawaii, my patient, and it's considered a hemp because it's low THC, so a number of my patients have started using it. I have 2 Rett patients that have started, and both parents, we actually weren't using it initially for epilepsy, for seizures, because these kids have fairly good seizure control on CBD, but we started using it for behavior and to see if there's any improvement. Both parents reported better eye contact, improved motor skills, and just kind of an overall kind of evening out of behavior. So this is early on, and I'd be happy to report what I find as I watch these kids. All right, so clinical pearls. So I usually start with a high CBD, low THC, somewhere between 20 to 1, 25 to 1, 30 to 1. I don't really go over that. Or I start with THCA. Who do I start with THCA? Children with mitochondrial disorder, or if a child comes in with a lot of medication, 5 medications, sometimes CBD just creates havoc, and I'll try the THCA to see if we can use a low dose to start seeing seizure improvement. I have them take this, usually they're taking it orally. Many of these children will not hold it under their tongue, so they're swallowing it. Sometimes it's hidden in food. Many of these children have G-tubes, so it will go through the tube. But usually we ask the parents to make sure they're taking it with some fat, which can help increase absorption by 3 to 4 times. And I have them keep a log. CBD dosing, you'll see different reports, and as I've already mentioned, you can see the artisanal is around 6 milligram per kilo on average, and for the purified around 20 milligram per average, but every human is different, and so I start with 1 milligram per kilo per day, and I tell the parents this is going to be months. We're going to be doing months of titrating up, because we don't want just to slap somebody on some dose that somebody came up with from one study. It's what will fit that person's need. And remember, many of these families are paying out of pocket, so we don't want to give extra medicine if we don't have to. We want it to be sustainable over time. So I just increase every 2 weeks in 1 to 2 milligram per kilo per day increments. Why every 2 weeks? A report came out saying that it takes up anywhere from 2 to 6 days to see a steady state level in the bloodstream. So that first week is to kind of get it in, and the second week is for observation. The range of dosing that I have found effective is 5 to 25 milligram per kilo. I recommend that you use concentrated oil. If you're using a product that has 10 milligrams per 1 ml, so I like products that are standardized with some label that says how many milligrams per 1 ml, because then we can look and compare. If you have a 10 milligram in 1 ml and the child's dose is 600 milligrams a day, they're going to be taking 60 mLs, 2 ounces a day. That is not sustainable, and so we have to be able to have concentrated. In the United States, you can get CBD very low, 5 milligram per 1 ml, or very high, 200 milligram per ml, 400 milligram per ml. And so sometimes we start at with lower concentrated products, and as the child's dose increases, or if we're adjusting for a weight change, we move to a higher concentrated product. Ratio, as I mentioned, 18 to 1 to 25 to 1 are usually in there. And then I usually start with every 12-hour, but sometimes a child's metabolism will tell us that after that 8 hours, they'll go seizure-free, and then they'll have breakthrough seizures between that 8 and 12-hour, waiting for that 12-hour mark dosing, and I'll change it to every 8 hours. I have some patients at every 6 hours. It's all kind of customized to the patient's needs. In terms of THCA, this is a very low dose, 0.01 milligram per kilo per day. It seems to be quite impactful, and you increase in that same increment every 1 to 2 weeks. Of course, you want to pay attention to how much THC is in the product. I use and recommend a product to my patients that's a 20 to 1, so 20 parts THCA to 1 part THC. It has to be refrigerated in order to help maintain its stability. But there are products out there that are 1 to 1, which, remember, makes it very difficult to titrate up. CBD has such and THCA, they have pretty wide range of dosing, but THC is fairly narrow before you hit what I call the ceiling dose. And the ceiling dose is the dose at which someone is impaired or intoxicated. And of course, with children, we are trying to get them up and running, back to school, learning, being educated, participating in their life, and so we do not want them impaired. And usually less concentrated oil is preferred, again, because the overall milligram per kilo dosing is very low. And then just in terms of side effects, and I make this point, you read about side effects in studies, but remember, in clinical practice, you can address the issue of side effects so that your patients don't have side effects. And so when someone's on the correct combination of cannabinoids or on correct dosing, I don't see side effects. And if you see them, you adjust dosing, you adjust timing, you adjust the product, and you can usually resolve the issues. These are the most common, but again, still very rare. Sedation, and usually that's in patients who are stacking multiple sedating drugs on top of each other. Diarrhea, so this is described in the Epidiolex. I think I've only seen it twice in my practice. Irritability, this usually is with the kids with autism that I'm going to speak about. Appetite changes can go up, can go down. It just depends on the person and the cannabinoid being used. Sleep disruption can happen as well. The ceiling dose, which I've already mentioned, and changes in drug levels. And will you give me a heads up when I'm getting close to the end? Yep, okay. So I'm going to switch over to autism now. And like I said, this is the second most common condition I see, but just also remember that epilepsy and autism run together. There's an overlap, so many of my patients have both, which is very difficult for the families. You know, when I started out as a doctor a long time ago, it was about 1 in 250, I think, and now it's 1 in 44, so we're doing something wrong. Boys 4 times more than girls. There's no approved medications to treat core symptoms. In the United States, there's 2 FDA-approved medications. Both are atypical antipsychotics with a whole slew of terrible side effects, including diabetes and growing breasts and even lactating. So these are not drugs that parents are excited to use, especially since they don't really treat the core symptoms. There's a lot of off-label medication being used in the United States, antidepressants, stimulants, anti-anxiety medications, sleeping pills, you name it, with very low evidence to use these, but also very low efficacy and high risk of side effects. There was a study that came out earlier this year I thought was interesting, where they were kind of looking at what's on the horizon for autism, and they looked at fluoxetine and oxytocin, and they were very low efficacy, and the only study that showed any promise was the one which was a crossover randomized control trial with cannabinoids. So that's very exciting that that's being acknowledged. We know that these kids have abnormal inflammation levels in their brain and abnormal neuroimmune findings, as well as major gut issues. And when you think about where the endocannabinoid system is highly concentrated, brain, gut, immune system. Kids with autism, brain, gut, immune system. And it makes perfect sense to use cannabis in these patients. And again, here's the number of publications if you just Google autism and cannabis, and you can see it was a little bit delayed compared to epilepsy, but we're starting to see much more research since about 2019. You can see this interest in this. And remember, families are going to do this with or without a clinician. So I think it behooves clinicians and educators and everybody else to just get on board and try to be the leaders in this and try to help people do this the right way, as opposed to doing it on their own and potentially running into problems. So we have evidence of endocannabinoid deficiency or dysfunction in children with epilepsy, and there's a few studies here. And let me just show you this, the pictures here. So is there a pointer on this? Yeah. Oh yeah, there you go. So here in 2013, there was evidence. This is in human children. They drew blood and looked at white blood cells. So remember that your endocannabinoid system exists on your white blood cells. Receptors do. And here's in the patients that did not have autism. This is gene expression of various components, so type 1 receptor, type 2 receptor, and the other components of the endocannabinoid system, all expressing at what you would call physiologic or normal levels, 100%, and then you can see in the children with autism, completely off. So the endocannabinoid system expression from the genes is high for type 2 and low for everything else. And then a study came out, and so what this told us is that when you have upregulation of receptors, you likely have low levels of its ligand, which is anandamide or 2-AG. And so that was proven here in 2 reports. One came out of Israel, and then one came out of Stanford. This is the one from Stanford that was first. And you can see here, this is levels of anandamide. They actually drew blood to measure levels of anandamide. Now remember, anandamide is made on demand. This is your endocannabinoid. Made on demand, used, and then destroyed by enzymes, or broken down. So it's very hard to measure. So the group in Stanford figured out a way to measure blood levels. And the big question is do they reflect what's going on in the brain? And it appears that they likely do. But in children with autism, you can see it was low, and this is statistically significant compared to controls. But to the point where if you plot out the probability, they were able to actually diagnose, the researchers were able to diagnose autism without seeing the child. And so this is very important because remember, the diagnosis of autism is a clinical one where you evaluate the child based on their behavior, you do parental reports, usually have a psychologist involved. This may be a way to identify those kids much earlier on so that we can intervene earlier, not wait till they're 2 or 3 years old. I have parents in my practice who knew their child was autistic at the age of 6 months, because how did they know that? Well, they have other children, and they were able to kind of see the differences in that patient. And it might be subtle, but to a parent, it's not so subtle. And so here we have multiple reports, and you can go through the literature. So I gave you the references here of improvement in children taking cannabis. And so 3 of these are from Israel, 1 from South America, and all reports, and again, going through what did the parents say? Less rage, decreased anxiety, less agitation, better sleep, and so on. And also safe and well tolerated with minimal reports of side effects. And then we have a report from last year, which is the first randomized double-blind placebo-controlled trial that came out of Israel. And they compared placebo with a 20-to-1 CBD whole plant, remember all the compounds from the plant, versus a purified 20-to-1. And this is what they found. Is right here you can see the placebo, oh, wrong thing, sorry, hang on. Placebo here, and this is the participants with a positive response. So 21% with placebo, and then the pure cannabinoids 38%, and then with the whole plant extract almost 50%, and this was statistically significant between placebo and whole plant, but not with the pure. And again, I don't know why we have to break the plant down to 2 products when the plant, Mother Nature gives us the whole plant. I don't know why we have to change that. And what they saw was all very significant findings. Improved behavior, improved BMI. So interesting, the kids that had higher BMIs over the course of using cannabis, they kind of normalized their BMI. Improved social responsiveness, and interesting, the severity of symptoms and the use of other medications was not associated with response. And I do have to tell you that when patients come to me that are new, I have no idea if they're going to be a responder or not. It's very difficult to predict. Some patients come in and I think, oh, this will be easy, no problem, and they're the most difficult to treat. And then other patients come in, I think, oh, no way is cannabis going to help this child. And then that lo and behold, they're one of the best responders. So I don't try to prognosticate anymore. I just say, you have an endocannabinoid system, let's try. And so certainly in autism, it's worth a try. And now I'm just going to speak about my research. So we published 2 papers in the last 6 months, cannabis responsive biomarkers. So there's something called pharmacometabolomics, which I had never heard of and had to be explained to me about 14 times before I understood it. But basically what it is you collect metabolites, the chemicals in your body that reflect chemical pathways. And you can collect saliva, urine, blood, even tissue, and measure specific chemicals and quantitate them, and to go back and look at what's the pathway, why are they high, why are they low, what is going on in the chemical pathway that leads to this metabolite. So we took 15 patients, 5 minutes, perfect. We took 15 patients. Oh, by the way, I'm working with this company called Camphormatics, but the reason I want to bring that up is because they had already identified what's called cannabis-responsive biomarkers. And so these are some metabolites that they found in a healthy population, but also in other populations, so adults with anxiety or adults with pain, that responded to cannabis by collecting the saliva before they took their medical cannabis, and then they collected saliva after to see where did those biomarkers move, what was the change in those biomarkers. So we have some biomarkers that they've trademarked with looking at neuronal dysfunction, pain, aggression, and inflammation. And so what we did was we took 15 patients that were using medical cannabis already. These are all children with autism. None of them had epilepsy, just to try to make it simple. And these are kids who've shown a good result on medical cannabis over at least 1 year of care. And we did a behavioral survey in the morning. Then we collected the saliva. Then the child was given their routine medical cannabis dose, and then about 90 minutes to 120 minutes after, we did the same thing, a behavioral survey, and collected their saliva. And then we had 9 children who are typically developing controls. These were healthy children with no evidence of developmental delay or autism or epilepsy. And then we looked at the pathways to measure. And then I just want to show you this. So these are the patients you can see listed over here. So A1 through A18, and their ages and their gender, and then their dosing. So some took, M is morning, N is noon, E is evening. Some took 1 dose a day, some took up to 3 doses a day. The method that they took, so you can see this is all by mouth. But remember too, so we called an edibles when they hid it in food, tinctures if the child was able to hold it in their mouth. But you can see that all of these kids have customized dosing. So here you have a child getting mostly THCA, and then here's a child not getting any THCA but getting THC, CBD, and CBN. So again, this was all customized to fit the child's needs over, I would say, at least a year of treatment, or if not more. And then here what you can see, so let me show you this. This is 3 of our older patients, all boys. This is the physiologic range, so -2 standard deviations away from the mean, which is the straight line up and down from the arrow, to +2 standard deviations. This is where the children without autism fell in terms of their biomarkers. And as you can see, so this patient here, these are all their biomarkers that fall completely out of whack, same thing here and here. And this is before they took their medical cannabis dose. And then after the medical cannabis dose, you can see this incredible impact of medical cannabis. And this is the first objective data we have to show that it's not just the parents saying, yes, my child is improving, but this is actual objective data showing us that these all these biomarkers are correcting. And what we can say is they're shifting towards the physiologic mean, shifting towards where most of us live. This is very preliminary. It's a small group. It's only 15 patients. But we tested over like 600 different metabolites, and this is statistically significant. And here's another one. So you can see here to the left, this is the pre, and this is just a different kind of graph here. So let me show you. Each one of these, A1 is a patient across, you can see, so going across, you can see. This is on from the second paper where we looked at just lipid-based metabolites, and you heard Dr. MECHOULAM this morning speaking about all the various fatty acids or parts of the endocannabinoid system that are fatty-based or fatty acid-based compounds. And as you can see, again, what we found was improvements, really some spectacular results here. And so what we saw was that medical cannabis treatment optimized the level of these various biomarkers in 94% of children. And what we're very excited is that we're going to be working with another group that has a huge number of patients that we can do this on to help give us more robust data to see if this is really what the findings are. And so we also have scheduled a study on neuropathy, which is nerve-based pain, because we can measure biomarkers for pain so that we can document. And remember, right now we really don't have any way to measure success, and people want to see, they don't want to just hear, oh, my child is better. We want to see results, and I think that's a big way to get this more accepted into the medical community and to get other physicians accepting this. And then just, I think, one more slide. So this is Gavin. Gavin's in my book. I've been given permission to speak about him. He's showing you his Student of the Month award. Gavin is my longest patient. So I'll just talk about long-term risks, and then I'll be done. So CBD does not affect brain structure in patients with epilepsy. That just came out a couple years ago. And then long-term CBD exposure in rats shows no effects on behavior. Everybody asks me all the time, well, what about long-term effects? And I always say, what's the long-term effect of a benzodiazepine on a child's brain? What's the long-term effect of an atypical antipsychotic on a child's brain? So remember, we have to ask not of just cannabis. It seems that cannabis is held to this double standard. We have to prove beyond and above that it's the safest medicine on earth. Well, under medical supervision, it's quite safe, but at the same time, do no harm. So we don't have really any long-term data to look at this, but again, when you're looking at, and Dr. Hart was talking about this morning, the psychosis, and everybody wants to focus on that. It's really a non-issue, except in people overdoing what I would say problematic THC use. That's where the studies are, and people want to compare that to medical use, and you can't. You just can't compare them, because these are patients with underlying endocannabinoid system dysfunction who are showing us, especially when you're being followed by a physician, I'm watching them. If something goes wrong, I'm changing the program. We don't leave them on high-dose THC for years, right? Certainly wouldn't be doing that. So every child gets a benefit-risk assessment, and then I just want to share with you, so he's been under my care 9 years, and this is a child who was terrorizing his family with his behavior, with his seizures. The side effects of the medication he was on were terrible. He was 4 years old and not speaking. He's been on high-dose CBD, THC, and THCA for epilepsy, autism, He has cyclical vomiting syndrome. He has acid reflux. He also has some undetermined genetic abnormality. And this is what we've witnessed, is progressing well developmentally and cognitively. He's learned to speak, read, do math, and write while on cannabis. So don't tell me it damages your brain. Good focus and behavior at school and able to participate fully in his life. And I'll quote his mom, at school, he's an angel and everybody loves him. At home, he's a little bit of a devil, but he's having school success. And he was, you know, I shudder to think where he would be if he was on his 14th seizure medication and antipsychotics for epilepsy. So he is certainly one of my favorite success stories. And there's just some of my patients. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. BONNI. And now it's open for question and answers. If you raise your hand, we will find a way to, there you have, in the back. Please be brief. Again, I have to repeat this all the time. And don't get me wrong if I have to cut if you're speaking too much, so that everyone has the chance. Go ahead.
Quick question. Do you find that there's overlap on the whole plant versus the pure cannabinoid?
Overlap in terms of benefits for seizures?
That's right, yeah.
Yes, I think that, and I often, as I mentioned, combine them just so we can get the benefits of both, being able to go high dose with some support from the insurance company and then include some of the plant. But yeah, I think there is definitely overlap.
And is that normally like a 90-10 split? Like 90 on the...
So most of my patients will do either 50-50 or 75% pure because of the expense. And usually these are in the patients that require very high dosing.
Thank you. Great, thank you.
Excuse me. Any other question? Yes, there you are. I'm sorry.
If there is a need to give CBD with food, is it better to give it a cold food, or is it the same with cold food?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
If we have need to give CBD with food.
Oh, with food.
Yes. It's better to give it with cold food, or it's the same.
So what I recommend,
hot food.
right? I recommend with like avocado, nut butter, eggs, yogurt, full-fat yogurt. Anything that is high-fat content has been shown to enhance absorption.
Okay. And another question: if we have need to give it by gastric button, is it expectable that the doses can be higher than by?
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
You have to speak a little bit louder. It's really hard to understand here.
If we have need to give CBD by gastric button.
Oh, by the tube, yeah.
Yes. Is it expected that the doses can be higher than?
That's such a great question. So I have noticed that if you give it through the G tube or through a feeding tube, it appears that you probably have to dial up a little bit. But remember, it's very hard to compare because usually a patient's on one or the other, so it's not always easy. But I do have families that do both. They'll give one dose by mouth, and then the nighttime dose they'll give through the tube. I usually recommend through the tube to chase it with some olive oil or some coconut oil, MCT oil, so that, again, you're enhancing the fat.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Another question here in the front.
Hi, Dr. Goldstein. I wanted to ask if you have any experience with patients that have Down syndrome. That's my first question. And the second question is, if what you're prescribing is things that you can get from a dispensary in California, or is it an MD version?
Right, so great question. So I do have experience with Down syndrome, usually treating epilepsy or severe behaviors. And just like everybody else, there is an individual response, but I've seen some good results, yes. And then in terms, it's such a great question to ask about hemp versus dispensary. So in the United States, well, and in California, it used to be before, so remember, California was considered Wild West from 1996 to 2018, no regulations. So imagine what went on. It was buyer beware. I mean, you could get some really good medicine or you could get something that was really out there. I had a patient, can I just tell a quick story? Do I have time? I had a guy come into my practice, this is when I was still seeing adults, and his 84-year-old mother, when he was so worried about her pain that he bought her a 1,000 milligram brownie, 1,000 milligrams of THC. And she flipped out for like 3 days. And when he came in, on the wrapper it says incomparable potency. I said, she's 84 years old, what are you thinking, right? So it was crazy Wild West. Now we're regulated. They will not sell any hemp-based products in a dispensary. The regulation is very tight in California. It's medical cannabis only, meaning you have to be licensed, and it has to be double tested, so it gets tested by the manufacturer and labeled, then it goes to a distribution center where it gets tested again by a third party. And then if it fails, it goes back, and if it passes, it goes forward. So the labeling is very important. So now in a dispensary, so it went from getting whatever, now you have pretty good reliability. It's less than 10% variation from what it's labeled. In terms of hemp products, so if it has less than 0.3% THC by weight, arbitrary levels, but that's what they came up with years ago. If it's less than 0.3% THC by weight, you can buy it on the hemp market. The hemp market is still unregulated in the United States, and so it's still buyer beware. But what I have done over the years that I've been doing this, now 14 years, is when products came out 14 years ago, I would buy them and get them tested at a lab. So over the years, I've tested, so I can see who's consistent in the hemp, what's a product that's safe for a child to use as medicine. Because remember, if you get something's working and you go buy for the next month and it's different, that's not medicine, is it? It's changed. So the standardization is very difficult with cannabis, but there are companies that are doing it, and those are the companies that we use.
I just got Shalom, Bonnie. Just a quick question. Yeah, as a pediatrician who's been obviously having mounting empirical evidence about efficacy of CBD therapy versus, big pharma drugs, and seeing this evidence that basically big pharma is turning our children into an army of, sedated, addicts to their drugs. Are you not infuriated? And also, is there any sort of groups advocating for legislation, fast-tracking this into the public opinion? Because what's the point of turning a child into an addict and a zombie and a sedated person? And that's a lifelong disability.
Well, I agree
for
with
greed,
you.
For greed
of course, of course I agree with you. I've been very clear about how I look at this. I'm not anti-pharma. I have patients who do combination. I'm anti-pharma when somebody slaps somebody on a drug. The child, look, I had a patient come in on 7 seizure medications, still having 10 seizures a day. What is the point? And there's no evidence to support 7 anti-seizure medicines. There's really no evidence to support more than 1 or 2 at a time. So again, it's this idea that we're holding cannabis has to we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it is completely safe and so on, but yet we're not holding any other drugs to that same standard. That's where I have the problem. And so the way I look at it, though, is that I'm still hearing from parents that their doctor's saying CBD is last resort. You have to try the first 12 anticonvulsants. And at that point, I say that doctor's not necessarily looking at the evidence, right, and is not being open to what the literature is. All of the data that I just showed you is just from the last few years. And there's this horrific statistic out there that most physicians in practice take 17 years for the data in the scientific literature to get to them. Think about that. So we're fighting that. And so that's why I come and speak, and that's why it's important for everybody here to be educated on this and then to share with everybody else, because the only way we're going to get around this is with education.
Thank you. We have time for one last question. Yes, just
sorry, I was just stopped you before you left the stage. Just adding to the question that was raised, where you talked about dispensaries against medicinal. Do we run a risk by having an adult use market that might cannibalize the medicinal market? I'm not saying that there shouldn't be an adult use market, but I'm talking about the self-medication point, rather than coming to a practitioner like you that can assess, and you've added to the point where you took away products and tested it and made sure that it was what it said on the tin sort of thing. But do we run a risk with the adult use narrative cannibalizing the medicinal use? What's your thoughts on that?
So my thought is it should be separated. There should be a medical cannabis dispensary. There should be an adult use where patients can, or users can go and purchase. In California, a recent survey showed that 60% of people going into dispensaries are using it medically. And who are they getting advice from? From somebody standing behind the counter who, you know, everybody's very lovely in this industry. I have to tell you, I've met some of the kindest, most altruistic people in the world. But the guy behind the counter was selling auto parts last week, and now he's working at the dispensary. He's not qualified to talk to an 85-year-old who has anxiety and sleep disorder. He should not be advising, and that is where I see problems. Because what's happening is patients are not talking to doctors anymore. They're going in and just, oh, you know, you can just go buy it. So they go buy it, they have a terrible experience at home, and then they don't even want to go back. And now we've lost that person, and they go back on pills or so on. So to me, it should be separated. In California, it is not. It is all for one. So, and some dispensaries are medical only, some are adult use only, and some have both licensing. But in general, if you're over 21, you can buy what you want in California. So.
Thank you so much. Another applause, please, for Dr. GOLDSTEIN. DANI Gordon is a Canadian double-board certified medical doctor and published researcher who lives in London, UK. Since 2012, she has held American board certification in integrative and holistic medicine, the world's leading evidence-based natural medicine body, and in 2017, she became US board certified mainstream medical specialty. She had an integrative cannabis medicine referral-based practice in Canada, where she specializes in the treatment of complex chronic conditions, including anxiety, fibromyalgia, depression, insomnia, and chronic pain. DANI will lead us through a short overview of how cannabinoids work in the brain and body. Please welcome Dr. DANI Gordon.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you. And one small correction, I am from Canada, and I practiced there for many years, but now for the last 3 years, I've been based in the UK, London, so now my practice has taken me across the pond, where cannabis medicines are quite a lot newer, and that's where my current practice is. So I'm going to walk you through some basics first. Do we have any medical doctors in the audience who are prescribing or would like to prescribe or are interested in medical cannabis, potentially in their practices? Any hands? Okay, I see a few. So what I'm going to share with you is some basics if you have not started prescribing or you're thinking about it. And it's going to seem very black and white. And of course, as we've heard from our lovely presenters already, this is not a black and white area. There's a lot of nuance, but I'm going to try to make it as simple as I can so people feel that they can get started, clinicians can get started. And if you're not a clinician, that you feel like you can have a base understanding, because I think it's really important to have the base understanding so we can dig a little bit deeper. So I'll just glaze over these very briefly, but cannabis, as we all know, preaching to the converted here, it is not a new medication, it's not a new substance. We've been using it for thousands of years in many different cultures for many different purposes, including medicinal use, spiritual use, for chronic disease management. And the use of botanical medicines, I'm a conventionally trained medical doctor, but I am also an integrated medicine doctor. So I give people drugs when I need to. I give people cannabinoids, and I give people botanicals, and I teach them how to do things like meditate. So botanical medicines are also not new. And despite what many people think in Western medicine, most of your patients are probably using some type of botanical medicine, and they're just not telling you about it. So cannabis is a drug. It can be a drug. It can be a medicine. It can also be a botanical medicine. And most of our patients, at least half of them, are using some form of botanical. This is, they're lower cost for patients. It's often more available than a Western medicine in many parts of the world. So it's just good to frame it in this way. Cannabis is quite unique. However, I was using botanicals alongside drugs in my practice for years before I officially added cannabis. And that was due to a lot of the misinformation, stigma that we heard about from Professor HART earlier. And, you know, the reality is this: cannabis can be used in such a wide variety of conditions and situations. You can apply it to the skin, you can ingest it, you can inhale it, you can even use it rectally, vaginally, you can use it to affect so many different systems. And it's also, of course, a health supplement in the unregulated markets. And this is important because cannabis is actually a wonderful medication and substance for the treatment of many complex chronic conditions. So in my medical practice, it is very rare that I cure anything. This is chronic disease management. My patients have come to me with what they would say is a shopping list of diagnoses, medications. It's very, very long usually. They're often overlapping symptom clusters. It's called transdiagnostic clusters, which means they have a bunch of diagnoses and the symptoms all cross over each other. That leads to what we call problematic polypharmacy, which is a very fancy word for saying lots of medications lumped on top of them, one for each symptom, lots of side effects, add some more medications, and then it's just big glob at the end, and patients and their physicians no longer really know what is doing what. And this costs a lot of money, chronic disease management. So, you know, I also completely advocate for the use of cannabis-based medicines in patients because it's a cost-saving measure for the healthcare system. These medications are certainly sometimes, you know, more expensive than they should be, especially in the UK, but the costs will come down. And they're just really good at treating a lot of these chronic conditions that are completely expensive. They cost billions of dollars. They're poorly treated. And we have a plant sitting in front of us that can help us tackle these epidemics. Even obesity, people think cannabis is going to make them, you know, have the munchies and become obese. But in my practice, I have found that actually many patients, when I put them on medical cannabis, they actually lose weight. Now, I can't say for sure that that's because of the cannabinoids, although in animal models, we certainly know that CBD has some early preclinical evidence with helping with blood sugar control. So there's probably is a cannabinoid-specific mechanism, but also, when you give patients cannabis-based medicines and you get rid of the polypharmacy or you reduce it and they get better, they start exercising more because they have less pain. They can go outside again because they don't have such bad anxiety. And then they start doing the other things that make their weight control, their pre-diabetes control, their diabetes controls better. Okay, so that's from a cost perspective. We've heard about the endocannabinoid system. I like this mnemonic: eat, sleep, relax, protect, forget. And just as Dr. Goldstein has very well pointed out, the brain, the immune system, in the gut, this is where the cannabinoid, the endocannabinoid system is concentrated. And all of my complex chronic disease patients, they have a lot of symptoms in these systems that are often not put together by a lot of my Western medicine colleagues. And it's probably because there's an endocannabinoid component. I'm just going to go through these. So there's so many more cannabinoids in this, but what I'm going to focus on first, just for the basics, is how we prescribe clinically right now. This is probably going to change in the future. It's already changed since, you know, Bonnie and I started prescribing. But just a few little points of interest, really. The first one is this whole cannabis sativa versus indica debate. When we prescribe medical cannabis products, they're often still labeled as an indica or a sativa. And even though that's technically inaccurate, these are all different chemovars. There's really no kind of sativas or indicas purely anymore. There might be a few. Everyone's kind of married their cousins in the cannabis genetics world, so everyone's a hybrid. However, it's still useful as a baseline for clinicians, because if it's labeled as an indica and it's a reputable company, you would hope that they've tested it to say that this is more of a nighttime, a more kind of sedating product, versus a sativa labeled product is a more daytime product. That being said, thankfully we're moving towards the chemovar classification, which is actually what is the minor cannabinoid, the terpenoid profile of that strain, which is much more scientific. And we're going to be able to get more and more data, real world data, as time moves on. However, all that being said, I still have some patients where you put them on what you think is going to be the best starting product for them based on the availability in the market. And they respond, you know, in a way you wouldn't expect. So, you know, you give them a indica labeled THC oil and for their sleep and their nighttime pain, and it makes them more wakeful. You switch products, and generally you can find a product that works for them. That's a really nice thing about this group of medicines, because it's a group of medicines. This is not a single medicine. And this is something I do a lot of teaching for doctors. And this is one of the concepts. It's really hard for us as Western medicine doctors to wrap our heads around. Because I was already trained in botanical medicine as well, this is a little bit easier for me to understand, but it's still difficult because doctors say, well, what's the active ingredient? I just need to dose it based on that one thing. What is the dose, the starting dose? I make it the same for everyone. Cannabis doesn't work that way. You really have to use the art of medicine with these products, and you have to partner with your patient. So this is just a very busy slide, but it's just showing an example of some of the non-psychomimetic, the non-intoxicating minor cannabinoids in the plant that have a lot of biological activity. We don't have big studies on a lot of these things yet. But clinically, we see some interesting things. And, you know, as Dr. Goldstein pointed out, she was seeing trends in her clinical work far before the research came out. And I had the same experience with adults. I only prescribe for adults, although I'm a huge advocate for pediatric use. So it really mirrors, though, in the adult population, what Dr. Goldstein has already shared. So most of you probably already know a lot of these things, but CBD is the base of cannabinoid therapy for most medical cannabis patients. There are exceptions to this, but if you are a new clinician starting out, you're usually going to use a 20-to-1, a 30-to-1 CBD THC oil, full spectrum oil. I use full spectrum products. And it has, you know, a lot of different effects. And when people, mostly doctors, regulators, I do some regulatory work with the government as well, they say, well, how does CBD possibly help with all these things? It must be a snake oil. Well, you know, if you look at the endocannabinoid system, you look at all the organ distribution and you look at what it does, and there's lots of things we don't even know that it does yet because it's not binding to the CB1 or CB2 receptor strongly. It does this kind of regulating effect. CBD has like a modulating, a balancing effect on the endocannabinoid system as well. That's how it can do so many different things. So it does have a scientific reason behind all these various effects that it has. Now, coming from the botanical medicine world, we have these things called adaptogens. Western medicine kind of laughs at this and says that's just a bunch of rubbish. But, you know, adaptogens in botanical medicine are plants that have been used for thousands of years in different traditions that have been shown to help with chronic stress-related conditions. And how it probably does that is it modulates the immune system and the HPA axis on some level, potentially working with the cortisol axis, the stress response axis, and some other activity, which we don't totally know how it works. But CBD is actually, it functions like an adaptogen too. So oftentimes I will use a high CBD oil, and I'll use it alongside some other adaptogen herbs too for stress-related chronic illness. And it seems to really help. THC, it's the most divisive ingredient, you know, cannabinoid, because it is psychomimetic. I like the word psychomimetic, although it's a tongue twister, rather than psychoactive, because psychomimetic means it can cause intoxication or an altered state, versus CBD is psychoactive, meaning it is active in the brain, but it does not cause altered states, you know, or intoxication, as you will. THC is very useful. So, you know, when I have patients who come to me with functional digestive disorders, I have a lot of these people in my practice, they might be trying a hemp-based CBD product already, have heard it's good for them, not really working. They have a lot of spasm in their gut. THC is an antispasmodic. You add a bit of THC in, and they get a better result. THC can be used in small doses, as we've heard from Dr. Goldstein, in epileptic disorders, chronic pain. It's really essential. Again, a lot of patients that see me have already tried hemp CBD oil for chronic pain, and then they go away thinking cannabis doesn't work. But actually, it's because they need a little bit of THC. And the amount of THC that people need really depends on the person, their endocannabinoid system, and what other medications they're on. I find patients on opioids often need more THC, especially when we're doing this cross taper. We want to wean them down off the opioid patches. We want to wean them slowly up on the cannabis. And if you just do that with CBD alone, it just doesn't work. What else do I want to say about that? I think that's it. Appetite stimulant. So I do have patients who, a lot of my patients have metabolic syndrome. A lot of chronic disease patients suffer from metabolic syndrome, which is kind of a pre-diabetes subset, altered blood sugar, metabolism, that sort of thing. And one of the reasons is probably due to inflammatory markers kind of circulating and floating around and causing some of these metabolic problems. Now, they're really concerned, and I'm concerned, of course, especially when I first started out, that they're going to get the munchies and gain weight from cannabis, from THC. THC can cause appetite stimulation, but what we find clinically is when you use the right ratio of cannabinoids, meaning you add a lot more CBD than THC, you change the strain, you change the chemovar, there's some minor cannabinoids that are appetite suppressing, you can generally find something that does not cause appetite stimulation. So I'm always asking my patients about this in case we need to switch products, but generally it is something we can avoid with the right recipe. All I'm going to say about terpenes in the interest of time is that they do appear to cross the blood-brain barrier, which is really interesting. So I treat a lot of neuropsychiatric symptom clusters. What does that mean? So patients with chronic fatigue syndrome and ME, long COVID more recently, patients with anxiety and depression and gut symptoms where their gut symptoms may be contributing to their mental health symptoms and vice versa. It's like this bidirectional gut-brain axis. And involved in this process may be this idea that sometimes in these patients, we might get a leaky blood-brain barrier happening, and these immune cells in the brain called the microglia get more activated and when they shouldn't be and cause problems. So anything that crosses the blood-brain barrier from the cannabis plant is really interesting. What is that doing? We don't exactly know yet for each individual terpene, but what we do know is when we use whole plant extracts with the entourage effect that you've already heard about, patients get a better response at a lower dose, which means less side effects, less costly, and happier patients. CBG has been most well known so far for its, preliminary promising research using alongside together with conventional chemotherapy agents in glioblastoma, which is a very aggressive form of brain cancer. But now we're learning more and more that it has other properties too, probably some anti-anxiety properties, but we don't have really big studies yet. I haven't used purified CBG in my practice because it hasn't been an available product. But of course, it's a minor constituent in a lot of the strains we use. And THCV, has an appetite suppressant quality. So back to that whole THC munchies issue. This is really interesting. So CBN is a breakdown product of THC, and very early on, I started to notice from my patients, it's amazing what happens when you listen to your patients. And in integrated medicine, we generally have longer appointments. It's a more collaborative approach. And I had patients who kept saying to me that they would reuse the old cannabis in their chamber from their vaporizer, and they would actually like it better than putting a new cannabis lot in. And they found that it was they were less likely to have THC-associated side effects, but still get control with their pain, and they found it calming. So that was before any of the CBN research came out. So it's probably because it had more CBN, because when you but when you heat in a vaporizer without burning it, ideally, the plant material, you turn a lot of the THC into CBN. There are pharmacological cannabinoids that have been isolated. Some are synthetic, some are natural. I generally don't really use them in my practice, except in cases, again, this has mostly been back in Canada. Now in the UK, I'm using full plant. Because no one can get Epidiolex covered anyways, really. But in Canada, there's a few patients who could get Epidiolex covered. So same thing, they would use Epidiolex as a base for their CBD, and then we would add artisanal products in lower amounts as they could afford it. Generally, I just don't find they work as well as full spectrum products. So that's that. There's lots of different delivery mechanisms for cannabinoids. Medicinally, of course, we don't want to smoke it because when you smoke things, you burn the hydrocarbons in the plant, you cause inflammation, you cause byproducts that are not good, free radical formation, all that kind of stuff. So you want to vaporize it, and then we can give it to them by mouth and an oil, which you hold under the tongue, you take with a fat, as Dr. Goldstein's pointed out. Sublingual and topical, rectal, vaginal. I've treated small numbers of patients, but patients with chronic prostatitis, interstitial cystitis, who have been refractory to other treatments with these more localized forms of cannabis. And there's not commercial products. So it's very picky, unfortunately. You have to capsulize their oil, and they have to do this themselves. But in the future, we're going to have these products available. It's going to happen. I'm going to skip this. I'm talking about cannabis. Actually, we'll talk about that. It's kind of interesting. So some people might have seen this cannabis tea idea. So what happens when you put cannabis flower, cannabis, let's say, containing high THC, for example, in a tea? I do this sometimes with my cancer patients because when we are putting someone through chemotherapy and we want to give them control with their nausea and vomiting and their anxiety with a cannabinoid, oftentimes they don't want to take an oil. It already kind of upsets their stomach and they're feeling quite nauseous already. And a lot of my cancer patients don't want to inhale anything. They have an association with smoking, even though vaporizing is different. A lot of my patients are older who are in the cancer population. So sometimes you can get them to put it in a tea. And some research from Arno Hazekamp in the Netherlands has found that you get actually more THCA because THCA is more water soluble than THC. Cannabinoids are very water hating in general. So I find when I do this with my cancer patients, maybe it's a small amount of THC relative to THCA, we don't know, but they seem to get some good effects. I haven't done it in a huge amount of patients, but the ones I have get good effects from their cannabinoid therapy in an acceptable format for them. Without THC side effects. So it's just another way you can use it. There's just so many options. CBD isolate, I'm going to skip over this. I don't use it in my practice, but it's in a lot of over-the-counter supplements, cosmetics, etc. Okay, this is where we want to get to. So all of these conditions you see here are things that I have treated with cannabinoids clinically. No, I do not cure these conditions with cannabinoids. I want to be very clear. But these are patients who have come to me with really treatment-resistant symptoms. And just like Dr. Goldstein has said, I do not believe this should be a last resort medication, especially in the UK, where I do a lot of policy work, a lot of mentoring work, as well as my clinical work. We are quite limited by how we can prescribe these medications. I mean, it's quite ridiculous. You have to have tried basically everything before you can prescribe. But there are ways around it. There's some wiggle room in there. Luckily, for example, I count CBT in psychotherapy as a medication trial because that is something that has proven efficacy for depression and anxiety. So if they've done that and they've tried an SSRI, then we feel that there is a case to be made for trying a cannabinoid. But eventually, hopefully, patients will be able to decide, no, I don't want to try an SSRI. I would like to try a low THC, high CBD cannabinoid medicine first. And I really believe that with informed consent, that they should be able to do that. What else do I want to say about this? The results can take some time. So patients have to be patient. And you have to tell your patients this. A lot of physicians, when they first start prescribing medical cannabis, and a lot of the mentorship that I do is about starting low, going slow, but giving it time to work, because the endocannabinoid system, as Bonnie's pointed out, it takes time to adapt and to change, and we don't want to ramp things up too quickly, because then you can potentially get more side effects if you're using higher THC, and you're just ramping up the cost for this patient. But you have to let the patient know, because otherwise they can get impatient and they think, oh, it just didn't work for me. So I have had patients where we have gone slow because a lot of them have been on a restricted budget. It's taken them 6 months to get the effect that they were looking for. And these are symptoms more in the neuropsychiatric bin versus, pain and sleep. If you get the right dose of THC in the right strain, the right product, you get the result in, days normally. What else do I want to say about this? reducing the pill burden. It's just such an important thing to do for our patients. The pill burden is so high for some of these chronic disease patients. And it's not uncommon for me to see patients who have been put on medications that have not been reassessed properly for years, because one doctor started this, then another doctor started this, then the third doctor didn't want to discontinue what the second doctor prescribed because they were afraid that, you know, I don't know what they were afraid of, but they just didn't. So I end up with these patients who they really need like a whole medication review as well as looking at their cannabinoids. This is a common cluster of symptoms that I see in my patients, and it may be related to an endocannabinoid deficiency syndrome. There's some preliminary evidence. I think the work that BONNI is doing is amazing with the metabolomics, pharmacometabolomics work, because this is what we need to kind of tease all this apart. But interestingly, a lot of the patients that I first had, my first patients with cannabis, had some of these clusters. Because I do integrative medicine, I attract patients who have things that are poorly treated by Western medicine, and they're often dismissed. I've had many fibromyalgia patients, not so many in recent years, but when I first started 10 years ago, told that fibromyalgia didn't exist. It was all in their head, just, really unhelpful things, really unscientifically correct things. But when you put them on cannabis, all of these symptoms get better. It's really, really cool, because often they're on a triptan and an opioid for their migraines. And then they're using more and more triptans over time. Then they get triptan overuse headaches. And then they have fibromyalgia pain. And then they're on an opioid for that, and they're on a gabapentoid. Oh, and then they're on a sleeping medication, and they're feeling hungover from that. Oh, and then they're IBS. Let's put them on an SSRI. Let's see if that works. And, oh, what else can we try? So it just becomes this whole storm, again, of medications that are not really that effective. And I am not anti-medication. I'm standing up here, having to take antibiotics myself today for a UTI. So thank God we have them. But it's better when we can minimize their use when they're causing more problems than they're solving in the context of chronic disease. And this is it's a fairly old study now, but it's still really a good one to point out that what patients are saying about their medical cannabis and fibromyalgia. So this is a study of the approved pharmaceuticals versus cannabinoids in patients with fibromyalgia and how well they think that their medications were working for them. And as you can see, cannabis is coming out on top versus the first line options for fibromyalgia, which are, to be quite frank, quite poor. Okay, so these are some really simple slides. It's more complicated than this, but I just want you to have some really simple take-homes. One of the most common prescribing mistakes I see in psychiatry with cannabinoids, and I do a lot of prescribing in psychiatry with anxiety disorders, is using a balanced product, so 50-50 CBD and THC from the get-go with patients with anxiety disorder. Sometimes it works all right, but over time, sometimes the biphasic effect of THC, they get over the amount that, because THC builds up in the body over time, they get past the amount where THC is helping their anxiety, and then it starts to actually make their anxiety worse. They get rebound anxiety, and it can be hard to tease apart. So the message here is, with patients with anxiety, you want to start with very low THC, a 20-to-1. CBD to THC usually works best, and really considering that when you're doing the treatment protocols. So there's no direct RCT evidence that cannabis directly treats depression. However, there's emerging real-world evidence from the drug science group, David Nutt's Imperial College group, that I sit on their advisory board for in the UK, that it does help with depression in the evidence that's being collected currently from patients who are using medical cannabis in the UK. I have seen the same thing in my practice for many years. So it's not an instant cure for depression, but it can help. It can help with the anxiety. It can help with the sleep dysfunction. Even a small amount of vaporized cannabis can help lift the mood and the energy levels in people who really have a lot of fatigue with their depression. And depression, from an integrated medicine perspective, it is really a final common endpoint. There's many different types of depression. This is starting to play out in the research. There's some evidence now to show that some types of depression may be really inflammatory based. And we know that cannabinoids are anti-inflammatory. We know that there's, a role for microglia in the brain with depression. And we also have the emerging world of therapeutic psychedelics, which is very effective for treatment-resistant depression. So oftentimes combining ketamine, which is the only one we can currently use, or a therapeutic psychedelic, hopefully we'll have access to more soon, clinically, with a cannabinoid can be life-changing for someone with treatment-resistant depression. So it's coming. Important thing about CBD, we see a lot of CBD advertisements in the UK and in North America still that just take all the CBD right before bedtime and it's going to just knock you out, just like a sleeping pill. Unfortunately, for most people, it doesn't work that way. In fact, if you take a huge load of CBD right before bedtime, it can increase the wakefulness centers in the brain in at least a significant percentage of people. And this is another thing I found clinically before it was ever talked about in the research. So what you can use high CBD products for, even hemp CBD products for, if you're advising your patients on consumer products, is to help with the stress response. So in integrated medicine, we talk a lot about the stress response and the cortisol response, and your cortisol, your stress hormone should peak in the early morning. It should be nice and low in the evening. But when you have chronic stress burden and reversal of those sleep-wakes, the circadian cycles, your cortisol peaks in the evening. So you feel tired but wired. Most of my patients are tired but wired when they come to see me. And it's just really confusing because they're so exhausted, but they can't get to sleep. So using CBD throughout the day to lower the cortisol response can be an effective strategy. I also combine this with sleep-wake cycle retraining, with a mindfulness-based meditation, with relaxation practices, with other botanicals. And it can be very useful in that way. Another thing to mention, a lot of my patients have found over the years that their sex life improves when they go on medical cannabis, and they usually, a lot of them tell me about it, and they're very excited to report that it's really helped with their libido or other elements of their sex life. And what the message is really is a little bit of THC can help with libido, but too much THC is generally not good. So a little bit can go a long way, starting with high CBD products. And, I'm not prescribing it for this, but a lot of my patients with chronic pain, if you actually ask them about, how is your sex life? How is it? They say, oh, well, no one's ever asked me, but it's bad because they're in pain all the time and they don't have a libido. So it's a really important human function, and cannabis tends to improve it. Okay. I've already talked about the CBD and stress response. There's some preliminary evidence that it works in some of the brain stress response networks, CBD. And okay, this is one of my favorites. So this is very close to my heart. I have people in my own family who suffer from chronic fatigue and ME. We now know that there's probably quite a big mitochondrial dysfunction component to ME and chronic fatigue. And this is different than mitochondrial disorders, which Bonnie talked about earlier, but it's related. So mitochondrial disorders are a clear genetic condition where the mitochondria just don't work really at all in a certain way, versus mitochondrial dysfunction is more of a spectrum of mitochondrial problem. In patients with a lot of this chronic fatigue, illness spectrum, long COVID is probably in there as well. I've just worked on a paper that's coming out soon about this. And with chronic fatigue patients, cannabinoids tend to really be helpful for them, but you have to find the right product and you have to go very, very slowly with them because they are very sensitive to anything you give them, especially THC. So I do use THC and sometimes they need it, especially in the nighttime, but it's very, very ultra slow titrations for these patients. And sometimes once we get them used to THC in an oil form, a very low dose, then sometimes I'll use a little bit of vaporized cannabis in an uplifting strain to get them going in the morning. Most of my chronic fatigue patients who are quite severe, it takes them 3 hours to get ready in the morning. So I'm talking about from the time they get the time they wake up, their eyes open, they're in bed, to the time that they're able to go out to do a grocery shop. Most of them can't really work in the same way. So 3 hours. So one of the clinical endpoints I look at is how long is it taking them to get going in the morning? And we can usually get it down to under an hour. And that still sounds like a long time, but for someone with chronic fatigue, that is life-changing. You've just given them back their morning, basically. And there's no good drugs for treating ME and chronic fatigue, as we know. Oh, and I should also say I use things like LDN, low-dose naltrexone, alongside cannabinoids with some of these things. It doesn't always work, but it's always something good to try. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Here we go. Okay. Now, you can't hold me to this, but everyone always wants this slide. So this is a very general starting dosage range. Some patients are much higher than this because they've already tried something like an over-the-counter hemp CBD, so we know what they're responding to. They're already on black market cannabis, which they may not know. We may have to send it to a lab and see how much is in their Rick Simpson oil and then work backward from there. So if someone's on a black market cannabis product and they're tolerating it well, I'm not going to start them on 1 milligram of THC because it's not going to do anything, and they're going to get really frustrated really quickly and go back to the black market stuff they're using before, which has who knows what in it, and that's the problem with for medical use. We want to be as scientific as possible about using this as a medication. But that being said, when you start at really small amounts of THC and you start in the evening, I tell patients to start on a weekend if they're naive, and I go slowly with the THC. I go a lot more slowly than some of my colleagues in Canada, but you know, what I tell patients is you have to be a bit more patient when you go this slow, but you get less side effects. And then when people get less side effects, they have less adverse reaction to THC, which normally if someone has an adverse reaction, it's not a big deal in that, you know, you can just stop their THC dose for 2 days, you do a washout, the symptoms go away, but it scares them, especially my patients who are older, who have never had any recreational drug use experience at all. Putting them into an altered state is very scary for them. So it undermines the doctor-patient relationship. It undermines their sense that they want to continue with cannabis. So I try to avoid that. Okay, so what do you have to do if you have a patient who has THC side effects? Some people are very, very sensitive to THC, and some people are not. The wide range is always incredible to me. I am very, very sensitive to THC. Some of my patients can have large doses of THC and be completely non-intoxicated because they're habituated, but also because their endocannabinoid system is probably slightly different. These are not people who are completely healthy. So these are the things you can do. You obviously, obvious one, reduce the dose, change the strain to a different product, and you know, add more CBD, take it earlier in the nighttime, this sort of thing. I didn't talk about THCA, which I did want to. I'll talk about it here. I have 5 more minutes. So I use basically high CBD oils as a base, but I also, like BONNI, have a few patients who cannot tolerate CBD. They can tolerate THC, but not CBD. This is so interesting to me. And these are patients with mitochondrial dysfunction, not mitochondrial disorders. So they're patients with chronic fatigue, unexplained neurological symptoms, complex regional pain syndrome. And there's only a few of them, but they can often tolerate the THCA well, because often the same people who cannot tolerate CBD, because it makes them feel worse, it actually makes their symptoms worse, they're also sensitive to the side effects of THC. So the THCA added to some THC seems to be a good alternative. And I have been pressed in the past for research. Well, what is Dr. Gordon, what is the published evidence for this? Well, it's not really there. I have to be honest with you. And I tell my patients this. I said, look, there's only anecdotal evidence for this, but THCA generally is, you know, non-psychomimetic, it's not intoxicating, we use small doses, and sometimes it makes a big difference. Okay. I don't have time to go through all this, but this is what I use it for currently. I cannot currently prescribe for tumor effect in the UK. It's really complicated in cancer. Cancer is a very complicated group of illnesses. This is not a single illness. And we have a lot that we don't know. There's some tumors that may respond negatively to high doses of CBD, high doses of THC, or both. There's some tumors that respond really positively to high doses of THC. So most of the time we just don't know. What else do I want to say? Because I know in the interest of time. Okay, I want to get to this. Generally, medical cannabis is extremely well tolerated. It's better tolerated than any of the other medications I prescribe for chronic disease management. And And as we heard from Professor Hart earlier, this whole thing about psychosis, which I'm going to get to here, there's drug-induced psychotic episodes that are single, and people never go on to have a chronic psychotic disorder like schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder. That's most of the people who have a psychotic episode from cannabis. But there are people who go on to have those conditions. Now, were they going to go on to have that condition anyways, and this just unmasked it earlier? That's probably most likely, but we don't know for sure. So in clinical practice, we also have to take it into account things like medical legal action. When I prescribe someone, I have to go in front of a jury of my peers if it goes wrong and say, Dr. Gordon, how can you justify what you have prescribed? So in general, if someone has, a history of psychosis, even if it's a single episode psychosis, if they have a first-degree relative with schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, and they're high risk, genetically, they're vulnerable. If they've had an episode of mania and they're bipolar, generally we don't prescribe THC oils, THC products. We stick to CBD. And even that would be considered very avant-garde with most conventional doctors. So I think that these CBD products are generally quite safe. There's some preliminary evidence that CBD is actually mood stabilizing. One interesting study looking at CBD as an antipsychotic. So CBD, very safe in these conditions. But you definitely wouldn't want to be prescribing someone high THC products. Specific cancer immunotherapy drugs, you want to avoid cannabis at the same time. I delay the cannabis till later, till they're finished. Pregnancy and breastfeeding, lack of research at the moment. There's a big study that just came out. Everyone was all very concerned about it, showing that there might be some metabolic abnormalities from kids who were school age whose mothers had high THC smoked cannabis use in the pregnancy. However, it was an observational study. It was not a causational effect. As we heard from Dr. Hart, same methodological problems. And I think it's probably pretty low risk, but we don't know. So I don't prescribe it in pregnancy or breastfeeding because I can't defend it medical legally. And there are some cases where I would consider it, though. However, someone who is epileptic, who's pregnant, who has failed other anti-epileptics that are safe in pregnancy. Anti-epileptics in pregnancy, safety that's a relative term anyway. So there's gray zones everywhere you look. I don't have time to go through this. There's some cardiac risk if you start a high THC cannabis product with a naive user and they have a high risk of cardiac stuff, but I use this in high cardiac risk patients. Low dose, start with THC very, very small in the beginning, slowly titrate to avoid increased cardiac work, and usually works very well. Okay, we've talked about this. There's lots going on in the UK. We're doing lots of policy work. Things are changing. There's been, I think, 20,000 patients prescribed now in the private sector in the UK. Sadly, that's in the private sector, so what we're working on is to get this publicly available as a funded medicine. The positive side effects. Most of what I see are positive side effects. This man, the drums, this was a professional musician I saw. He was disabled for many years on opioids, had no life. He came to me, we started him on medical cannabis, and he started playing professional music again and gigs, and over a video conference, he played me in his new home studio, a little mini concert. He surprised me. It was very sweet. And this gentleman on his horse is a rancher that I saw in Alberta. He was in his 70s. He loved getting on his horse and going around his ranch. He couldn't anymore because of his disabling arthritis. And we put him on very low THC, very high CBD medical cannabis, and he was able to get on his horse again. So it's really life-changing for people. It's the best quality of life medication that I have available. And I think that patients deserve to have this in their arsenal. How many? Are we on to questions? 0. We have 0. Okay. Thank you. I'll take questions.
Thank you. Right on time. I guess we have time for about 3 questions, so please raise your hand. Those of you who want to make some questions. Okay, there you are. Yeah, we don't have too much light. If we can have a little bit of light so we can see the audience. Thank you. I think it's on. You just need to put it right close to your mouth. Yeah.
Perfect. So first of all, thank you so much for the valuable information and for the work you have been doing. I just wanted to ask you, what is the impact that patients and doctors and your prescriptions have on the consistency or lack of consistency of available products in the market, and also about, again, available information or the lack of information you have about the products that are available.
So I'll speak to the UK because that's currently where I'm practicing, and we're in Europe. So in the UK, we have medical cannabis companies that have come into the market, and they have a variety of products available. The products are increasing all the time. In my clinic specifically, I'm not affiliated with any company. I'm one of the only clinics that's not in the UK, as far as I know. So I prescribe whatever product I think is best for that patient. So there are, now you're gonna ask me how many companies there are, and I'm not gonna be able to tell you off the top of my head because it's always increasing, but there's quite a few to choose from. And so they measure the CBD content, the THC content. They have to report this, they have to have it tested, they have to have it approved by the MHRA, which is our medical regulator in the UK. So it's all very reliable. And then more and more, we're pushing for these companies to have to report their minor cannabinoid profile and their terpenoid profile. You're not gonna get a terpenoid like a quantitative, because terpenoids are so small and you have to do all this fancy stuff to work out exactly how much they are, and they're so small. So you would say, oh, it's a myrcene-rich product. Myrcene is one that's really important because myrcene-rich products often make patients feel more sedated. So if I have a patient with chronic fatigue syndrome, this is actually quite common, comes to me from another clinic, they're already on a medical cannabis product, high CBD product, might be a great product, but it's high in myrcene because myrcene is the most common terpenoid. It's one of the most common chemovars, actually. Then they might be getting better anxiety control, but their fatigue is also worse. So we would look for a product that's lower in myrcene. So, yes.
Thank you. Another question? Anyone? Please raise your hand if it's the case.
Oh, hello? Oh, hi, doctor. I have plenty of questions for you. I'm here in the back.
Oh, right
Thank
there.
You. Sorry,
Yeah,
I saw you looking.
It's almost
so
impossible to know.
I apologize. So yeah, thank you for your talk. Your lecture was very informative, and I actually have many questions for you. So I hope to meet you in just a few moments and pick your brain a little bit more. So yeah, I guess just one of the things would be you initially spoke about starting doses and titrating for, you mentioned both high CBD oil and THC oil independently, but not necessarily a combination of both. And then I was also wondering about using THC, but different delivery methods to kind of help tolerate the high. So, you know, as you mentioned, vaginal or rectal applications in people who have titration issues or people who have already reached their where the biphasic effect is starting to kick in because their cannabinoids are oversaturated. So if this is something that you currently use, and then also vaginal, if you do have any, if you see a relationship with cervical and breast cancer as well, if that's an interesting delivery application for those types of treatments, because I know rectal for anything that's kind of from like the belly button down, it's a very effective way to treat, and also, you know, because of the first pass evasion, so it's helping to tolerate the high a little bit better. But yeah, through vaginal in particular, if you see a relationship for a benefit in you know, in so not just for that localized area, but also for the breast and potential other areas as well. So that's it. Thank you for your time, and I'll pick your brain a little bit more if you let me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to start with the first one, which is I spoke about the oils separately. So in most of my, well, it's a really difficult question to answer because this is not a one-size-fits-all medicine or group of medicines. However, a typical patient with, let's say, chronic pain, anxiety disorder, and sleep dysfunction will come in, and depending on the person, we may start with only a high CBD oil for daytime, and we'll dose it 2 or 3 times a day. And if they have sleep dysfunction, we'll probably start with a high THC oil, which is an indica strain or a calming chemovar, more technically accurately, about an hour before they go to sleep. There's some patients where they are really scared to start any THC products, so we'll just go with the 20-to-1 CBD product during the day first, get them used to that, and then ease their way in if they need it. I also had a patient recently, and you know, this happened many times in the past, where I thought she would need a small, very, very small dose of a high THC product at nighttime for her pain. She had Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, lots of pain, lots of neuropsychiatric symptoms, lots of anxiety, all treatment resistant. And she responded so well to just the 20-to-1 CBD oil dosed 3 times a day. And we didn't need to add, so far we haven't needed to add it, and she's 3 months in. So that was, you get surprises sometimes. Generally, I start with oral products as the base of therapy. They're the most widely available. It's the conventional way of prescribing, these kind of, especially in the UK, I have to sit down at my appraisal every year in the UK, coming up next month, and, talk to a responsible officer who has no idea what cannabis is, probably thinks, what the heck am I doing with people? And I have to, I have to explain what I do. So it has to be somewhat within the realm of, evidence-based. So inhaled products. Inhaled products are great for breakthrough pain. They're great for migraine abortion. They are good in patients with social anxiety and panic disorder. But in social anxiety and panic disorder, you got to go very high CBD flower, very low THC. Otherwise, it can all go wrong. And sometimes if they use a balanced flower, like a 50-50 with anxiety disorder, they get a good response first, but then they get a rebound anxiety, and they don't realize it's from the cannabis. And sometimes the doctor doesn't realize it's from the cannabis, so it can get quite confusing. So that's how I don't use inhaled products as the base of therapy. I'm trying to think if there's any. There's probably an exception I can find to that. Yeah, I'm sure there is. Actually, there is. I have a few exceptions to that in my practice, but generally I stick with the long-acting oral forms. The vaginal forms at least utilized because there's no commercially available product. And again, this comes down to medical legal stuff as well. And I can't look like I'm too crazy what I'm doing with patients, but I have used it in Canada, because in Canada you have a lot more leeway. I haven't been so brave here yet, but I probably will at some point. What you have to do is you have to find a jury of your peers. I have to consult with a gynecologist, see if they think this is appropriate. What you would do that for, you might do that for someone with chronic pelvic pain. Which is kind of a complex regional pain syndrome of the pelvis. It's very difficult to treat. And you might also do that in someone with interstitial cystitis, which I've done it in Canada for. It has helped. Doesn't cure them, but it's really helped. And very well tolerated. You get some systemic absorption, but it doesn't seem to intoxicate them. So you can start with a high CBD per vaginal capsule, and then you can increase this THC amount as you go, either mixing 2 products together, depending on what you have available, or now we have these 1-to-1 products. Rectal, I've used it a few more times in the vaginal route for a few patients with chronic prostatitis. I had one patient, we did it, there was no precedent, but I said, let's try it, because everything else has failed. The surgeon agreed. It was in Canada, again, more liberal than the UK, and he just got a lot better. It just really worked. So then he told someone, a friend of his that actually also had a chronic prostatitis. It just kind of spread like that. So in the end, I had a handful of patients that it all seemed to help. And then same thing, we started with high CBD, low THC, and then escalated. We don't know the optimal ratios for all these things yet, unfortunately. It's just really clinical, anecdotal evidence only.
I'm sorry, I really need to, no, don't leave, because I'm having a request. It needs to be a really brief question and brief answer.
Yes.
So let's go.
Good morning, Dr. Gordon. My name is Paul. I would like to know how cannabis react with the Limitroff disorder personality.
Sorry, with the?
Limitroff disorder personality. Borderliner disorder, Limitroff disorder.
Oh, sorry.
Limitroff or borderliner.
Borderline. Aha, yes, I will answer this. Okay, this is a great question. Oh, this is going to be hard to be brief. So borderline personality disorder is a neuropsychiatric disorder. It's very complex. It's very poorly understood. Cannabinoids it's not a cure, but certainly can help with the anxiety components. These patients have high comorbid mood disorders, as I'm sure you know if you're asking this question. You're probably a psychiatrist. Anxiety helps them engage more with therapy. So you can use it. It's not a recognized indication, but if they've tried other medications, of which there's no good medications for borderline, like DBT is the best therapy we have, I don't see why not. And they probably have gut-brain things going on with borderline, so I also put them on a ketogenic diet. That seems to help with some patients as well, and probably some neuroinflammation going on. So it's yes.
Now another applause, please. You will have time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's okay.
So thank you. We will restart at 2:30 sharp. Meanwhile, lunch is not included, as you know, but there's a lot of places around where you can walk and have a nice lunch. So see you in a couple of minutes, 2:30 sharp. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a great lunch. We're moving forward to the afternoon after an inspiring morning of the third physical edition of PTMC. And for now, Gregor Zorn is a biologist, consultant, and educator specialized in medical cannabis education, phytocannabinoid, product development, and cannabinoid therapy applications. After studying at the Biotechnical University of Ljubljana, he specialized in nutrition and became interested in the cannabinoid mechanisms of action, synergistic interactions with other constituents, and their impact on modulating the endocannabinoid system. So with us and from Slovenia, please welcome Gregor Zorn.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And of course, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. And today I'll be talking about the therapeutic potential of the so-called minor phytocannabinoids. So phytocannabinoids, what are they and how many do we have? Over 170 have been isolated from this plant that we call Cannabis sativa linnae. And this doesn't mean, of course, that each and every plant has 170 of these compounds in it. Usually there are a few in higher quantities, and most of them are very limited quantities, hence the name minor cannabinoids. Now, other constituents have also been isolated from these plants, such as terpenes and terpenoids, as well as flavonoids. But today we'll focus on these phytocannabinoids, and both the terpenoids as well as the phytocannabinoids are produced in the plant on specialized structures called trichomes, and these are present on the green parts of the plant, specifically at the highest amounts on the female inflorescences, unfertilized inflorescences of the plant. Okay. So we can see here a beautiful electron microscope photograph of these trichomes, and we can see here this is a stalk and this is the gland. This is where they are produced and this is where they are stored. So these are stalked glandular trichomes, one of the 6 that are present in the cannabis plant, and these produce the higher quantities of these active constituents. And this is a typical diagram of the synthesis, of the production of these phytocannabinoids in the plant. And we can see here that we have GPP, or geranyl pyrophosphate, which is combined with an acid, in this case olivitolic acid, to produce CBGA, cannabigerolic acid. As mentioned before by the speakers, the cannabis plant does not produce the so-called THC and CBD, so the neutral cannabinoids, but it produces cannabinoids or phytocannabinoids in the form of acids. And we term them phytocannabinoids because, to distinguish them, because phyto meaning plant, from the other endogenous cannabinoids or endocannabinoids that are produced in our bodies, as well as the synthetic cannabinoids that are, of course, synthesized. From CBGA, which is the precursor, depending on the enzymes that are present in the plant or expressed in the plant, then CBGA is converted into CBDA or THCA or CBCA. So these enzymes called synthases actually produce these precursors to the well-known neutral cannabinoids. So CBDA is then converted to CBD, THCA to THC, delta-9 THC, and this process is called decarboxylation. It's usually done by heating an extract or vaporizing a flower, and this is the general diagram that we have. But if instead of this acid we introduce another acid, let's say divarinic acid, instead of CBGA we get CBGVA. So this is the varinic form, or a cannabigerolvarinic acid, and this produces a whole different range of phytocannabinoids. It produces THCVA, THCBDVA, and CBCVA. But the synthases are the same. It's just the product that's different. And of course, when we decarboxylate these acidic precursors, we get other forms of phytocannabinoids. We get THCV, we get CBDV, and CBCV. But there are other types of acids that can go into this equation. So depending on the acid, we get different products. And now we can start to see how we can get so many different types of phytocannabinoids. And already in 2016, they did isolate from high CBG extract cannabinoids that had from C1 to C7. So what are we talking about? We are talking about this tail. This tail is the only difference in these all major families of so-called phytocannabinoids. So we can have from C1 to C even 8 carbon atoms, and this makes different precursors, and then this makes, of course, different neutral cannabinoids. And here are the main structural types that we have in cannabis, and there are 10 major categories, and we have the typical delta 9 THC, delta 8 THC, CBG type, CBC type, and so on. And when we combine all of these 10 different categories with all the different side chain lengths of the carbon atoms, so from 1 to 7, we can get a whole myriad of different natural products. Some of them are actually synthesized by the plant. Some of them spontaneously rearrange in the plant to form other, let's say, categories of phytocannabinoids. The first one that I'll be talking about is CBG, or cannabigerol. Now, cannabigerol is an interesting phytocannabinoid. It was isolated in 1964, the same year as delta 9 THC, 1 year before CBD. It's non-intoxicating, does not provoke the high or the intoxication that THC does. But it does have activity on the CB1 and CB2 receptors. On the CB1, it's a weak partial agonist with very low affinity, and on the CB2 it has a bit higher affinity. But again, it's a weak partial agonist. But what's interesting is the effects that it has via other receptors, such as the PPR gamma nuclear receptor or the serotonin 5-HT1A receptor, as well as the alpha-2 adrenal receptor, and also on ion channels, such as the TRPV1 to TRPV4 ion channels and other ion channels. It also indirectly affects the endocannabinoid system by being an inhibitor of anandamide reuptake into the cell. Now, you might have heard these phrases from mostly people who are selling CBG, that it is the mother of all cannabinoids, or that CBG is a precursor of delta 9 THC and CBD. We can see again here from this diagram that CBG is not a precursor to anybody. CBGA is the precursor to the precursors of delta 9 and CBD, to the acidic forms. And again, it's not a mother of anybody or anyone. CBGA can be a mother of the 5 side chained or the pentyl phytocannabinoids, the typical THC and CBD, but we have many other mothers. What's interesting, of course, are the effects that have been shown in many preclinical trials on CBG, and it has shown analgesic as well as anti-cancer effects. It's also very interesting to be an anxiolytic and antidepressant, similarly to CBD. Its antibacterial effects are extremely interesting, especially against antibiotic-resistant bacteria, and we'll talk about this a little bit later. It also has neuroprotective as well as neuromodulatory effects, and it acts also as an anticathectic, especially in chemotherapy-induced nausea. It's also an appetite stimulant, similar to THC, but working in a different way. And it has potential in quite a different variety of diseases, such as neurological disorders, Huntington's disease, Parkinson's disease, ALS, multiple sclerosis, as well as inflammatory bowel diseases. Now, the problem, of course, with these minor cannabinoids is their obtainative, to obtain them, of course. And usually we had high THC, high CBD plants or balanced plants. The problem was that high CBG plants were unavailable until recently. But the problem is, of course, to not have expressed these synthases that produce the other acidic cannabinoids. So if you get a plant that doesn't express these, genetically express these synthases, the remaining cannabinoid is CBGA. And then, of course, when we decarboxylize, we get high CBG extracts or flowers high in CBGA. Recently, also, seeds of high CBG plants have become available from Dutch Passion, and they have about 10 to 12% rate or percentage of CBGA in these plants, and this again makes it so that people have a source of CBG flowers, and of course they can make extracts. But if we look at the history of hemp, CBG dominant hemp has been already discovered in 1986, where they found this plant that again didn't have expressed these synthases, and it had about 1.15% of CBG, which is not bad. But also other hemp varieties have been available, mostly grown for fiber or for seeds. These French hemp varieties, Santica 27 or Santica 70, which have about from 0.5 to 3-4%, usually 1 to 2% of CBG. And they also have been becoming recently more popular because of their production of CBG and not producing THC. Now, also another interesting thing is this year, a couple of months ago, the first CBG-rich hemp variety was approved on the European list of the available or the hemp seeds that can be grown in the European Union, and this was an Nectarol from Italy, and it produces from, let's say, 4 to 6% of CBG. Again, this gives us more sources of high CBG plants and more sources for extracts. Of course, these products have been available in Europe, as far as I remember, at least since 2017, 2016, mostly CBG oils, pure CBG oils, or mixed in a 1-to-1 ratio or thereof with CBD. But the European consumer still doesn't know these products, and we don't have really much data on if they're used or how they're used, because they're still in the CBD phase, still discovering CBD in a way, and not really distinguishing between CBD and CBG. So, but in America, in the United States, there have been products that have been available for our patients for a longer period of time. They have been using them, and we have more interesting data, which led to this study that was published last year, the survey of patients employing CBG predominant cannabis preparations by Russo and colleagues, where they surveyed 127 participants that use CBG predominant products. These are products that had over 50% of CBG, and they had to have used them in the last 6 months. And they were from the United States, and they were over 21 years old. And the administration method, interesting, was mainly oral, as we can see here, 76.4%. They also smoked it and vaped it. But the interesting thing for us is why they use it for. And we can see here that they mostly use it for anxiety, for chronic pain, depression, insomnia, and disturbances in sleep, migraine, and headache. But if we look at this, we can see that they use it for a whole wide range of different medical conditions, such as acute pain, which is also interesting, nausea, irritable bowel syndrome, cancer treatment, autoimmune disease, bacterial infection as an antibiotic, high blood pressure, osteoarthritis, menstrual cramps, premenstrual syndrome, Crohn's and ulcerative colitis, and glaucoma and fibromyalgia, and so on and so on. So quite a wide variety of different medical conditions. And also, 34% of them reported using CBG just for general wellness in a similar way like we see in CBD. Now, if we compare CBG predominant cannabis products with conventional medications, and they compare them in their effectiveness, they found that CBG was indicated to have greater effectiveness than the conventional medications, specifically in these medical conditions or symptoms like chronic and acute pain, insomnia and sleep, nausea, irritable bowel syndrome, other types of inflammation, as well as depression and anxiety. Also interesting to note that for around 16.5% of the responders that use CBG for Crohn's and colitis and irritable bowel syndrome endorse CBG as significantly more effective than conventional medications. And we know for these types of medical conditions, the usual conventional medications are really not effective, but CBG was very effective. Now, they also compared the preference, what these patients preferred, and significantly more people preferred CBG predominant cannabis to conventional medications, again, for these indications: chronic pain, acute pain, sleep and insomnia and sleep disturbances, migraine, headache, nausea, irritable bowel syndrome, autoimmune disease, anxiety, and depression. And another interesting data point, for none of these conditions were conventional medications reported to be more effective than CBG, meaning that CBG was more effective than all of these conventional medications, which again tells us that these people were using the right product for the right indication. Of course, we have to talk about the side effects, and 44% of these surveyors didn't report any side effects, and the most prevalent side effects that were reported were dry mouth, sleepiness, increased appetite, and dry eyes. And we can see here that some of these are typical side effects of THC, so we can assume that people who were using these products had higher quantities also of THC. Now, if we look at the anecdotal evidence from forums, we can see that there's a similar picture of why people are using CBG dominant products. And again, mainly using it for pain, different types of pain, chronic pain, mainly neuroinflammatory pain and neuropathic pain, for inflammation, for also muscle relaxation, spasms and muscle tension, as well as anxiety and ADD, autism, which was mentioned also in with the previous speaker, IBS-related stomach pain, appetite stimulation, again similar to delta-9 THC, enhancing productivity, as well as concentration focus, so general things that they used CBG for. Now, the areas of interest that right now are being investigated scientifically for CBG, I'll mention two. One is cancer. As we can see here, many preclinical studies have shown that CBG was effective in reducing and killing these cancer cells, specifically in breast cancer, prostate cancer, and we know these two types of cancers are predominant, specifically in females and males, and also colon cancer, glioblastoma multiforme, which is a form of brain cancer, as well as melanoma and different types of carcinoma. So this is one area where CBG, but also CBD is being investigated. Another area is the antibacterial activity of CBG. Again, as mentioned before, there is a problem with bacteria developing resistance to antibiotics, and CBG has shown specifically antibacterial activity against gram-positive types of bacteria. There are two families, they're gram-negative, gram-positive, and these also gram-positive bacteria that are resistant to antibiotics, such as MRSA and MSSAA. So, and also, it was mentioned before, the biofilm. So the biofilm is like a protective layer, it's like a barrier that these bacteria produce, and it can be difficult for antibiotics to get to these bacteria, but that's not a problem because CBG can prevent the formation of these biofilms. And also another important thing is that there was no sign of drug resistance. We usually see with antibiotics that bacteria develop this drug resistance against antibiotics, and they're no longer effective. With CBG, there was no drug resistance development, which again is fantastic in a sense. And also it had antiquorum sensing activities, which is just communication between these bacteria. And we can see here again from this diagram, similarly to CBD, also CBG has all of these effects, doing antibacterial activity, also anti-biofilm activities, as well as anti-quorum sensing activities. So great potential, and maybe, hopefully in the future, we'll see a whole line of new products of so-called antibiotics, cannabinoid-based antibiotics. And here are just a few of the studies we can see against different strains of bacteria, and yes, strain is the term used for bacteria and viruses and not for plants or cannabis. And let's go to the next phytocannabinoid, and this is delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, or delta-9 THCV. And this is another interesting cannabinoid, as I mentioned before. It is from the varin family, and the only difference between its big brother delta-9 THC and delta-9 THCV is the side chain. So instead of having, this has 3 carbon atoms, 1, 2, 3, and THC has 2 more. And that's the only difference, but that difference is very important because it changes how it acts in our body and its activity. It was isolated in 1970, and it is non-intoxicating, unlike THC. The receptor activity, and this is very interesting, depending on the dose, it can act mainly on the CB1 receptor as an antagonist, but also as an agonist or an inverse agonist. And on the CB2 receptor, it mainly acts as a partial agonist, so activating it, but also so antagonistic activity has been recorded. It also has effects via these ion channels, 3B1, 3B2, and so on. Of course, the interesting part is its potential effects. It has shown analgesic effects, anti-inflammatory effects, also neuroprotection and appetite suppression, unlike the previous cannabinoid, glycemic control, as well as antiepileptic and anticonvulsant effects, antipsychotic effects, and when used topically, also anti-acne effects. It has potential, let's say therapeutic potential, in a wide variety, again, of different diseases, such as metabolic syndrome, type 2 diabetes, obesity, Parkinson's, epilepsy, different types of inflammation, nausea, psychosis, and again, when used topically, against acne. Now, 4 clinical trials have actually been done with THCV, and this was mainly from 2015 till the end of 2016, where they investigated THCV for a variety of different things, but mainly for metabolic syndrome, type 2 diabetes, glycemic indexes, and lipid parameters, so these types of things. And it was quite successful, but we haven't seen any drug development, any mention from that time. So this is interesting. Hopefully we'll see in the future more work done with this phytocannabinoid. But again, there is a problem of availability of this phytocannabinoid. It's quite rare. It's present in some chemovars that are from Africa, specifically South Africa, also present in South or East Asian hemp, specifically Chinese hemp, where we have higher quantities in general of the variants compared to European hemp, but we don't have high THCV cultivars. And they did develop recently this THC Victory, which is not a dominant THCV, but a one-to-one, let's say, THC to THCV cultivar. These were the seeds that were developed. But again, we do need plants that are high only in THCV, because THCV, when it's with THC, has a totally different effect. It enhances some of the effects of THC while reducing some other effects. But THCV is what we need, and hopefully in the future we will see THCV predominant plants. And just as a side note, GW already in 2016, they developed THCV predominant plants that had 93.6% of total cannabinoid fraction that was THCV. So these plants can be developed. Of course, GW is keeping this for themselves, but again, hopefully in the future we will see high THCV plants, and patients will have more opportunities to have these kinds of products available to them. The next minor phytocannabinoid is delta-8 tetrahydrocannabinol, or delta-8 THC. And unlike the previous two, this one is not biosynthetically produced by the plant. It's not made by the plant via enzymes, but it is an isomer of delta-9 THC. And it was first derived from the cyclization of CBD, which is now being used quite extensively in the United States, as it is a gray area produced from hemp derived from CBD derived from hemp. And a lot of people in the United States are using delta-8 THC, mostly via vaping or orally. And they found that it was, like THC, intoxicating in humans. It is present in most cannabis plants, as we can see here from the diagram, as an isomer from delta-9 THC at very low quantities, of course. But what's interesting is that it's more stable and resistant to oxidative stress degradation compared to delta-9 THC. So it's more stable, it's more fixed, it's easier to work with. It is similar in its activity on the CB1 and the CB2 receptor, like delta-9 THC. It's a partial agonist, but there isn't really much information on its activity on other types of receptors or ion channels. So a lot of work needs to be done in this sense to know how it works. And if you compare delta-8 to its big brother delta-9, we can see the pharmacology is very similar. They have similar activities in vitro, in vivo, in humans, but delta-8 THC is weaker than delta-9 THC. And that's one of the positive things about delta-8. Smoked, they did some tests mainly in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and they found that it was twofold less potent than delta-9. It was from 2 to 3.7 times less potent than when used orally, and it had a 6.3-fold less potent binding activity to the CB1 receptor. Hence, in general, it was less potent than delta-9 THC. But if we look at the metabolites, so the first pass metabolism produces these metabolites. These are 11-hydroxy delta-8 or delta-9 THC. This is the first metabolite and the major metabolite, and it's also intoxicating. It produces the high. And these are, for both of these, for delta-8 as well as delta-9, these metabolites are actually more potent than their precursors, all delta-9 or delta-8 THC. And they have, here in this test, they found that it was 2.3 times more potent, had a stronger binding activity than delta-8 THC. And this is also interesting, and it's one of the reasons why when taking cannabinoids orally, we have a different effect and we have a higher chance of having these unwanted highs, so to speak, or intoxication or overdoses, whatever you want to call them, because we get over 90% of course, of the delta-8 or delta-9 gets metabolized into these metabolites. And when looking at the typical tetride acid test, where we see these cannabinomimetic effects, so the typical hypolocomotion, hypothermia, catalepsy, and analgesia, so we can see here, this is the typical test to determine if something is cannabinomimetic or if it acts like a cannabinoid like THC does. And THC is the standard, it's done on mice, and we can see that these tests show that THC induces hypolocomotion, so decreased spontaneous horizontal activity. It reduces the body temperatures. It impairs catalepsy, mice freeze, and also it decreases pain sensitivity. It has these analgesic effects. And all of these effects, as we can see here, are dose dependent. The higher the dose, the more of this effect is produced. And delta-8 THC produces all of these effects. Now, regarding studies done, there aren't much studies, but this study was on the subjective feeling or the perceived effects that people using delta-8 THC had compared to delta-9 THC or compared to CBD. And as they reported, compared to delta-9 THC, again, these were the phrases that they wrote in the survey, the drug effect, bad effect, sick, anxiety, paranoia, irritability, restlessness, memory problems, and trouble performing routine tasks were lower for delta-9 THC compared to lower for delta-8 THC compared to delta-9 THC. So again, showing that delta-8 is weaker than delta-9. And compared to CBD, which is really not a fair comparison because CBD doesn't produce any intoxication, the effects for delta-8 THC were higher for drug effect, but also for good effect, high, relaxed, sleepy, hunger, having the munchies, memory problems, trouble performing tasks, and paranoia. So again, it was stronger than CBD, of course, because CBD has no intoxication effects. As I mentioned, not many studies, but we do have some information on why and how people are using delta-8 THC products. And again, many of them are using these products recreationally. But of course, there are some people who are trying them for their medicinal problems, medicinal use. And we see, again, similar to THC, to delta-9 THC, but because it is weaker, they don't have some of the unwanted side effects, such as anxiety, such as paranoia, intoxication, so on. So it's used in mainly the same medical conditions, but it's easier for them to use them specifically for pain, for different types of chronic pain, headaches, as well as sleep problems, and also mental health issues, where THC sometimes can be too much and can provoke some of these unwanted side effects, but people are using delta-8 for OCD, for depression, anxiety, again, panic attacks, post-traumatic stress disorder, but also for ADD, as well as, again, for just better quality of life. And this is a study, I have to mention, it was a study done in 1995. Again, very few studies on delta-8 THC. And this was a study done specifically on children from 3 to 13 years old, 8 children that were having anti-cancer treatment. And delta-8 was tested for its antiemetic, so against nausea and vomiting. And this study was meant to be a double-blind, placebo-controlled study. So half of the patients would receive delta-8, half would receive a placebo. But when they started the study, they saw that exactly who was taking the delta-8 and who was not taking the delta-8. Because the children who were not taking were still nauseous and vomiting, the ones that were taking it were actually fine. So they changed it for ethical reasons to an observational study or open label trial, and they found out that, as they noted, Delta 8 in an open label evaluation was found to be an excellent pediatric antiemetic with non-significant side effects. And again, the quantities were not low that these children were taking, 18 milligrams. But we know that children are extremely resistant to the side effects or to the intoxication of Delta 9 as well as Delta 8 THC. Of course, after this study, nothing was done, and we're still here talking about and not knowing the potential of Delta 8 THC. But hopefully in the future we'll see more studies and we will have more availability of data. The last one that I'll mention is CBN or cannabinol. Like the previous phytocannabinoid, this one is actually not synthesized by the plant, as we can see here, synthetically, and it's actually the first one that was isolated from cannabis or hemp in 1896, structure identified in the 40s, and as we can see here, this is a product, it can be a product of oxidation of THCA, so tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, to CBNA, and then via decarboxylation we get CBN, or just from Delta 9 THCA we get an oxidation product which is CBN. Is it intoxicating? Mostly not, but it does have activity on the CB1 as well as the CB2 receptor relative to THC. It's about, let's say, a quarter of the potency. It also has effects via all of these ion channels. So again, multiple routes of activity in the body. What's of course interesting is the effects that it has, and it has analgesic, anticonvulsant, as mentioned before, effects, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant activity, antibacterial activity, as well as activity against specific cancer cell lines, and also it has activity in promoting bone formation. It has potential in ALS, Huntington's disease, psoriasis, glaucoma, and as well as an appetite stimulant, and this is what the 4th appetite stimulant so far. So quite a lot of these cannabinoids have very similar effects. If you look here on this diagram, again, with inflammation, with pain, they all have similar effects, and the magic of cannabis is really when we combine all of these cannabinoids in different preparations. This is the true therapeutic value of this botanical medicine, combining different cannabinoids in different ratios, in different quantities, with different types of administration, with the other constituents found in cannabis, such as terpenes, terpenoids, flavonoids, and so on. And because all of these compounds together, and it has been demonstrated in many studies, can enhance some of the beneficial effects as well as reduce some of the unwanted effects. And just a few examples of this collaboration, let's say, between cannabinoids, in this case in appetite, talking about CBG specifically, they showed that CBG extract had similar potency than purified, similar efficacy than purified CBG, but had a higher potency than only CBG in appetite stimulation. In regards to cancer, we can see that the combination of CBG and CBD each at sub-cytotoxic concentrations results in an additive effect on reduced cell viability and induced apoptosis. So by themselves, the lower quantities did not have effect of CBD and CBG, but when put together, they had an effect on cancer cell lines. Also in pain, the combination this time of CBD and CB1 at a balanced 1-to-1 ratio induced longer lasting reduction of mechanical sensitization than other compounds alone. Again, showing this synergy or enhancement of effects or modulation of effects. And this is actually what patients are already doing, where the availability of these phytocannabinoids is present, like in the United States. They're already mixing and matching and trying CBG with Delta 8, with CBN and so on, and trying for their specific medical conditions for treatment of their specific symptoms. And this is what cannabis is and should be. It's personalized medicine. And hopefully in the future, for everyone, there will be a personalized variant of all of these products, so it will be specific for that patient, for that indication, for the treatment of whatever needs to be treated. Thank you very much for your attention. Do we have time for questions? Yeah? I was fast, right? I was fast.
Quite on time. Quite? Maybe battery? I will get one. Meanwhile, if I can make a request, a dark brown wallet with documents in the name of Jose Cabrera was lost. If someone finds it, please give it to the reception so that the person can get the wallet back. And now I have microphone back. So please, Gregor. And if anyone has questions, would you please raise your hand? And it will be a pleasure to give you the microphone. If we can have some light in the audience so that...
It's a shy audience.
It's a shy audience.
Yeah.
No, maybe it was lunch.
Maybe they understood everything or they didn't understand anything.
It was so amazing, so amazing that there are no questions for you. I guess there are.
No questions.
Oh, yes, there we have. You see?
Is it on? Here we go. Thank you, Gregor, for that. Out of all the minor cannabinoids that you discussed today, is there one that you are more excited to learn more about and see more research about in the near future?
Yes, absolutely. Delta 8 THC, because there's no research, regarding it, and it has such great potential. Having the qualities of Delta 9 THC, it has all the qualities without the potency. Without the I have to go to the center. Without the potential side effects that are usually present with Delta 9 THC. So it has great potential. Plus, it's very stable. It's cheap to make. It's much cheaper to make than Delta 9. Plus, but it has to be made. So that is one issue. It's not plant derived. But as I mentioned in my last slide, the potential when combining Delta 8, let's say, also with other phytocannabinoids, such as CBD. At what ratio does CBD have this effect that it has with Delta 9 THC in reducing completed intoxication of Delta 9 THC with Delta 8 THC? We don't know. And combinations with other cannabinoids, such as CBN, are also interesting. Also, with the other phytocannabinoid that they're very interested is THCV. Again, great potential, specifically for metabolic syndrome, for all types of diseases regarding the cardiovascular system, because it's a CB2 agonist, so it activates the CB2 receptor, blocks the CB1, which is very interesting, and again, non-intoxicating, specifically for types of metabolic problems, cardiovascular problems, diabetes, and so on. Plus, it may reduce hunger, so it could be also used in that sense. It's one of the only ones. All the other ones just enhance appetite, right? So again, combinations are interesting. And then when you combine the terpenes, how does myrcene react with Delta 8 THC? Does it have this sedative effect like it has with Delta 9 THC? Or the other, let's say limonene or alpha-pinene, which are very enhancing or alerting, do they have the same effects with Delta 8 THC? Again, a lot of questions, huge amount of work to be done, and a lot of potential, I think, for companies to really discover these minor, so-called, but minor only in the quantity, not in the effects or their potential phytocannabinoids. I hope I answered your question, yeah? There you go.
Thank you. We have another question.
I have another question.
Okay.
Thank you, Gregor, for your presentation.
You're welcome.
My question is, you just said we don't have enough research around Delta 8 THC.
Yeah.
But we have a huge market right now.
Yeah.
So I want to know your thoughts around
It's a gray market. So again, this is specifically for the United States, where they have this law that anything that is produced from hemp and CBDs produced from hemp is legal in a sense, and it's again state by state they're fighting this, but a lot of these products, specifically vapes, Delta 8 vapes, are found even online, and people are acquiring them and they're using them mainly for, let's say, recreational use, because it's kind of legal, so a lot of people are using it. But also we're seeing people again discovering Delta 8 because of the fantastic effects it has, beneficial effects, without all the unwanted effects that some people are so sensitive to. We know that with Delta 9 THC, there is a sensitivity, let's say with women, they're usually 2 times more sensitive, on average, of course, to Delta 9, and specifically in cases like we saw, we were talking about the biphasic effect, where lower quantities had one effect, higher quantities have the opposite effect, and even there's a triphasic effect. Even higher quantities have, again, the opposite effect. So maybe with Delta 8, they don't see this effect, but they see all the benefits. And it's cheap in a sense, it's available for now, but in Europe, again, it's a whole different game, because it's part of the THC bunch. So it has this name that, again, even THCV can be problematic because it's the brother of THC, but it is not intoxicating. The studies done at GW, they used 10 milligrams of THC in males and orally, and it didn't produce any effect. So again, but it has the name. So CBG sounds a little bit more like CBD. So it's more, let's say, acceptable. THCV sounds a little bit too much like Delta 9 THC, right? So it is in the same basket as THC, but it's not. It's totally different because again, that side chain totally changes how it reacts with the CB1 receptor, but it has incredible, again, therapeutic effects. Did I answer your question about Delta 8? Good.
Thank you so much. We have another question right over there. Yes?
Hi, Gregor.
Hello.
Thank you for the presentation. Just adding to the point that you just made regarding Delta 8 and Delta 9, the reason in the US why everybody goes, it's got Delta 8 is because at federal level, they reference Delta 9 specifically as an error by the Senate, or deliberately. You correctly point out, though, that at European level, and even in the UK, we list out all the THCs, rightly or wrongly, and everybody's just clubbed together. My question to you, on a scientific level, is that we're still discovering all the cannabinoids, and do you believe that there could be other, if I can use the phrase, THC type cannabinoids still yet to be uncovered, and where do you see that going?
Well, they could be, but the majority of them were already discovered. So we know that the THC family, we can have, again, the side chain from 1 to 8 or to 7. So the 7 one has been discovered 2 years ago, officially discovered. It was actually isolated in 2016, even before. And this has shown greater potency than Delta 9 THC, actually 30 times greater potency on the CB1 receptor. But again, we don't, it's in so small quantities, but it was isolated from the FM2 Italian variety of medical cannabis produced by the military, but the quantities are very, very low. So they had to synthesize to test it and to see the effects. Again, having plants that produce only this type of phytocannabinoid, they're non-existent for now. They might be, but the other issue is, do they have any therapeutic value? Can we use them so strong? You know, we don't know that because they haven't been tested. They could have potential, but I don't think that we'll find any more THC-like, so intoxicating phytocannabinoids in cannabis plant. We might, but the majority, the vast majority, 99% of them are non-intoxicating. And those are the ones that are more interesting because, of course, intoxication, apart from the recreational side, is something that most patients do not want. They just want to have a normal life, right? Take their kids to school, go to work, and so on. So intoxication is a big problem in every single study. It's always mentioned about THC. The bad side is intoxication, is all of these side effects. And if it doesn't have, a phytocannabinoid doesn't have these side effects, it's much more open to studies and to the application, even for medical use with professionals, because again, having something that doesn't have all of these side effects is more appropriate in a sense for treating people. Did I answer your question? Yeah.
Thank you. We have a last question right over there on this row.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It's really interesting.
Where are you? I can see you.
Question. Sorry?
Where are you?
Right. Oh, can you raise your hand?
Thank you. Thank you.
With the camouflage.
Yeah.
So I'm a grower, right? So I look at it from the cultivation point of view.
Okay.
From your experience, is there any difference between hemp derived CBD or cannabis based cannabis? Cannabis based CBD?
For CBD specifically?
CBD and other, obviously, THCs don't exist in hemp, but yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question. Well, let's say chemically, it's the same molecule. It's the same, of course, the cannabis plant produces only one type. If we talk about THC, we're talking about isomers. So different, when we're seeing, let's say, a structure of THC, it's 2D, but the structure is 3D actually, it's a 3D space. So we have 4 different isomers of THC. We have the trans, the cis, And we have the plus and the minus cis and trans, so 4 different types. The plant produces only one type. It's a minus trans delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol, so only one type. So the problem is, of course, in the synthesis, and I will mention that for delta 8 THC, the problem with the synthesis or from CBD to delta 8 THC that you get a lot of side products, a lot of stuff that shouldn't be there, a lot of impurities, even then delta 9 THC and a lot of other stuff, even some terpenoids. Regarding the plant, the CBD is the same, but what it comes with is different. And here we usually see, and we have seen this, that extracts made from hemp for medicinal use compared to extracts that are made from high CBD plants, the high CBD plants extract are usually work better, despite the fact that they might be the same compound, the same, let's say, percentages and ratios of these compounds of CBD and THC, but the other compounds, these are the important ones. As I said, this plant is, again, it has a magical thing to it. We still don't understand why some of the compounds have this effect, this synergism, this enhancement, this modulation, and which compounds are actually making these, let's say, differences. So there is a difference. I believe there is a difference, and there is a higher quality of medicinal types of extracts made from specific cannabis. The higher the quantity you have of phytocannabinoids in the plant, the more it produces other compounds. The lower the quantity, if you try to restrain, like with hemp, with 0.2, 0.3 THC, you restrain all the other compounds of the plant. It doesn't produce the other compounds at the same quality, at the same levels. So the overall efficacy goes down. And that is the main, I see, difference between hemp and high CBD plant extracts.
Thank you so much. Again, one applause for Gregor Zorn. Thank you so much. Luna Vargas has a master's degree in anthropology and ethnomusicology. And since 2020, is a cannabis educator at Inflore, the first cannabis training in Portuguese. She has developed a methodology called From the Plant to the Market, which aims to deliver an overall view of the cannabis industry based on science and real-world experience. She also worked as a cannabis educator in Vancouver, Canada. Luna's mission is to increase the knowledge about cannabis in its many facets inside and outside the industry, which leads to increased safety and demand for higher quality products. Please welcome Luna Vargas.
Obrigada. Thank you for the presentation. Boa tarde a todo mundo. Prazer estar aqui com vocês hoje. Estou vendo algumas carinhas conhecidas. Muito feliz. My presentation will be in English, so good afternoon, everyone. Oh, I just want to know how to, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about cannabis education and a little bit of my journey in this industry so far. So I'm a social scientist. Most people don't know what social science is, and when people do know, they don't know what I do, but they're pretty much sure I'm a communist. My first master's degree was in cultural mediation. People think, maybe people think about tour guide in a museum, but what we actually do is try to translate one culture to another. My second master's was in anthropology and ethnomusicology. More than study tribal music, we try to translate a complex musical ritual to other cultures. That's what I did here, studying world music here in Europe, in France. And now when I'm saying I'm a cannabis educator, everybody laughs. Some people because they think it's a joke, others because they think this profession doesn't exist. Even inside the industry, believe me. Oops. Okay. So I moved to Vancouver in 2018 to research the cannabis industry. My idea at the time was to research, to be in a social transition from the illegal market to legal market. Turns out that the best part of this transition was the Cypress Hill concert to celebrate legalization in Vancouver on October 17th, 2018. One thing us social scientists do, we use as a methodology is called field research. And the first part of my field research was happened 6 months before legalization. I went to, when I moved to Canada, I went to all the conference, talks, meetings. I was like immersed in a new world for me. With top scientists like here today talking about science, their researches, also women leading the cannabis business, and of course a lot of BC buds. So for the past 4 years, my research was focused in the Canadian cannabis industry, mainly in market, because all my previous research was focused on that. In my opinion, is the best way to understand how capitalism works and operates in a new segment. Also in society, because I want to know and understand more about this transition and its effects. The object of my research was the cannabis retail. I chose this subject because cannabis retail is this connection from the whole cannabis production to the general public. And turns out that this connection is personified by the bud tenders. Bud tenders are the people doing this connection. And that's why they are pretty much a cross between a pharmacist and a regular retail professional. They are in this very important position in the market because people don't know the production, they don't know anything about the cannabis production chain. The only people the general public knows are usually the bud tenders. And they are responsible to do this bridge between the production, which is synthesizing a product, and the general public, meaning people with a lot of stigma, probably grew up in the Prohibition era with a lot of stigma. Yeah, and they represent, that's my my vision, they represent not only the companies they work for, but the whole cannabis industry to general public. And we can see this like in the CB shops here in Europe. They're usually young, in college, uneducated about cannabis, and with very limited experience with cannabis products. But although they're very enthusiastic people, and I gotta say that they're very underpaid. The current state of the industry. Oh yeah, just one thing before that. It's very important to understand, like we were talking about this morning, bud tenders are the one in the front line. So they're the one helping people to pick in a product, to go to the beach, to have fun, to go to a concert. But like it or not, they're the one helping people with many conditions, with chronic pain, fibromyalgia, depression, anxiety, and even cancer. So that's the job they're doing right now. The current state of the industry is cannabis retailers, they don't offer an educated and knowledge service. Health professionals are far from fulfilling the patient's education demands. And pharmacies are even further from being a place of cannabis education. Here in Lisbon, you can buy one flower in a pharmacy, but my question is, are they educated to explain to someone buying this flower how to use a vaporizer, how to decarboxylate a flower, or even how to roll a joint? And the same for the CBD shops here. Now we have the HHC, this new product in the market. But tenders, they should be able to talk about dosage and help people to use these products because they are in the market right now. Another thing we do as a social scientist is one methodology called participant observation, which means go to a tribe and partake their activities. So that's what I did. I started to work as a bud tender. My second part of my field research was in a dispensary. And working, as I said, like with during a long time, not a long time, but I was going to all this conference, learning, as we just learned everything about the minor cannabinoids, phytocannabinoids. And when I first started to work as a bud tender, all this knowledge, people don't have no clue about what's happening in cannabis research and science. And that's the gap we have between the cannabis science and the cannabis industry. And I'm not only talking about bud tenders in the front line, but also CEOs, presidents, and pretty much everybody in the industry. Let's change this. As a result, we have wrong information and outdated ideas about cannabis. So people not being able to achieve the full potential of the plant. People discrediting cannabis as a medicine because they couldn't increase their quality of life. And that's why I decided to develop a bud tender training program based on the science I was learning at the time. And I was learning, trying to read all the scientific papers and learning organic chemistry in English was a little bit hard. My experience in my field research in the dispensaries and my daily practice helping people and try to combine all these informations. Okay. It's okay? Okay. So my question is, how will companies will invest in education if they don't understand what we do and the positive effects in their business? From my experience, we have 3 types of companies approached around cannabis education. The ones who have many priorities, but they will put cannabis education at the bottom of the list. The ones who claims to do it, but they're very superficial, performing many times use wrong information. And a few doing a very good job in education staff. So usually the person who educates, they're not gonna hire, when they do educate in the dispensaries, they're not gonna hire someone, cannabis educator or someone with more knowledge to do this. It's usually someone who has more knowledge or they think has more knowledge. Also, they're not willing to create an educational department, and it sounds like weird because even like Apple, they have a massive education program to sell their products, and we are in this new in this new world with cannabis, and people are not investing too much in education. Just a moment. So yeah, so actually what, just come back here a little bit. Usually the companies, they understand cannabis education with a custom service, with a side of science, meaning they usually teach the difference between indica and sativa, and they try to relate terpenes to fruits, and that's the side part, the science part. So actually what we do, sorry, I'm a little bit confused with this. Okay. So actually what we do, we teach people how to think, how to cross information and choose paths in a complex matrix between what people need, different products, methods of consumption, methods of production, and cannabis culture social values. And this is very important in our industry. After work for a while in this bud tender program, I came up with a methodology called Plan to Market. And my goal with this idea is to give an overview about the cannabis from the plant to the market. And I use this plant to market in reference what we use in cannabis production, from seed to sale, soil to sale. And working as a bud tender, a cannabis educator, and a cannabis curator brought me like all these ideas to understand what we need, not only the knowledge we need, not only retail, but also in the cannabis industry as a whole. And that's when I founded Inflor, a cannabis training program in Portuguese. My idea is to bring people, nice people, and knowledgeable people to the front line in this industry. And my goal was to apply this methodology in a broad and a different demographic in different markets. Okay, so how does it work? This methodology, we have 4 phases: the trichome to flower, the flower to final product, from the product to all the cannabis segments in the market, and how to sell cannabis. This is important even if you're not touching the plant, doing something that not touch the plant directly, but it's important to understand how we operate to sell cannabis, because when you're selling cannabis, you're thinking about dosage, products, quality, indication. So it's pretty much the same way we operate to prescribe cannabis. And this is important for product development and so on. So let's talk a little bit more about this. Here are some outcomes from Inflor so far. Of course, mainly my students are mainly in Brazil, in Portugal, because it's in Portuguese. But one very interesting thing about all the markets we are right now, I have like some students working in 13 countries, and they're like working in entry level, but in many other segments in this industry. And as I said, like for me, the most important part is bringing good people to this industry, meaning knowledgeable and also people who wants to bring cannabis values to the industry. And they have something common. They work in the front line. They know what the information, they know the information is lacking, and that's why they're investing their money to educate themselves, and to educate and become educators themselves. And that's my experience here in Portugal. I have, I don't know, many students here working in CBD shops and starting education programs in their companies. So that's very important for me and for my goal in general. Here are some of my students. It's very good, like, to see them here. What? No, this is it was a little bit of a joke. They're sending like kids' photos for us. But yeah, so my goal in this industry is to increase knowledge inside and outside the industry. Many focus in quality and safety, as we were talking here this morning, when we talk about Delta-8, and we know like the benefits we have from this minor cannabinoid. It's also important to understand like those and how these products are made. So this is, and we are using this product before we have research on that. So that's one of the problems with the cannabis industry. The research is in parallel with the market, and that could be very challenging for us, and of course for people working in the front line, as I said, but tenders. Yeah, I already said that, like bringing knowledge and passion to this industry, promote cannabis culture, values and ethics. This is very important because we are talking about a plant. We have a long history, and like this morning, Dr. HART just told us about the prohibition around cannabis, and as an industry, we need to bring all this. We need to make social justice. And that's on us and regulators too, but as an industry, this is one of the problems we need to give solutions. So, yeah, and my last goal, I have lots of goals, but I just put like a few here. And one of my last goals is to teach to make a cannabis business more profitable based on science. The cannabis industry and the cannabis retailer, they're missing not to upsell with science, because it really works, and it's gonna increase their profit, but also increase their life here in this industry. I'm afraid after this boom with like the CBD market here in Europe, how many companies we're gonna be here in 10 years. So cannabis education could help with this too. Only Brazilians are gonna get this slide, but that's pretty much, it's a politics, it's a joke with politics. But that's pretty much what we do. We work in so many areas, not only retail, but we need to have, it's a broad, cannabis education is a broad concept, so it's hard to define, but we need cannabis education in all levels in this industry if you don't want to fail. And remember in the beginning when when I talk about my background in ethnomusicology. Cannabis education also work to mediate and translate different universe to another. So just like ethnomusicologists do, we try to translate what Dr. BONNI was explaining here today, and everybody to regular people. And when I say like when we do training for people working for bud tenders, we are not only training them to understand cannabis and cannabis science, we are also training them to educate people and regular people and increase the knowledge about the plant and the society in general and reduce the stigma. So that's the idea. We mediate this hard science to regular people, cannabis culture to newcomers, cannabis science to product development, so on. Another thing we social scientists do, we try to create concepts and define things. So that's my try here. Cannabis education is mediation between different parts of the industry, science, politics, culture, and the general public. It's a node that connects multiple paths, giving a more complete and complex sense of the plant. More than transmitting knowledge is a process of building bridges between cannabis culture and the new era of the cannabis industry. We are here to connect times like the past, as I said, with what is happening right now in this industry and what we want for the future, our projections for the future. And it's super, because it's not ideal, like as we are talking about this here this morning, bud tenders prescribing. They're not prescribing because it's not compliant, but they're suggesting products. This is not ideal, but this is the reality. So that's why I believe cannabis education is a harm reduction for the business and for consumers in general. And finally, if the cannabis industry were the human body, cannabis education will be the endocannabinoid system, and we need the, as I said, cannabis education in all levels of this industry if we don't want to fail this plant and also all this transition we're living right now. Just to finish my presentation, I would like to tell like a quick story. But first, is there any bud tender here today? No, one? Cool. A few years ago, I was working as a bud tender in Vancouver. And I remember asking my manager to work in the back stock, because I wanted to watch a conference that was happening online. And this conference was PTMC 2019. So thank you very much. Muito obrigada.
Thank you. And again, we are open to questions. Just raise your hand so that we know where the voice is coming from. Oh, yes, we need to go to the light. So here we have a first question.
Hi, Luna, thank you. I'm going to discuss a little bit of this tomorrow morning, but when we move forward in cannabis for adult use purposes here in Europe, what would you suggest, okay? Like, if it's not, like, because I have the same thing. If we have the bud tender on one side, we've got the pharmacist on the other side, okay? How do we bridge this? Who is the individual that should be working in a retail cannabis dispensary?
As I said, our job is a little bit of more related to harm reduction than, because in the ideal world, doctors should be doing this. So, but like in Brazil, we have a massive amount of doctors, and 2% of them they're prescribing. I don't know in North America this percentage, but it's not much. So ideally, we need to full legalize the plant, and then you don't need to create Delta 8, HHC. That's my opinion. The problem is we need to full legalize the plant and regulate according to the reality, and which means give access to people and give information. We need to invest in education, but in my opinion, because I was working on a dispensary many times, and people used to say, hey, how are you? I have brain cancer, and I read in the news, cannabis cure cancer, so what should I use? And I said, but, and I had like no one, maybe like 3 doctors to suggest to people, and most of part of time, doctors used to go to dispensary to understand our suggestions because they don't have. My suggestion is the government and the medicine school, they should invest in education. But meanwhile, we're gonna work with education as a harm reduction and try, but I think full legalize the plant would be a good beginning. And then we don't need to deal in the CBD market with the HHC, Delta 8, and all this. And we don't know how they make these products, where they make is not regulated. So regulate is a good start.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? No hands? Another hand. I didn't see it, but Luis is fast. There he goes. Oh, yes.
Hola, Luna. It was a nice presentation. Thank you. It was very intriguing to hear you are talking about this example of brain cancer and cannabinoids. Last year, I submitted a project as a researcher to FCT about the role of one cannabinoid receptor involved in brain cancer. It was turned down because the reviewer, who was a renowned scientist, said that cannabinoids or cannabis doesn't cure anything, so it's a stupid idea. And for us, for researchers, it's very difficult to see such an ignorance in our field, and constantly mocked by the reviewer. And that's why I believe that what you do is a fantastic job. But if we cannot get money from the government right now, maybe we should turn to the industry. And this is what I wanted to ask in the morning to Dr. Hart, if he has an idea how to cope with the companies, because what I noticed that the companies don't realize that they would need to invest in research more, and I'm talking about the down to up, the bottom up version, when the researcher initiates a project proposal and the company believes in it or it doesn't believe, it doesn't matter. But right at the moment, it's very difficult to break this barrier between the scientists and or researchers and companies or industry. So it would be good to make some progress in this.
Yeah, I'm completely agree with that, because in other industries, like we have so many licensed producers making money in cannabis industry, they should be the ones investing in research, because if the company is selling like tons of Delta 8 in the US market, they should be the ones proving that it's safe and it's good. And any other industry, I don't know, like maybe soap, they need to prove that it's good for the skin. So it's not like in the government but also it's related to regulation. So regulation, we need to regulate that and say, I don't know, 10% of the profit goes to research until I don't know when. So, and we need to educate regulators too around this.
Thank you. One more question over there.
Yeah, it's not really a question. It's just a different point of view.
Okay.
So I'm relatively old, but I've been in the industry for the last 10 years, and I think the industry is really, really young. We forget, and again, your generation you don't have a lot of patience. So the cannabis industry is really young, and I understand fully everything you said, and I support it. But on the other hand, we cannot expect someone that works for Johnson & Johnson to be a bartender and explain exactly how the Imodium works. So I think we need to give it time. I think totally agree with you about the regulation, and that's something that I will talk tomorrow more, elaborate about the regulation, which again I fully support what you say. But I just wanted to give another point of view that this industry is very young. We making the road as we drive, so we all in a way pioneers.
Thank you.
I can say this, and I think we're in this magical moment where we're in this era where we are seeing all these legalizations happen, and we are here to shape this market. So that's why I'm a cannabis educator, because I think we need education to try to shape this market in a good way. Otherwise, yeah, we're seeing like the results right now, and you have completely reason when you say it's not on a bud tender to give an advice. But the problem is the cannabis plant, it's one plant. So there's the people try to create this rec market, medicinal market, but in the end it's one plant. And the only people who wants to know this difference are maybe regulators, distribution, and people who wants to to close their markets. But because people don't make this distinction, so they don't want to know if it's regulated or non-regulated. They're buying right now here in Lisbon, while we are here in this conference, hundreds of bud tenders that are selling weed, selling CBD, selling CBN, selling HHC in the regulated market, and also like many hash from Morocco on the illicit market. So that's the reality. And yeah, go ahead.
I think it's off the microphone.
Sorry, I agree with you totally. And as a Canadian, I am kind of ashamed to say that despite the fact that we have more than 100 licensed producers in Canada, no one actually invests money in education or research. So it's really, really bad on the image of the cannabis, especially when it comes to Canada, where we're supposed to be the leading country. So yeah, I totally disappointed with that. I agree with you.
Yeah, thank you.
So thank you once again, Luna. An applause for Luna Vargas.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's now time for another coffee break, sponsored by Agrofarm and Canavera. We should be back at 4:30 sharp. So enjoy your time and your talks, and see you in a couple of minutes. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed your healthy break that was brought to you by Veganish, and everything you ate was vegan. So hope you enjoy it. And now we're moving on, and we'll have a roundtable. The roundtable will be moderated by Alfredo Pascual. He's from Uruguay and is living in Germany. If you want to know more about Alfred's insights, you can hear him tomorrow at 10:30 as he's a keynote speaker. With his experience as a journalist, he also accepted PTMC's invitation to moderate the next roundtable called The Challenges of Cannabis Legislation. So please welcome and give a round of applause to moderator Alfredo Pascual.
Thank you. Thanks. On the way here, I was reading the new bill that was presented or will be presented in the parliament here in Portugal to legalize recreational cannabis or adult use cannabis. In Germany, of course, there's also a big discussion going on at the moment. There's a clear intention from the government to legalize. But I always say that this is not a done deal until sales actually start. And we are still far from that in both countries. But to talk about these issues, I'm very happy to have a panel of experts here that I will ask them to come join me here on stage. And I'll start with Ricardo Rocha. He's a lawyer from PLMJ. I hope that pronounced it correctly. So Ricardo, please come here. Then from Germany, I have Kai Friedrich Niermann from KFN Plus, or Plus, if I say it in German. So Kai, please come here. Let's speak about Germany. And then I'm also happy to have here with me George Teixeira, political advisor of Iniciativa Liberal. Okay, so again, it's not a done deal until sales start. If it were easy, then it would have been legalized already. There's a reason why that hasn't happened in Portugal and in Germany. But now it looks like we are finally going to do it in both countries. But let's try to focus this conversation on what still needs to happen for that to be a reality. And to have a very dynamic conversation, I will start with an open question for each one of you. In terms of what do you think is the single biggest challenge specific to Portugal or specific to Germany, why cannabis still has not been legalized, or what still needs to happen for it to happen? So let's start with you.
With me?
Yeah, you're closer.
Oh, okay. So thank you for the invitation. Thank you to Lauren. Thank you to PTMC. Well, I think it's hard to appoint one.
Let's start with one. Then there will be more later.
It's
but
really hard.
Pick one.
But it's hard to identify one challenge to overpass before the cannabis recreational cannabis is legalized.
Yeah,
but
we're talking about adult use only.
Yeah,
unless
adult use. Okay.
Unless specified otherwise, we're talking about
adult
recreational.
use. Okay.
Medical
Just
is
to
already legal in both countries.
But I think there are some issues, and the first one is of course the stigma that we still have about cannabis. And
okay, that's a good one. So with stigma, you think that there still may not be enough support from the general population, or
not now? I think the situation changed a lot in the last years. I think now we are ready to have a wide-ranging debate on.
Okay, so stigma has been the main thing you think has been a hurdle in general, but that's getting better. Okay.
Yes.
Kai, in Germany?
Yeah, the same in Germany, but there was a grassroots movement in Germany. The different associations, German Hemp Association, patient organizations, and there was this lawsuit 2015 where the patient won his case against the Federal Republic of Germany and was allowed to home grow medical cannabis on his balcony. The German government didn't like that idea that medical cannabis patients are allowed to grow their home grow on their balconies, so they introduced a formal law in 2017. And from that on, from 2017 on, the stigma vanished slowly but steadily. And 2017 happened one more thing. We have the Green Party in Germany, which is a very strong party, always have been strong in the polls. they introduced a Cannabis Control Act, a draft of a Cannabis Control Act in 2017 for the first time. It was dismissed in Bundestag, but after the last federal elections in Germany 2017, the Green Party negotiated together with the Conservatives and the Federals, the Liberal Party. They negotiated a coalition, and the Cannabis Control Act was on the table by that time in 2017.
Just to be clear, when you say Conservatives, you meant Social Democrats, right?
No, the Social Democrats are
Okay.
the Social Democrats, Conservatives are the CDU, the Union.
That's what I mean, okay.
Yeah, okay. So, and as this Cannabis Control Act was on the table already in 2017, I said, okay, and then the Grand Coalition came, this project failed. We will have legalization within the next 4 years because the ideas are valid, the ideas are correct, the change has to come, and now we are in the position that we are really negotiating cannabis reform in Germany.
So then summarizing, two things happened in Germany. One was medical cannabis kind of removing or easing the stigma around cannabis, and the second one was a political change to have a government in place that actually wants to do it.
Yeah, a strong party promoting cannabis reform, and the grassroots movement, and all together led to this change.
Biggest challenge in Portugal?
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the invitation for being here. In Portugal, so I will give you perhaps an interesting answer, but the biggest challenge is probably political will. And I will actually disagree with Ricardo a bit, because at least from all the surveys we've known for the last 5 years, or even more than the last 5 years, the majority of the population is open to cannabis regulation. And there has been a political context that is favorable to legalization since at least 2019. And you could arguably you could say that even before 2019, there could have been the conditions if there was the political will to do so. Now, there have been attempts at legalizing cannabis before, and this has actually been happening for the last 20 years. We've had a party, Moises' party, who's unfortunately not here, that has been systematically proposing the legalization of cannabis for the last 20 years. It hasn't happened. And then we had kind of some momentum in 2019. We had, for instance, the Global Commission on Drug Policy presenting their report in Lisbon. You had a lot of influential personalities stating that they were pro-legalization in Portugal as well. There was some momentum, then COVID happened, and when COVID happens, you will not knock on the door of the health minister and say, hey, do you want to legalize cannabis? That won't happen. And so that's mostly the reason why the issue froze for the last 2 years. Right now, there is again a push for legalization. The left bloc has submitted a bill last week. Now we're just waiting for the bill to be scheduled. We're still not sure about the timings. And there was also a push for legalization in 2021, but the issue died because the government fell. There was no vote on it. It was decided by all parties that this should be discussed in the Health Commission. The government fell, Parliament was dissoluted, and then we're beginning again. And so there's something of a deja vu here happening.
So why should I be confident that this time it will happen?
Well, there is political stability, right? So allegedly we'll have a government going on for 4 years. So of course things might change, but I think we can now at least officially count on 4 years of government. So we have a lot of time to get this done. We can involve all the stakeholders, hear all the necessary entities, NGOs, experts, all kinds of political positions on this. All of this can be worked on. Now, why did I say political will? Because there are a few issues in legalization that haven't been completely solved, right? So things like driving, things like how to oversee homegrown plants, for instance. What to do about the interaction between schizophrenia and cannabis use. All of those issues have been raised, and they don't have definite solutions for right now. But if there is political will, these solutions will be found.
So that's a good point then. So I get it that there's political will to legalize, but don't you think that then comes another difficult step, which is the political will and consensus on how to legalize. Because I see that every party, or not every party, but at least a few parties, political parties in Portugal want to legalize, but they all want to present their own bill, is what I understand. So, for example, if the Bloco de Esquerda bill were to be voted tomorrow, do you think Iniciativa Liberal would vote on favor of it?
Okay, so I get the issue, even though in our context, or given what the parliamentary practice in Portugal is, that's not a problem. So for instance, so we recently discussed euthanasia in Portugal. So many parties proposed their own bills, and there were different bills with different conditions, but all parties voted in favor of each other's bills, and then everyone agreed to just discuss it, discuss the details in the proper commission. And so this would be probably what would happen in case you had a discussion on cannabis. So you would have 3 or 4 bills. All pro-legalization parties would agree to vote in favor of each other's bills, and then would just adjust the details later.
Even if these bills, and feel free to also give your opinion here, even if these bills include growing at home, for example, which I understand has been a divisive issue in the past?
Sorry. Yes, I think it will not be.
So you see the Socialist Party in favor of a bill that includes growing at home?
Yes, I don't see any.
You too?
So, I'm not sure. I think that the socialists are kind of the wild card in the process.
Because
right
that's what
now.
I'm seeing, right? So you have one party that is extremely in favor, or more than one party, including Iniciativa Liberal and Bloco de Esquerda. I understand both extremely in
3
favor.
parties, actually.
Extremely in favor of growing at home. I would doubt that you would vote in favor of a bill not including the right to grow at home. But then the Socialist Party doesn't seem to be very convinced of that. So that's where I'm going, right? What you don't have in Portugal, and we will go to Germany in a second, is a coalition that has already agreed to have a common bill and go forward with that. So maybe in that regard, Portugal is still, even if you already have the bill in the parliament, Germany still doesn't have the bill that will be voted. What you don't have in Portugal, at least from my point of view externally, is an agreement among different political parties that want to legalize in terms of how to legalize. Is that a fair assessment?
So we never really got to the part where we discussed the details.
Okay.
So we've had generic discussions on should we legalize, shouldn't we legalize. If you read the previous debates, many issues were discussed in parallel, but none of them was actually discussed in depth. So we need for that in-depth discussion to happen before, and then understand if the final bill will be passable or not. But I think that there's will, at least from the pro-legalization parties, to cooperate in such a way that we still get some kind of legalization happens, even if it's not perfect. We don't need to be maximizers about this, because if we try to be completely maximizers about legalization, then it probably won't happen. And you can't really have a pro-legalization side completely split, because that would be counterproductive.
So you see the possibility of pragmatism, finding a common denominator and doing something that is agreeable to Bloco de Esquerda, Iniciativa Liberal, Socialist Party, maybe even PDS.
So of course we'll, in our communication, we will underline what our differences with the left bloc are, but that's part of the game. They will also criticize us. We'll debate this in Parliament. But I don't think that we want to completely destroy the whole process of legalizing on account of that. I think there should be a healthy debate, and it's important that we have different perspectives going on in the debate floor. But I think everyone that wants legalization understands that it's better to have some kind of legalization, even if imperfect. I don't expect the Iniciativa Liberal bill to be completely approved as it is and passed as it is, right? That would be the ideal world, but we don't live in an ideal world. So it's really about, and this is another issue, it's really about also the government being on board with this. Because we have an absolute majority, so the Socialist Party controls the parliament, and the Socialist Party is also dependent on what the government wants to do or not. And so we need to see some political will on part of the government to get on board with this before knowing whether legalization will happen or not. Now, I think there are political conditions. I think it is possible to get a majority in parliament, but we need to convince the government that there are good gains both in public health, economic gains, etc., to be had from legalizing cannabis. So in this case, we also need civil society to get on board with this and to do its job on doing, non-partisan campaigns for legalization, explaining to the public all the benefits that we can extract from a legalized cannabis market, et cetera, et cetera. So there's only so much parties can do because we have our own perspective that we want to push, of course, and it's part of the deal. We have to also to polarize some issues with other parties, but that's healthy. That's all part of democratic discourse.
Kai, sorry to keep you waiting there. Let's go to Germany now. Slightly different situation. In Germany, we do have a coalition government, 3 different parties that have stated explicitly in the coalition agreement that they do want to legalize. However, what we have in the coalition agreement is 1 paragraph, basically, that doesn't say much. Again, it comes to the issue of how to do it. It's a difficult question once you start discussing how to do it. You mentioned the Green Party bill from previous years. That may or may not be the foundation of the new bill. There's no guarantee, at least, that it will be. I would assume that they will take a look at it, but we have no guarantee that that will be the new bill. Actually, right now, consultation process just started to gather information from experts, and it looks like the Health Ministry, which is led by Social Democrats, will present a bill to Parliament. And then we will probably have a healthy debate in Parliament in terms of how to do it. Do you see there that there could be differences that could delay this forever in terms of, for example, the right to grow at home, which is not included in the coalition agreement, at least not explicitly?
No, I don't think so. Once a bill comes up in Bundestag, it has been prepared so thoroughly that it will be agreed on after 4 to 6 months. The Social Democrats, just lately, it's not known yet really, but they voted also for home grow.
Voted?
Home grow, for home cultivation.
What do you mean they voted for?
The Social Democrats.
They agreed that they will...
They agreed that because the liberal...
But was it an official stance of the Social Democratic Party, or was it one politician saying that he...
No, it's an official stand of the fraction, of the Bundestag group.
So now all 3 parties...
It's not published yet, but it will be published in the next days. So all of them are in favor of home grow.
So once the legislative process starts, how do you see it happening?
The decisive phase is right now with this consultation, with this hearing process the Federal Drug Commissioner initiated just now. Of course, they want to listen to everyone, to all these psychiatrist associations,
addiction associations,
suggesting to minimize the THC content in dried flowers to a certain percentage. Which makes absolutely no sense because then the police is going after if you have 15.5% THC in your strain or not. So from a liberal, from a societal standpoint, nothing would change. There would still be police action, and we see that right now. The law is enforced, will be enforced till the last day. I have criminal cases. I'm a defense lawyer for these hemp businesses, and we have still really harsh convictions of CBD traders, for example, losing a lot of money, facing imprisonment of 9, 8, 12 months on probation.
So Kai, considering full legalization is a difficult process, takes time, why not decriminalize first then?
That was a big debate, but the situation is sort of delicate. So they are afraid, the Traffic Light Coalition is afraid to split that up. So if you split up that process and you decriminalize first, which would be easy, it was just, I'm a board member of LEAP Germany, Law Enforcement Against Prohibition, and we submitted a draft to change the Narcotic Act. It's just 1 sentence, and all this would stop, And they said, no, if we start to initiate this process now, we will probably lose to regulate the supply chain, the licensed supply chain. And they want one draft. But the pressure again was so high after February, as the pandemic, as we see it, it's a health issue. It's for harm reduction. It's for public health to regulate cannabis. That's the consensus we have in Germany. So the whole project was assigned to the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health was in February completely overwhelmed by the pandemic, by the starting war, integrating 100,000 of Ukrainians into the German social system and taking care of Ukraine war patients, etc. And then the Liberals and the Green Party made pressure on the health minister, and they said, we want a draft in October. And so the health minister made 8 or 10 new positions possible within his realm. The Federal Drug Commissioner started this consultation hearing, etc. But the Cannabis Control Act will definitely be the blueprint. It's a completely worked out law, considering every aspects which are decisive, from social responsibility, from education of the staff of the cannabis social clubs, taxation, import, export, lots of bylaws supporting the main regulation. So you just can implement it. What is at stake, or what is in debate right now, are these questions: shall we minimize the THC content in the strain? How many plants for home grow? How much possession? 30 gram, 60 gram, only 15 gram? All these small little details which you just have to adjust in these existing bill at debate right now.
In terms of social justice that you mentioned, the blueprint of the Green Party, I find it a little bit surprising there that, correct me if I'm wrong, I read it a couple of years ago when it was first presented, but if I remember correctly, those that had already been criminalized due to drug trafficking, in particular cannabis trafficking, would not be able to be part of the new legal system. Don't you think that that could and should change?
Yeah, that's, there are a couple of points in this draft which I don't agree as well. One is the one with the former convicts of narcotic convictions.
They will be in jail, seeing that others will be making money doing the same thing.
This is also a debate right now, for sure. The matter of social equity. We see that debate in the US and in Canada. They have other problems because their communities have strong problems with their minorities. We don't have that in Germany as much. Most of the supply in the illegal market was from growers who supplied some of their friends and some of their community, or real mafia organized crime gangs. And we don't want these guys back in business. But simple narcotic conviction, that shouldn't prevent you from entering this business if there was no violence involved, for example.
We have a variety, or will have a variety of bills in Portugal to choose from. What will be the stance there? Can you guide me through that in terms of social justice issues, or in particular whether those that have been criminalized for dealing cannabis would be able to be part of the new business that will be legal?
Unfortunately, that isn't on the table yet. So it's a bit too early to have that discussion. There are still some hoops that we need to jump before getting to that conversation, because before getting to that conversation, you need to establish that that prohibition was absolutely unfair, and you also need to establish that in Portugal, prohibition is still the law, because there's this idea that because we decriminalize drugs, we become a non-prohibitionist state. No, Portugal still has a form of soft prohibitionism. We need to explain that soft prohibitionism was happening, that you still have a lot of arbitrary things going on, even in our context. For instance, even if you carry with you the criminalized amount of cannabis that's allowed according to the law, the police can still arbitrarily seize what you have with you, and then they can send you to go talk to Dissuasion Commission, where it will explain that I won't do it again. This was a massive mistake, etc., etc. So we still have a really paternalistic approach to drugs in Portugal, and actually, in many senses, the paternalist perspective on the criminalization is still dominating the perspective on drugs in Portugal. It's not that everyone already recognizes that people have the right to do what they want with their bodies, as long as they're not doing harm to others. So I think that's a very important issue. This should be approached eventually, but we still need to get to the first steps, that is recognizing that there's a need to legalize, there are many advantages in legalizing. We still have a very paternalistic and arbitrary law going on in Portugal, and once you've established that, then you can have a conversation about all of those people who were unfairly prosecuted for being in the business of cannabis before prohibition ended.
When it comes to paternalism, the bill presented by Bloco de Izquierda, and unfortunately we don't have Moises here to defend that bill. I was saying that I was reading it before coming here, and it includes a bunch of things that may seem paternalistic, at least for Iniciativa Liberal, I guess. These include the possibility of the government then setting up a maximum THC limit, something that is being discussed in Germany as well right now. Also, the prohibition of every kind of advertisement, plain packaging. Do you think that in order to be realistic and find a common denominator, we were speaking, and a consensus to legalize something being that better than nothing, we will have to accept that whatever bill ends up being discussed in Portugal and finally approved will have to include all these paternalistic approaches?
Well, I agree with you. I think there are some paternalistic ideas on the Bloco de Esquerda bill. It's what Jorge said a few minutes ago. Probably we will need to make some concessions in the Parliament to have a jointly bill that we can approve. But I think it will be very hard that Iniciativa Liberal accepts all those paternalist aspects, and I think it will be very hard that Bloco de Esquerda will accept the withdrawal of some of these paternalist ideas from the bill. So I think we need to see what's happening in the discussions and in the debates on the bills, and let's see what happens. But I think it will be a very funny discussion.
Kai, in Germany, it looks like we will also have the prohibition of advertisement and things like that. Do you think that, again, in order to be realistic and have chances of success with the bill, cannabis will end up being regulated more strict than alcohol, or would it be at the same level of alcohol?
Yeah, I mean, interesting point. Look at Canada. They legalized the dried flowers first in April 2018. And in October, they legalized edibles and beverages. But between October and April and October, Aurora, for example, started a campaign, a public campaign. Hey guys, hey people, we have their new products coming online, and they have a different impact on you. So if you digest it, it's different than you smoke it. And they tried with this campaign to give the public an idea of these products for safety reasons, and that's what was very good, I think. So maybe this is a role model also for other countries. First legalize the flowers, and then start a campaign informing the people. But this informing shouldn't be advertising, and you shouldn't be get caught for that, or it should be allowed. And this border between advertising and informing about products has to be defined very well, so that companies don't get in trouble when informing about a new strain, or how much THC the strain has, or the terpene profile. This must be allowed, and this shouldn't be advertising. Of course, billboards on highways or blinky neon stuff in inner city areas, I don't think that's appropriate.
What about plain packaging? Do you see it as a possibility that whatever bill will be presented in Germany, it will include mandatory plain packaging, like in Uruguay, for example, or to a certain extent in Canada?
The Cannabis Control Act doesn't say about this anything. If you have the dried flowers, as I saw it in Denver, in Colorado, for example, you get a pack with the logo of the shop, and then you get a sticker on it with all the information, and that's fine. What else do you want? If it comes to finished products, there should be some packaging, some information on the packaging. But once again, you shouldn't be allowed to write on it, take me, I will take you away for hours, I'm the best stuff, or whatever. That can't work, of course.
sorry for the interruption. We will have Q&A at the end, and you will let me know when, or? Oh, I'm not following the time, so you stop me whenever you want. How much time now? Okay, oh. Nice.
We are the last ones. Keep it going.
Okay, since I'm with you, another thing in Germany that we haven't spoken about. The government currently has the majorities needed to pass the bill in the Bundestag or the lower house, but the Bundesrat or the higher house is still or could still be controlled by CDU, CSU, Union, conservatives, however you want to call it. The recent elections that we had in North Rhine-Westphalia, it looks like it will be a government that will include again the CDU there, which means they could control those votes as well. And this means that until the Hessen elections next autumn, the Bundesrat will remain potentially, or in practice as well, controlled by conservatives. If whatever bill is approved in the lower house needs consent from the higher house, which is likely to be the case for such a comprehensive legalization, then conservatives could block it in the higher house, potentially. With this, I mean, we are all very excited discussing all these details. Should we have a limit of THC? What about packaging? What about pharmacies selling it or not? And then when it comes to the higher house, they say no, and then what do we do with that? Don't you see a risk there?
That's a complicated constitutional issue for sure. So in principle, the federal government, the Bundestag, can decide about the criminal law and the narcotic law as part of the criminal law. So they can decide we decriminalize it, and they don't need the consent of the Bundesrat, of the lower house.
But if it affects the Länder, the states, then it will need Bundesrat.
Yeah, they have it's written in the Constitution, Article 74, the federal government or the federal state has the right to decide about criminal law, etc. Then the federal government can also decide about rules of commercialization, okay? So, and then you have to put these two things together, and still the government is authorized to draft a bill on these rules, okay? But then when it comes to the execution of this new law, and the more the federal government regulates the details of the execution of the law, the Bundesrat has to consent to this law. So what happens then has happened in 50 years or 60 years of history of Bundesrepublik. So they bring it up to the Bundestag, it's passed on in Bundestag, they bring it to the Bundesrat. Bundesrat says no consent, then they take it back, take out these rules which are too detailed and bring it back to Bundesrat, because Bundesrat doesn't have to consent then anymore. The problem then is that you have a framework of a law, but the Bundesländer, the federal states, can execute that in their own responsibility. Which might lead to the fact that you have a different situation in Bavaria than in Berlin. Bavaria doesn't want that, so they maybe only license one dispensary in an industrial area somewhere in Munich where everyone has to buy it, and you have 5,000 clients every day, and there is no time for consulting, for talking to the people, for talking about cannabis, for talking about the needs of the consumer. And then you have a situation in Berlin where you have, like in Amsterdam, these coffee shop culture evolving, and small, safe places where people can talk to the bud tenders, as the Cannabis Control Act foresees it, that they should consult their clients. That's the big thing, the big danger, that we don't have a very unanimous, unified solution over Germany then.
That could change by the end of next year, but as of now, that's the situation, right?
But in fact, the resistance of the conservatives is against cannabis reform is vanishing. You hear that every now and then even from high officials in Bundestag, and this is a whole societal reform project which ends up stagnation of 40 years, and the Conservative Party, if they want to have an electoral win in the future, well, they will have to shift, they will have to move, they will have to modernize.
I agree with you there, but there's another risk that you bring there, and it is that the Conservative Party is not doing that bad now. After the war in Ukraine, now in terms of polls, they are again the #1 party. Social Democrats are the 3rd party now in terms of polls. Don't you see a risk there that the Conservative Party will say we are happy as we are?
No, that's a normal wave after when you won the federal election and you are in power and people see that you are hardworking and it doesn't work out immediately. Of course, the polls go down, but that's not representative for the situation right now. It's only a couple of percent.
Back to Portugal. And about the risks of maybe over-regulation, or forget that. Let me ask the question another way. You have medical cannabis functioning here in Portugal. However, that's more like a for export only thing. I do get it that it is possible to get a prescription here in Portugal, but as I understand, not even 10 kilograms were sold last year here in Portugal. That represents maybe 20 patients, so there are more people now here in this auditorium than patients in Portugal accessing to legal products. In the same time, thousands of kilograms have been exported to other countries. So what would you, I mean, that to me shows me that something has failed in terms of the medical program in Portugal. I mean, it has been successful to export to Germany, Israel, or Australia maybe, but it has not been successful to provide Portuguese patients in need with medical cannabis. So what do you both think we can learn from that for when it comes to adult use legalization, that it doesn't get stuck in maybe over-regulation or whatever it may be, that yes, the law was approved, but then there's no real access?
As far as I'm aware, we have a regulatory authority. We have Infarmed who decides under which conditions can medical cannabis be prescribed. And right from the beginning, it had a very limited set of contexts where medical cannabis could be prescribed. And it's been somewhat slow moving in opening up more contexts under which you can prescribe medical cannabis. Plus, right now, they're still expensive. So there's a price problem. There's some discussion on whether the state should participate medical cannabis products like it does with other medical products. Unfortunately, medical cannabis still has somewhat of a special status among other medicines, which is very silly. Actually, I've never really come to grips on why should the medical use of any substance be prohibited. It's medical use. It's a very specific kind of use, so it has nothing to do with cannabis. And by the way, mixing medical and adult use of cannabis, those are very different issues. One of them is way more simple. But anyway, it's mostly been a regulatory issue as far as I understand. Maybe you know more about it than I do. And there's also the price points. Now, exports, it's easier to export, right? Because most of the exports are dry flower, as far as I'm aware. It's been growing exponentially. That's something that's very easy to do regulatory as long as you have agreements with the destination countries. Now, when you're talking about medicines, well, the pharma sector in Portugal, like in many countries, is very regulated. Portugal tends to regulate more than countries that over-regulate, so
that's my fear with recreational as well, right? That you approve the law, but then it's up to a bunch of different agencies to regulate it however they want, and then at the end you don't have any real access, or at least much less than what it should be to really get rid of the black market.
Yeah. So on adult use, and actually I would actually get back to some of the points that Kai Friedrich made earlier. There is a tendency, and it's part of the political culture in Portugal, and I'm quite at will to say this because one of the things that my party is always saying is that there is a tendency to over-regulate, and there is a certain political culture in Portugal that tends to, or tries to foresee every single use case and situation that could possibly happen to 3 people in the whole country. And this is for most laws, and this is certainly the case for cannabis. And so politicians tend to get bogged down on the details while missing the bigger picture when they're regulating, especially new products. And so in the case of beverages and food, for instance, so another party has, so there have been almost proposals from other parties. So even though we know what the left bloc has proposed and what my party has proposed, we have an idea of what other parties think as well on cannabis, at least on the pro-legalization side. And there's a lot of people who are not comfortable with beverages and drinks. Now, my question here would be is, why would the state discriminate on modes of using cannabis? Why should the state indirectly say, you can use cannabis, but you have to smoke it? You can't eat it, you can't drink it, you have to smoke it. Especially when you know that smoking has some side effects that are not positive, because you are inhaling smoke. Inhaling smoke is not a good thing, even if you don't have tobacco in it. And this is mind-boggling for me. But still, this is the start point for many people is, okay, we legalize cannabis, but it has to be weed. If it's not weed, you shouldn't use it. But there is never really an explanation for this, or there is an explanation is that it would incentivize use, etc., etc. No data confirms this. So actually, the jury is still out on whether consumption has really increased dramatically for young people, which is the issue that's always being raised, not adults, for young people, in contexts where cannabis was legalized. This will be a very hard discussion in many aspects, yeah.
Ricardo, some final words in terms of what risks you see in Portugal of implementation. Let's assume that legalization is done.
So let me just get back a little back to the initial intervention of George. I think that the problems on medical cannabis are those that George referred. We have the price is really high, so we have one medicine in the market, and even with co-payment, it costs around 300 euros, which is a lot in a country that.
I mean monthly treatment, or what do you mean?
Yeah, monthly treatment, which is a lot.
It's 1/3 of the average weight.
Yeah, that's it. That's very exactly. So it's impossible to ask a normal Portuguese person to pay 300 euros for a medicine each month. It's totally impossible. And I think this problem will only be resolved when the state starts to co-pay the cannabis product, the medical cannabis products, in the same terms that they co-pay the other medicines. And the other problem, I think, it's the doctors, because from my experience, and I was speaking with a lot of doctors, and I don't feel that they are comfortable to prescribe medical cannabis products to its patients. And I think there's a lot of work to be done by the industry, by the cannabis industry and the cannabis researchers, to provide doctors with evidence, giving them comfort to prescribe cannabis products to the person who need those products. Regarding adult use cannabis, I don't see that these kind of problems are also verified in the adult use cannabis, because from my analysis to the Bloco de Esquerda bill, the 2022 bill, one of the things that I note is that it was eliminated the reference to Infarmed. So Infarmed is not part of the process anymore. So I think, given that Infarmed is not in the process anymore, and that is totally off the health products, I think the authorizations and the process to obtain an authorization for marketing will be easier. Of course, it's a cannabis product, so it will be a very hard surveillance on it. But I think
not like plutonium.
Yes, of course.
Okay,
yes, not at all.
Q&A
at all.
Laura, Q&A is okay. Okay, I have one hand there. Tesh, right?
Hi, Tesh.
We can. Yeah.
So thank you for your comments, esteemed panel.
Now I can see you.
I'll just say it. So thank you for the comments. My question is really a perspective around this very funny document, the UN Single Convention on Narcotics, 1961. Okay, so with Germany legalizing, it's in a kind of interesting context because it's within the Eurozone, Schengen. Okay, is that better? No. Still there.
No luck. Okay, that's better.
Good.
Okay, thank you. So, question for the panel on the UN Single Convention on Narcotics. So the 1961 convention that we sometimes invoke in this industry. What happens after Germany legalizes? Because this is in the Eurozone, there's Schengen, there's single market. Does this force other countries to kind of legalize just being de facto, having such a large land border and being in the single market?
Yeah, a good point, but could fill a whole conference on its own, for sure. I'll try to answer it very briefly. So Germany has a demand of 400 to 500 tons. When the tourists coming, probably 100 tons more. So we are talking about 400 to 600 tons dried flowers alone as the demand for Germany. Germany won't be able to produce that domestically within 1 day from when legal sales start. So Germany is really depending on imports. There are two different options. You can terminate the single convention and re-entry with the reservation of cannabis. That doesn't solve your problem of the goods coming in to sell in the retail. So you have to find allies, allied nations, which you conclude mini treaties with. With Article 41 of the Vienna Convention on International Treaties, this allows to modify existing international treaties with states who think the old treaty is outdated and we need some change. And this is the task of the German government, to find these allied nations to negotiate trade contracts within this interstate modification procedure. I think we saw that in the medical area. The first 2 years only Canada and the Netherlands were exporting medical cannabis to Germany, and then many countries showed up like Lesotho, South Africa, Uruguay, Australia, etc. And the same will happen with recreational cannabis if these countries which have these facilities already in place in perfect climate conditions, outdoor glass greenhouse grow all over the year, with labor costs, appropriate labor costs, they will also create the preconditions to export to Germany, and that is what is going to happen, I guess.
I would add to that that it's, however, easier said than done. In the case of denouncing the single convention and re-entering with a reservation, that is, of course, possible, and it is within what the single convention itself says. However, that would mean that all of the signatories of the convention, which are basically almost all of the countries in the world, not more than 1/3 oppose that. So if 1/3 of the countries of the world oppose, for example, Germany denouncing the convention and then re-entering with a cannabis reservation, then that path is effectively blocked. So it is a possibility. However, it would take a lot of diplomatic efforts to convince a lot of countries to not oppose that move of Germany. Bolivia did it in the past. It's the only precedent that we have, but they could argue that based on indigenous traditions, it would be harder for Germany to argue on indigenous traditions of cannabis use. And even if so, see how complicated it was to reschedule cannabis for medical purposes in December 2020, which was a cosmetic move. Only 1 vote difference. I would assume that there will be a lot of opposition in the world to Germany legalizing cannabis and entering with a reservation. And when it comes to the inter-se modification, again, that's also a possibility. However, the Vienna Treaty that stipulates that possibility is from 1980, and it does not apply retroactively. It's Article 4 saying the convention applies only to treaties which are concluded by states after the entry into force of the present convention with regard to such states. So the single convention is from 1961, it was modified in 71. This possibility is established by a treaty from 1980. It's at least debatable whether an inter-se agreement for recreational cannabis could happen. Again, I think it's mostly a diplomatic effort than a legal effort. Let's see how willing Germany is to go to other countries and propose such a thing, and whether these countries will have the political weight to actually do that on an international level.
And just to be clear, Alfredo, on your point, so you think UN will trump Eurozone sovereignty, so within the Eurozone?
It is not about that. Yeah, so Uruguay and Canada legalize, and everyone says nothing happened. That's true, right? It could be done. It is not black or white, the interpretation of international treaties. Like when Uruguay did it, and that's actually what I'm going to speak about tomorrow in the morning. It did so based on human rights arguments and certain justifications that are very valid in the case of the single convention. Uruguay did not denounce the convention to re-enter. Uruguay did not do an inter se agreement with other countries. Uruguay did it. The INCB, which is the agency kind of enforcing the treaties on an international level, didn't like it, but they had to accept it, and they became softer as years went by and nothing bad really happened. So no, there will not be blue helmets invading Germany. Of course, that's not going to happen. However, it could have political consequences, right? And particularly being an EU country, that's the first time that it will be done inside the European Union. And Germany and other European Union countries have been quite, I don't want to say aggressive, but in a way aggressive towards Eastern European countries such as Poland or Hungary in terms of infringement procedures for things that Poland or Hungary or other countries have been doing in the European Union that were not compliant with international law, in particular EU law. So I wouldn't like German legalization being the payback chance for Poland or Hungary to say, hey, now it's you that you're not doing things right. Let's go to the European Court of Justice and see who's right about this, right? So it's at the end of the day a diplomatic effort more than a legal interpretation, I think.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks a lot. It was a great discussion. This is for the Portuguese speakers. You were saying that there is still a lack of education among doctors, but actually I'm seeing a growing interest, not only about doctors, but nurses and health professionals. I think the main problem of this therapeutic option is that we don't have products, so we have one flower that is super difficult to titulate, and it's super expensive. So in the first month, to start a treatment, a patient has to spend 500 euros. So 350 for the vaporizer, and then 150 for the flower. And then each month, 150, which it's a lot. So I think the really first step that we really need is the reimbursement and more products. So what do you think that we as health professionals should do to really achieve that? Because, okay, education is the key, and I really believe that, and I agree. But I think we are doing that, and doctors are doing that. They have interest. But it's not easy to work with this flower with 18% of THC. It's not easy at all. So what is your opinion? What we should do about this?
Thank you. That's exactly my point. I think the main problem now, because it's a closed circle, because if you don't have prescriptions, you will not have product in the market because no one will buy it. So what I think the key issue now is the co-payment by the state, because considering that and with the resolution of Infarmed with the 8 therapeutical indications, we can see it's clear that medical cannabis can only be prescribed as last resort. So if we have a product or a medicine or whatever as last resort, and if we co-pay at a rate of 100% the previous stage of the treatment chain, why don't co-pay also the cannabis product? Because if it's a last resort treatment, I think we should co-pay, and I think the co-payment by the states is the key. It's the main issue right now. Of course, the lack of products in the market, it's just the economical ratio. It's if you don't have no one to buy it, you will not put products in the market. As soon as we have doctors prescribing, I'm sure that we will have products in the market.
Okay, thank you.
In the back. I'm probably not going to hear you from here.
And that's why the education is important, because I think I spoke with a lot of doctors and health professionals, and we need comfort, and we need evidence and medical evidence to prescribe cannabis for.
Excuse me, why the companies that are they are legal here and they are exporting to the other countries that they are legal, why that products are not selling in our country? why Infarmed doesn't allow that same products are selling in Portugal?
It's up to companies. The companies should apply for
example, Tilray?
Sorry?
Well, Tilray is selling in
For
Portugal.
example,
Tilray is selling a dry flower.
No, why Tilray, for example, or other countries that are exporting to other countries that they are in their disposal other percentages of THC, why that flowers are not being selling in Portugal? Why Infarmed doesn't allow that?
But Infarmed has allowed one preparation until now is from Tilray, I believe, and as far as I'm aware, there are some pending applications to a new ACMs, as we say in Portugal, which is a authorization for placement in the market. So as soon as Infarmed allow the commercialization of such products, they will be available in the market. So Infarmed has its own internal processes and has its own evaluation processes, and I can't answer you why Infarmed is taking so.
I understand, but we have people that are sick, and we have children that they need a low percentage of THC. And if in the other countries they have scientists that they prove that that solve that problem or that issue, and in Portugal we have that companies that are exporting legal to other countries that already have the proofs and the base of the science that flower works. Why in Portugal our government doesn't take that same studies and take that countries and say why we don't, if we are producing this in Portugal and we are exporting, why we cannot consider selling this in Portugal too?
I totally agree with you, and
I guess that's a question for these companies, right? I mean, none of these companies are in the panel at the moment.
But we can discuss about Infarmed. It will be certainly a very long conversation. So, but I totally agree with you. But it is what it is.
Guys, great discussion. This question is more focused to the Portuguese panelists. As a roundup of today, we've seen doctors and professors speak, and there's been dispensary people speak, and there's obviously been a clear distinction. Unlike Germany, and this is a reason for this question being focused more to Portugal, unlike Germany, where in the last couple of years the medicinal element of cannabis has been, growing rapidly. They've learned from that, and that's probably why they're now looking at an adult use market and putting that bill forward. Doesn't Portugal run the risk, bearing in mind what you've said today on 2 points? One, we're more of us here today than those being prescribed medicinal cannabis in Portugal. Secondly, that your bill invokes smoking cannabis. Aren't we running the risk in Portugal feeding the conservative narrative that cannabis is bad and cannibalizing the medicinal purposes of cannabis?
Sorry, I didn't get the last part.
Well, basically, as a political party, aren't you running the risk, forcing a narrative now for adult use when you haven't resolved the medicinal use, cannibalizing the medicinal use, because fundamentally you've got no access for patients, and that will force patients to go down the adult use market rather than the medicinal use market, and then not being able to see professionals like doctors in this arena to actually focus on those patients?
That's a good question. Thank you. No, but it's an interesting question. So I hadn't thought about that angle, but we should also understand what medical cannabis looks like in Portugal. So we're talking about, so there's one product, and I think it's a topical product.
No, it's a flower.
No?
Flower.
It's dry flower. But
it's a medicine. Yes,
but it has a very limited use case right now, according to Infarmed. And I'm not sure if everyone who would use cannabis is aware of what are the legal conditions under which medical cannabis can be prescribed. about the conservative forces and how both things can be mixed, I think that we can have a normal dialogue around medical cannabis in Portugal because it's already legalized. There have been no issues with it. There have been no leaks that people know of. You know, the issue of leaks was one of the major arguments against medical cannabis because you would have companies growing cannabis, then it would leak into the black market, people would use it. That didn't happen. There are no cases, well, because there's almost no use, but anyway, there are no cases of people having any complications on account of using medical cannabis. And I think our regulators are aware that we can have a normal conversation on the use cases of medical cannabis. We have mostly an economic problem, at least according to your explanation. There's not a lot of supply, there's not a lot of demand. That inflates prices as well. Companies really don't have room to create scale in the Portuguese internal market. I think we can deal with that separately without, and you can have a discussion on the legalization of adult use without jeopardizing what we've already done on medical cannabis.
Oh, can I just answer that? I think that's probably right in the sense of that's how most jurisdictions try and deal with that. The issue, I see it, being a lawyer in the field and not really liking politics that much, if we stood back and if the efforts weren't on the adult use market, and I'm sure there's loads of people here that would want to invoke an adult use market, but the focus would be to support the doctors, because as the young lady said, there's an educational piece already, but actually support the narrative, maybe create, not through infrared, but another authority that supported that to create a sort of free market for medicines, so that would create that price bracket down, where the government would support that. You start learning. It's a learning curve, that you understand where the benefits of medicine lies. Then, a bit like Germany's doing at the moment, you can see how the adult use market would work. Canada recently, and Curaleaf did a study on this, have found that the adult use market doesn't want to smoke. They don't care about smoking. It's a young market. They want edibles. They want something new and founded, flavors and stuff like that. There's no way Portugal can get to that stage, or any European country, until the medicinal market is readily available to patients.
It can still happen in a developed medical market, right? You mentioned Canada. When Canada legalized rec, it had already a developed medical market, and then sales in the medical market started to decline because patients were going to buy recreational products. So I get your point, just that it can happen in both cases, before you have a developed medical market, but even after as well, if patients just prefer the simplicity of self-medicating. We have
I just wanted to, So I just wanted to say 2 points. So I understand the argument, and I think it's an interesting argument. But so like I said previously, I do take issue with mixing adult use cannabis with medical cannabis. They're wildly different, separate issues. And in the last years, there's been a tendency in these kinds of conferences and conversations just to mix both things. We need to legalize medical and adult use. Well, it's actually perfectly tenable to have medical cannabis and never legalizing adult use. I think we should be careful in devising a strategy that includes both things. And both things should be done separately. And I think that in the political discourse, you should be very clear in that medical cannabis and adult use cannabis are very different things. And when we are legalizing adult use cannabis, we are not in any way trying to answer to the demand for medical use of cannabis. Some people may understand that their own personal use of cannabis is somewhat medical, but it is not medical, and that should be clear. That's their own self-interpretation, and they have every right to do so. But that is a whole different thing from what is essentially a substance that's going in the pharma industry pipeline, and then that's the end of the story.
Okay.
Yeah, what we saw in Germany, the medical cannabis imports of dried flowers in 2020 were 9 tons, doubled to 20 tons in 2021. And the predictions are for 35 tons for this year. So if adult use will come, of course, this part of the medical market will break away. But the prescription of medical cannabis in Germany is in the complete discretion of the of the doctor, and no one's going after these prescriptions. But most of the wholesalers in Germany, which are now distributing the medical cannabis, will also distribute the adult use cannabis. So they are already in business. They stay in business. They open a second line. But in terms of medical cannabis, the medical cannabis industry can only survive if the data, the studies, the research will improve and finally really bring up results where people can rely on. And otherwise, the other people, the more recreational user, every user has a sort of precondition, and when he sticks to cannabis for over a long time. So yeah, but it's hard to demarcation. Yeah, sorry.
The front, right? Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Thank you for this great talk. Every time I listen to people from different countries, and especially about the laws of each country, I always wonder, considering what we see in the United States, which each state has its own laws and legislations, wouldn't it make sense to have a European regulation on cannabis and on CBD that would work for every country? Or why are we, every country is doing their own little bit and legalizing this, legalizing that? Why doesn't this, go up to Europe, and then we can regulate the whole European market in this sense, either for medical cannabis, either for recreational use?
That's because of the single convention we mentioned earlier. Every member nation of this international treaty are required to set up their own rules to prevent the use of of recreational cannabis within their jurisdiction. So only scientific and medical purposes are allowed. And yeah, there is a conflict of regimes of this international single convention treaty and the EU treaties, and that's in the discretion of the member states. But you're completely right. That's the sense of the EU, to harmonize things, to strengthen the internal market. And there was already a resolution in the European Parliament calling for more research on medical cannabis and for more harmonization. And I'm sure we will see that in the next coming years.
Yeah, but not much happened with that resolution from the Parliament. And playing devil's advocate here, that question has been answered already by European authorities, and their position is that there is already harmonization in Europe, in the European Union, when it comes to both CBD that you mentioned and medical cannabis. So let's start with medical cannabis. There is a centralized procedure by which you could get a medicine approved in the European Union that derives from cannabis. Nothing prevents a company from doing that. However, like any other medicine, you will need to go through clinical trials to prove the efficacy and safety of that specific product to treat specific conditions. That has been done already. Epidiolex has been approved through the centralized procedure in the European Union. The European Medicines Agency approved it, and it's available in the European Union. We might not like the price, we might not like a bunch of different things, but there is a centralized procedure by which you could get a cannabis-derived medicine approved in the European Union. However, when we talk about medical cannabis, we're usually referring to special access schemes or special ways of accessing to cannabis flower or extracts, products that may or may not, products that must comply with certain quality requirements in terms of their production, but that do not have clinical trials behind these specific products to prove specific efficacy and safety. For that, the European Union cannot force that into Hungary, Poland, or whatever other country to go through that, because it's simply not part of European legislation. When it comes to products with marketing authorization, there is a centralized procedure, it is harmonized, that's the counter-argument from European authorities. And when it comes to CBD, that's a completely different story. If we are talking about CBD for food products, again, we have the novel food procedure. That's a European level harmonization. We might not like it because of different reasons, but it is there, right? We could argue that these rules should change, should be different, but that there are no rules at the European level for cannabis in terms of harmonization, I would say is not entirely correct. And the European Union leaves it up to individual countries to have their own specific special access schemes through magistral preparations in the case of Germany, or like they did in Portugal, and ad hoc legislation for medical cannabis that is kind of parallel to all the other medicines, right? That's up to individual countries. I agree with you. There's differences, big differences among European countries, but there's also some European harmonization.
Yeah. Yeah, look at CBD flowers, which is highly disputed in Germany. CBD flowers, for example, are legal in Belgium, Austria, and Luxembourg. And we started 2 lawsuits against the Federal Republic of Germany. The principle of free movement of goods, if they are legal in these countries, they must be legal in Germany and marketable. And this is an ongoing process. And like Slovakia just legalized CBD a couple of months or 1 year ago. So we have to look at every member state to see, regardless of the novel food regime, if that product is legal from the narcotic regime itself. So, but yeah, we should work on that.
Hi, I actually have 4 questions for the Portuguese speakers. Well, I'm going to go pretty much fast on the first one, which is for George, why you say there's a big difference between recreational and medical. Second is, what's the problem on that, by saying specifically and emphasizing that. The third is, why prevention, like me preventing a disease, is not considered a medical action. And fourth, what are the solutions that actually are proposed on those bills? Because as so far, I understand that none of you has ever asked any of us professionals in this field how policies should be designed, how they should be evaluated or reviewed over the ones that are already been done, some inconsistencies that should be reviewed and redone, rewritten again. So my question is, where is that work, man? Like.
So these are all for George, right?
So regarding the distinction between adult use and medical cannabis, so I understand that there is something of a blur between both kinds of uses, and that there are many people that self-medicate on adult use cannabis. But the thing is, when you are legalizing medical cannabis, you are doing a very specific thing. You are basically telling a lot of companies that they can use a certain substance to produce pharmaceutical products. And this is a very different thing than saying you can smoke weed in your home. These are different issues because on principle, you can uphold the principle that any substance can be used to produce any medicine, right? You use a lot of medicines that are extracted, I don't know, from snake poison. People should not use snake poison. There should be no adult use snake poison, but it's still used for medicines. And the same thing goes for cannabis. So that should be a foregone conclusion. So you say, hey, use cannabis for whatever products you need to do. And there shouldn't be a discussion on under which conditions should that's up to doctors, that's up to the experts. Also, the use cases and how it should be used, if it should be smoked or should be used in other ways, that's a different thing. Now, there are a lot of people that personally use cannabis, I don't know, for spiritual reasons, to have fun, for reasons that they consider to be medical. But you cannot really extend the medical use case to all of those uses. Some people claim, for instance, actually the majority of people claim from a survey in Portugal that they use cannabis to relieve stress or to relieve anxiety or to relieve depression. There is really not a lot of evidence that cannabis is positive to alleviate symptoms of depression, or actually not symptoms, maybe they can alleviate the symptoms actually and they can make the problem worse. It's like people who drink to fight depression. You shouldn't drink if you want to fight depression. Now, I'm not taking a medical stance on this, right? Because it's not for me, because I'm a political advisor, it's not for me to decide. It's up to the experts to decide. And so this is why there should be a very well-defined border. Now, if in a context where adult use is legalized, you decide to use cannabis because you feel depressed, that's up to you. But it's not like you have the right to a positive medical opinion on this, because that is really what's at stake when you talk about medical cannabis, is under what conditions can a medical doctor prescribe cannabis? Do we have RCTs done to verify that the positive effects of these medicines or not? We don't have a study on a lot of, we don't have studies on a lot of use cases. There should be a lot of research done. And actually, I think that this brings to another discussion. I think one of the best economic effects that we can get from legalizing cannabis is not even in exporting the flower, because that's a raw material. Raw materials are uninteresting exports. They're uninteresting goods. There's a lot of money to be done on research, medical research, other kinds of research. There's a lot of foreign direct investment that can employ researchers in Portugal and other countries, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the way forward. If we can find further use cases for cannabis, that's great. But that's also up to the market then to decide, up to the experts, et cetera, et cetera. Now, this is just to say, I think there will be different issues, especially politically, and if you mix them, you're really setting yourself up to just completely lose the debate. Because a lot of people don't use it for medical reasons, and that's fine. They're just different questions. I hope I have answered your question.
Hello? Not really. Sorry, man, because we do have more than 3 decades of research, man. It's like we're not researching. There is a lot of research all around the world. We have many cases of many countries actually doing something on it, and you can see cases improving today. You could see presentations on this. There's books, lots of books coming out explaining about more of the effects, what the terpenes are, what these phytocannabinoids are, all are. And by keep having, I'm sorry, but this view, I think we can be still very limited as professionals to actually develop. Because again, you say it's a political debate. I haven't gone not even close to political. I'm just being like, has we professionals been consulted on this? Have you ever consulted in the university, biologists, biochemists, and so on? Because that is actually the point. Do you understand the culture of cannabis? Do you understand what cannabis is? Do you understand what you just said as like people having religious beliefs can be medical? But if I'm depressed, well, it's very confusing argument, man, but it's not really the point that we are trying to go, you know. Like, that's washing hands. And the point here is like, what can we actually do to, man, there is medicals here that have education. They've learned, they know how to read papers. It's not like they cannot research. So what do we have here that we can enable and start and stop having all this inhibition? Because that's what it is, where it inhibits to actually produce, to develop, to have patients, man. Like you say, medics don't prescribe. What will they prescribe what? One flower for a variety? That's not much. Like, what else do we have? What options do we have, more or less? Like, are we willing to create those options? Or
we need to move to one more question from someone else.
Thank you.
Yeah, over there.
Okay, this is the last question.
So I want to speak to the Portuguese, Jorge Teixeira, please. So today, medical cannabis can only be used for a very certain kind of diseases. You know, what I think that my friend here is saying that if I want to treat depression, let's say, with cannabis, or anxiety with cannabis, which are two conditions that we have plenty of evidence that you can benefit from cannabis, why not include these conditions into the list of conditions that you can use cannabis, medicinal cannabis for? That's the point, I think.
Well, the point here is simple, is that we cannot simply strong-arm regulators on what are the acceptable conditions for which you can prescribe cannabis. Now, as I said previously, I'm not stating whether cannabis is useful for depression or not. So I've read arguments pro and arguments against. And I don't think it's a job of a politician to decide on whether cannabis is good to treat depressions or not. Because, first of all, I'm not qualified to state an opinion on this. I am qualified to say I think that regulators and experts should be allowed to decide on whether cannabis should be allowed to treat depressions or not. And right now, we have a model in Portugal where we have competent authorities that can decide on this, and that is up to them. Now, regarding the lack of education in a lot of professionals who do not prescribe cannabis because they're still too wary of what might happen. that really has to do with a lot of work that has to be done in civil society as well. It's not that politicians can push through all of this as well. We can create the conditions under which the market for medical cannabis is healthier. And so we have better supply. We can create, institute co-payments as well, like we have for a lot of medications. And so it would be discriminatory to not have co-payments in medical cannabis. But there is a lot of work that has to be done on the side of civil society. It's not like we can just talk to Informad and say, hey, you should prescribe this for depression.
It's still a valid question in the sense that Portugal is an odd case in Europe in the sense of having a list of prescriptions for which cannabis can be prescribed, right? You don't have that in Germany. In Germany, there are other restrictions if you want, that it needs to be prescribed normally as last resort, not as first line of treatment. But there's no list of conditions that doctor can read to say, okay, if you fall into this list, then yes, if not, then go away. Same in other European countries, but usually no country is perfect. Each one has its own restrictions. Like if you go to the UK again, you don't have a list of conditions. In principle, it could be prescribed for anything, but only specialists can prescribe, not general practitioners or family doctors, right? So, I mean, I get the frustration of this list of conditions and limiting the doctors to only that list. My message is no country is perfect. Other countries have other limitations in Europe.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, it's here again. So of course I'm not asking you to prescribe any but you as a politician should evoke the fact that the usage of medical cannabis in Portugal is very shortened by a list of 3 or 4 conditions only, and there are many other conditions that can be included into this list to bring like broader benefits on conditions that you have already lots of documents proving the benefit. That's the only point. So, thanks.
We need to finish, right? Yep.
Hello. Just a quick question on the German demand. You mentioned that's 600 tons for the year to come and 35 tons to be imported. So I'm just trying to understand like where the 550 remaining tons are coming from. Is that coming from the German supply, like are there production sites for 550 tons in Germany?
You mean where that come from?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the question. Germany relies on imports, I said earlier. I prefer that it will be imported into Germany if we create all the necessary preconditions for that. You would have to set up lots of facilities, huge facilities, lots of investments. We don't have the workforce for setting up these facilities. We don't have the materials right now to
environmental cost.
Sorry?
Environmental
costs. They are so energy consuming, these facilities, and they are in the wrong climate conditions. So that's not an option really for Germany. There will be cultivation, but this will be like small experimental facilities like craft cannabis, something like that, but not the massive ramp up we really need.
Okay.
So basically the demand is just not met in Germany, like the 600 ton, it's not met, right? Like that's the total demand, but we cannot meet this demand right now.
You mean right now? Or?
Yeah.
For medical purposes, yes, it is more than met.
Oh.
No, the 600, I mean the 600 ton that you're talking about, we cannot meet this demand right now. I mean the German,
it is met somehow with CBD flowers from Switzerland coming over Italy, added with synthetic cannabinoids, which make you really, really sick, or with organized crime structures, or with imports from Morocco or Spain or whatever, of course.
Okay, I understand now.
Thank you so much. That's all questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Happy to continue answering. Many thanks, Laura.
What a debate. We reached the end of the first day, so let's meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. Thank you for your presence, and we wish you a great evening. See you tomorrow, and thank you, gentlemen.